What's up guys, I'm PawsBuild, and in this series we're going to be building a festive winter zoo in Planet Zoo called Santa's Animal Park, and I'm so excited about this. The zoo is based in Antarctica in the Tundra biome, so it's going to be snowing all the time, and we're only going to be using animals that are from the Taiga and Tundra biomes because they're pretty cold hardy, and it only seems ethical to use those animals that can withstand the cold if we're going to be having a zoo in the Antarctica where it's frequent sub-zero temperatures. I can't wait to turn this place into a festive paradise, so let's dive in. Look at these baby animals, aren't they adorable? We've got our American bison and our bighorn sheep together, having a great time. Look at that bonding. Isn't that so cute? Well, I feel like our ungulate section has made amazing progress in this side of the zoo, and it's probably time that we take a look at our canids. Because at the minute, we've only got a family of timber wolves in here, which are, to be honest, they're doing pretty good. And we've got a family of Arctic foxes that are breeding like crazy. I actually kind of want to check up on the Arctic foxes because they keep having babies and I want to make sure there's not too many of them. Oh my goodness, she's pregnant again. She's expecting offspring and all of these have turned into young adults again. Wow. Well, I'm going to release them into the wild because when they become young adults, they usually leave the family pack and like before she has babies again. So this is kind of the perfect time to do this. So let's release all of these into the wild. We're going to get so many credits for this. Nice. Oh, I missed one. Oops. Okay, well, she'll be released as well. There we go. Release all of them into the wild. Perfect. And I think we've got a reward. We've got breed 2 new habitat animals of different species. We've done 4, so let's claim that. We've got a couple more. We want to release a timber wolf into the wild, and we want to get our black bear education to 4%. At the minute, we're only on 2, but I feel like that'll improve in time anyway. And what have we done for vet research? Oh, this will help. Vet research normally gives you boosts and stuff to your education. So yeah, we've got another education bonus. And we've unlocked some more stuff, so that's good. I do think we need to probably plow on with some more vet research though, because we've not done a lot. Let's get one of our vets working on the red pandas, because they're like the oldest that we put in the zoo. And then it was bison, and then sheep, and then moose. So we'll do it in the order that they came in. That seems fair. And we want to get another animal in here. I think we've got the red fox and the Arctic wolf are both found in the tundra, and they're both canids. So where does it say that? Family Canidae. Is that how you say it? I think so. So they're both in here. We've got to get both of them in the zoo. I think let's go for the red fox next, because how we've got it set up is we've got Arctic fox, timber wolves. I think if we have maybe the red fox around here somewhere, we can kind of keep this theme going. Maybe they take like this section around here, and then we've got the wolves there. That's kind of together enough, I think. And I do think did we just get an inspection report? Yeah. Nice. We're 5 stars for cleanliness, 3 stars for education. That's not bad. 4 overall is not bad. I will take it. Okay, so I don't think the red foxes are going to need very much space. So let's just check their requirements. They live in groups of, wow. Okay, they live in groups of up to 14. And it's just one of the other. Like it can be 13 males and up to 13 females. Wow, okay. They're pretty happy to share because they live in family packs, don't they? Yeah, so it's usually a dominant mated pair and they're litters of the current and previous years. So that's kind of the same as the Arctic fox, to be honest. So I think really we kind of just want 2 because we want a family to breed. So we're just going to want a male and a female to continue breeding. And we need to keep an eye on this number. So they can breed from 10 months until 10 years. They live to 12, but they need to be at least 10 months old. And if they're approaching 10 years, even though they live to 12, we're not going to want them because we want to start breeding them. So let's get these in here. They're also shy. So if we're going to put the habitat over here, I think this is a pretty good spot. They walk around the beavers and they've got the canids here again. Oh, we've just had the Arctic fox babies. Oh my goodness. Just as we're talking about them, they've had the pups. They must be in here. Wow, look at you. Well done, Mum. That's great. Got loads of pups. Well done. That's awesome. Well, we continue our breeding program. And the dad's just outside doing absolutely nothing. just living his life. Okay. And these guys are going to be very similar to the Arctic foxes in that they're probably fairly nocturnal in most of their behavior. So we need to make sure we've got one of these habitat cameras here so we can see them when they sleep during the day, like the males just come in. We need to be able to see this, otherwise the guests don't really have much to look at. So we can put them on boards around here and they can see them. Look at them in there. This is what we want to achieve for the red fox habitat as well. But anyway, if we've got a group of, let's say we've got 14, if that's what they live to, if that's what the group sizes they're in, we're going to have how many in a litter? 3 to 6. So let's say we've got 8 adults, because they said the previous litter stay as well. So it's two breeding adults and then 6 pups that have just matured. And then we've got 6 more babies. How many is that in total? That's 14, which I think is, yeah, a 1 to 14. They're going to need 650 meters squared. They don't need any water or climbing other than drinking water. And they're very relaxed about temperature. We also need the fences to be 3 meters high. Because I was going to say, these guys can jump and climb. So we definitely need grade 2 taller than 3 meters. Let's make sure we put that in. So for that, we're going to need a tall gate. I'm going to use this wooden habitat gate. I think with the keeper hut being here, that can be used for this habitat. So let's put it on this side. Could even go on the end, but I think I'm gonna allow the guests to walk past here, I think. So let's align to grid here. And then I'm just going to block this out with null barriers using 4 meters so we can keep to a grid with the construction pieces. And I'm just going to move this over as well because it's slightly in the way. There we go. And that may have taken out of the work zone, so I'm just going to make sure it's still in our zoo work zone. No, it is. This all needs to go into our zoo work zone as well that we've built, our guest area, and our new habitat. And then before I forget, I'm going to put this into the keeper canids habitat, because this is going to be another one that they do. Okay, and how big is this area? So this is 1,008 meters squared, and these guys needed, what, 650? It was 8 adults and 6 babies. 650, yeah. So I think this is probably a great size for them. They don't need much. I am going to edit the barrier and make all of this null barrier, including this little wooden section here. So we just got a door right now and nothing there because we're going to use construction pieces to build out the actual barrier that we're using. So if I filter by theme, we can get probably some of our Arctic pieces in here and make ourselves a 3-meter barrier. Have we done anything? Yeah, we've just used fences so far because they haven't been able to jump very much. Like, none of these are that jumpy. So this is going to be a unique one. I'm tempted to go with the snow blocks because it's in keeping with the beaver habitat over here. And we'll maybe use these as like a basis. So if we have 3 meters high, I'm going to build this over here, align this to the grid on this side. And then this will lock our grid in place. Like that, and now all of the pieces will snap to this grid. So what I'm going to do is design up 3 different wall pieces. One of them is going to be a windowed piece, one of them is going to be a normal wall piece that faces away from guests, and then one of them is going to be a wall piece that has education on it. And then once we've got these, we can just basically duplicate them around the habitat and fill in the gaps. So I think something like that is probably reasonable for our windowed piece. And the ease of doing this is you can just decorate them up now and then duplicate them rather than placing all of it around and then having to decorate every piece individually. So I'm going to decorate these up now. After making all of our wall pieces 3 meters high and adding in the education board on the education wall piece, I wanted to kind of keep it in theme with the Arctic stuff we've had already, but also give something a little bit different to our guests so it's not the same habitats kind of repeated with the same decorations. So I used these fabric pieces that I really liked from the Arctic pack. And then once I had the fabric in place, I wanted to add some wooden trellis to give the wall pieces an interesting shape overall because they're kind of like pointed. And then had to add in some of our classic festive decorations, including the little wolf/fox decorations that we've got. I think they're supposed to be Arctic foxes, but they look adorable and they're very on theme. And of course, I had to add in a few lights to keep it in theme with the rest of the zoo. Okay, I think I'm fairly happy with this just because we don't have the red fox pieces because they're in the Twilight pack and our mechanic hasn't researched that piece of like scenery research yet. So I'm going to put one of our mechanics on to research this now, and then they can get cracking on this. And basically this should unlock all the Twilight themed scenery, and we'll probably get a red fox scenery piece that we can put in this flat wall here. But for now, I think this is sufficient. We can like carry on with it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually move all of these, staying within the group that I'm editing. I'm going to move them outside so we've got like a nice copy of each of them, and then just block out where we actually want these to go. And I think this side of the habitat we're going to have completely like hidden from guests, so that there's like plenty of space for the red fox. We can have this be a little like private area for them. And then I think if we do this around here, we can give them maybe one flat wall piece, and then we'll have some education on both sides, because this habitat is going to be wrapped around by paths. So we do want to make sure that we're giving them ample privacy as well. They need to have spaces where they can hide, basically. And then we'll put in some guest viewing. The key thing, we'll put in some guest viewing. And that is going to go along here. Might just have this whole side be guest viewing. Or I'm tempted to leave the middle section as like an education point. Yeah, I think we'll do that. You can see how much easier this is to copy them and then place them rather than doing it all like individually. It's so much easier. And then we'll have this is the door there. We'll have another education piece here, and we'll have a few bits of viewing along here. And maybe a few bits of education there. I think that's probably good. And fill in with the education over here. Because we do want to teach our guests about the fox, don't we? We don't want it to be an area where they don't learn about them. And I think 3 boards here, and then maybe another board there. Oh, and one in the middle. I wanted to do one in the middle on that side. I do want to do as much learning as we can, like as much guest education as we can, because it's something we are lacking. So if we can put more of these boards in and stuff, that's really going to help us out. And I think that looks quite cool. Obviously, we're missing the door, so I'm going to probably use the... Am I going to use any of these? Yeah, I think I might use this wall piece here. And then just delete the middle section. Because if we get rid of this, we can probably edit this to work a bit better. This is enough to go with, I think, if we use our snow pieces. I think I can make something work here. I don't like that this is slightly off center. It is going to bother me, but I think it is what it is, because otherwise it's just like where the door actually sits. I think it's fine. I can make my peace with it. It's slightly offset, but it's fine. I just don't need to look at it too hard. Right, let's get our red fox, and then we can carry on as well. So if we reset all these filters, we're going to want the red fox. Oh, there's a male and a female here. Okay, so there's 2 males. This female is okay. This male looks much better than this male, so let's get this one. I know they're lower appeal, but their genetics look a bit better, I have to say. So if we grab both of those, we can put them both into quarantine, just to check that they haven't come in with any illnesses or injuries or anything. And then we'll move them into this habitat. And this habitat we need to rename to Red Fox. We're also going to need some education, so it's probably not a bad shout to have another one of these little stations kicking around somewhere. And this is the best side to see the foxes, so I think we might put it along here. Let's actually put in the seating first, because then it's a bit easier to align it. And to do that, I'm going to need to extend our path along. So one thing at a time, I'm going to extend our path along here. Okay, I think that looks all right. And we've got an alert here. Oh no, the bison and sheep habitat needs cleaning. Right, well, let's assign our keeper. We do need to make sure they're trained up, because there's a lot of animals in these now. And they passed quarantine, the foxes. Perfect. Do we have any more challenges? Yes, adopt and place 2 different exhibit species. We're not going to be doing that, so I'm going to just cancel that one. We're only doing habitat species now for this zoo. So let's have a quick check on our keepers just to make sure they're okay. We've got 2 of them on ungulars. Yeah, you are having a high workload. Let's train you both up. Let's train up the other one on bears as well. They seem to be managing though. And the outsiders one, they're doing quite well as well. The macaques are okay now. We've also got our mechanics and our security and our caretakers need training up. I know we can do this all at once, but I just want to see where we're at with training. Yes, and I didn't add these in. This is why it's good to check through occasionally. We built this whole section. I didn't put them in the same work zone. So let's go to our vendors. I think we did make a work zone called Shops Middle for them. So let's put this into Shops Middle. Everyone here. Shops Middle, Shops Middle. And then we just need to make sure that Shops Middle definitely includes these shops here. So if we edit work zone, yeah, it needs to include all of these. Cool. So it's going to be those 2 and these 3. And they've got that staff room here. And then there's 2 toilets here, but that's just toilets. So as long as they're in the zoo, yeah, the caretakers can clean them up. Cool. Let's get our 2 foxes from quarantine and put them into the habitat. Let's see what they actually want. And I think we can also fairly safely delete these now, because we don't need those on the outside. With the paths, we don't want to have this come too close to the little, what's it called, wind turbine here, because otherwise the guests aren't going to be happy with it. So I'm just going to align to grid, maybe bring the path down. If I put the railing back on, maybe bring the path down here. Yeah, and then that misses it quite nicely. They can go around the fox habitat this way. There we go. And we do want to add some decoration in here, so why don't we do that? Let's filter by Tundra and get a few trees and plants in here. I don't want to go crazy, but we just need to turn on random rotation and just add a couple of trees in here is probably good. And I think we're also going to just grab the wind turbine. Where is it? Yeah, here. Because we've made some nice little decorations for it. Just need to duplicate this across. And we can add this into our wind turbine over here. Just to give it a bit of extra something. That's better. There we go. This area looks much nicer now. Just on the side. And our foxes are in here. Oh my goodness. Look at you. How beautiful are they? All right. Well, we need to make sure you've got ample terrain makeup and space and everything. But also, can you get out? Because that's a pretty key thing. Yes, you can. And you know why you can? Is because I've been so silly. And I forgot to put glass in these. So there's literally just massive holes here for them to run through. That's hilarious. Okay, well, let's fix that now with some glass, shall we? I'm going to select the wall panels here. We can just get the 4x4 thin is pretty good. And just place that in. Something like this would be absolutely fine. Oh, I need to turn off random rotation as well. Otherwise, that's going to get very annoying very quickly. And as long as they're, like, within the wall like this, it's absolutely fine, basically. It'll stop them escaping. We just need a solid barrier here. So if we put these in along each of these little openings, then our foxes aren't going to be able to get out. There we go. Right, let's have a look at them now. Can you escape? I don't think they can. No, I think this is... Yeah, the barrier is very slightly on the inside, which is quite annoying. I'm just going to delete this barrier here and make sure that it's on the outside of this habitat. Because I've had very thin margins in how I've made this, which I probably shouldn't have done. What we need is for it to come... I basically made this hug the wall completely, like, really tight. So that's why we've got the fact that they can escape slightly on these, because they can basically cross that area. Let's just check that out now. Can they escape now? No. Okay, cool. So they can't actually escape. It's 3 meters high and they can't jump out. So that's absolutely fine. Yeah, they haven't escaped. It's all good. It's all good. Let's just check up on them. So they need less long grass and more soil. We can easily do this. I do want to make the terrain a bit more interesting for them as well, and I want to give them a little water area. So I think what I'm going to do is what similarly to what we did with the Arctic foxes, I'm going to make a few little like raised areas and what do you call them, like depressed areas into here. And we can create a little water area somewhere for them, and we can have a burrow built into one of these hills, because that seems a bit more realistic. So animal burrow, we're going to put one in here. Seems like a good spot. And then just smooth this out. And I want to see where our water treatment is as well, because ooh, we've not got any touching. Okay, that's going to be an issue. Oh, can we... Just thinking if this one is close enough. No. All right, well, we're going to need a new one over here anyway for our wolves. So let's just put another water treatment area in. This could go behind the guest area, to be honest. As long as it's not going to impact the guests, this would actually be a good spot for it. I'm going to put one along here. And I'm also going to add in a wind turbine to make sure it functions, because I don't know if we've got power out here. Oh, it is captured within this one. Yeah, we do. Okay, so that's actually fine on its own. Well, let's hook this up with a staff path. But now we'll leave it as it is for now, because I think we're going to build a bit more in this section, and we'll incorporate it into maybe another building or something. But for now, this will actually provide treated water in this area, and it's already powered by the wind turbines we have in here, so we don't need to worry about that. Now they just need a little bit of water to drink from. So let's put a little water area in, maybe here. Instead of having this be raised on this side, we'll have this be down, because this is also where the guests can see the foxes. That's probably not too bad. If we can smooth this out a little. I don't think this is going to be that. I think this will look pretty reasonable. I think that's all right. Okay, let's play that and see what they think. They want more short grass, but we can easily do that. Let's paint some short grass in. And it's starting to snow. That's quite cute, and they're happy with snow as well. They just want a minimum amount of soil and grass. So what we can do is if we have an area at the back here maybe that's covered, then they'll be absolutely fine with that. Yeah, let's put a roof on. So if we, again, we can go with our Arctic pieces, but I think these are the Arctic roof pieces anyway. Okay, I feel like this this kind of works. Maybe if we flatten off this hill very slightly as well. Let's just smooth down the... so it's not quite so steep. This mound that we have here. But it has got their burrow in it, so we can only do so much. But I think this is fine. We've kind of got a little area that's a bit protected from the elements back here now. So we don't need to put any heaters in, because they're fine with the temperature. They just want a bit of solid, like, terrain. Like, they want grass and soil at all times. So let's see if we can make this work with a bit of soil as well back here. And if that will keep them happy. Yeah, okay, there we go. So if we have that amount of... we can put a tiny bit more in, I suppose. But like, if we've got a bit of soil back here and a bit of grass, they're always happy. Regardless of whether it snows or not, these guys are going to be happy. Which is what we're after. And it's out of the work zone, I think. So that's the alerts we're getting. Let's put it back into the canids work zone, because I accidentally deleted the door at one point. And then we're going to put the water treatment into the zoo work zone so our mechanics fix it, as well as this habitat. Now now it's gone back into work zones. So this habitat, in theory, is everything that these guys want. They don't have any enrichment, but they're happy with the space. They're happy with the hard shelter availability, because I've got the burrow and this now. And they are happy with the terrain makeup. They haven't got the right plants though. We haven't got anything that they would require yet, and they don't have any enrichment. So I reckon we go and put those things in. Let's start with enrichment. If we filter by species, red fox, we can definitely get some stuff in here. Red fox. Or what have we got? We need to put some food in for them as well before I forget. So let's put a small food tray is probably enough. On maybe in here. And just smooth that out. And then we do want to put in enrichment. We're going to give them food enrichment as well, but I guess if they don't fill all the enrichment feeders, they've got at least a food tray where they can put it rather than dumping it on the floor. Let's put a couple of these bamboo feeders. Are they just going to roll away? Okay, is there anywhere that's not a slope? We might just need to flatten this very slightly, so that it's more stable. That's better. Okay, and then we can put in maybe a gift box. Quite festive. We can have an ice ball. A dog ball. This is also enrichment feeding, I think. That's alright. That can go around the place. Is there a flat area? That's relatively flat, I think. It can roll around. I just don't want it to always go to the same place. But that's okay. If that rolls down there, that's fine. And then we'll maybe do a blood scent marker back here. And they can have a bubble machine back here, to be fair. Oh no, that's going to take up too much space in the thing. Let's give them a tennis ball and another gift box back here. That should be plenty of toys. I'm hoping anyway. Yeah, are you happy? They're happy. Cool. 100% enrichment. It's recalculating their land area, but it's definitely going to be fine. And the plants wise, we do need to put these in. So let's do that now. We want them from the Tundra really, because that's where the zoo is. So it'd be easier to make them survive. And it doesn't really matter plant wise what we have. I think I might just filter by Tundra. If they're happy with all of those regions, I can select all of them and we'll go from there. But I think I'll try and keep it in keeping with the other ones we have in the zoo. So like this larch tree we've got everywhere. So let's put things like this in, and Scots pine and stuff like that. I think that might be good, to be honest. I don't want to put too much in here. And because they're kind of happy with anything. They're happy with 0, they're happy with 100%. They're very relaxed. So I think this is probably worth doing. What's without power? Oh, it's just education. Okay, fine. What power source is failing, I guess? Which one is it? Is it you? Yeah, I think it's this one. Oh, no, it's this one, isn't it? Yeah, this one needs fixing. I think we might have to put this one on every 9 months. I mean, to be fair, our mechanic's been doing that research we set them on and forgot about. So let's see if they've done it. They have. They've done 2 of them. You can stop now, my friend. Sorry. Please get back to your normal day job. That's absolutely fine. I just wanted a few red fox pieces here. So now we should be able to type in red fox. And we get something come up. Yeah, we've got some... we've got a gargoyle for them as well. Cool. But also we've got a sign. This is what I was after. So on some of these... flat pieces here, we can put a nice red fox, which looks very pretty. Okay, I think that's pretty good. And we can set all of our education to be on the red foxes now. Hopefully this all has power around here. I'm pretty sure this whole area is covered with power though, so that's a good thing that we've set up. And you can see actually all of the lights are on, which is cute. Very festive. So let's make sure all of these are on. I think this is the last board here. Yeah, nice. Okay, so our education's on. Let's put in our donation bins as well. We're going to need normal bins on these paths too, because they are new. And then we want to make sure we put in our red and green donation bins, kind of like alternating. Let's put a red one here, a green, then we'll have a red, and then a green. And that's probably good. I'm actually going to put them at the sides of these as well. I put them right in the middle in the way, but I think I'm going to just shuffle them over so they're not obscuring the view for our guests. There we go. And our red panda's about to have babies. Oh my goodness, I didn't realize they were pregnant. Right, well, our male can move back into their habitat then. Let's shuffle you back in. You've been breeding very quickly. That's amazing, because we only just put you in here. Yeah, November 41. Oh, wow. This will be special. Are you going to give birth now? Are you climbing? She's very interested in climbing, it has to be said. She's much more of a climber than a giving birther. Oh, yeah, she's down. She's lying down. Oh, my goodness. Look at you. A baby red panda. Oh, my goodness. Yes. We have a baby red panda in the zoo. That's a special day. They're adorable. And they're happy with everything in the habitat as well. Perfect. Let's check our nutrition on our animals while I'm thinking about their welfare. I think hopefully we've got some better food quality. Yeah, our black bear can have better food quality. And our red pandas are on grade 2, but maybe we've unlocked more. If we click on our vet research, they've been working on the red pandas, haven't they? And they finished it. Cool. Well, let's not give them a break. Let's send them straight on through to the American bison, and they can work on that. And we can probably now put the food quality up for the red pandas as well. So the new baby is going to have the finest quality food available. Also, didn't we have our beavers? I thought we researched them. Oh, yeah, they're on grade 3. I must have looked. It's the red fox is grade 1 and the moose is grade 1 on either side. Our moose are hungry. Oh, okay, that's not good. How are our keepers getting on? Yeah, you're still... You need a bit more training. I wonder if we need a third keeper on the ungulates. I'm going to train up all of our staff. Just to make sure. But this habitat seems to be fairly successful. And look, they're even swimming. Oh my goodness, I didn't know that they swam. Look at them. This is just really supposed to be for drinking, but that's perfect. If you want to swim around, go for it. They're very cool. That is so cool. Oh my goodness, the guests are so close to this that they like clip through when they lean in. Oh, that's not intentional. But that is quite funny. To just have his face buried in the side. Because it's all on this grid, but that's fine. It's fine. I regret nothing. And I'm glad that they've got a little area that they can chill in as well. Even if they don't want to be outside, this is always grass and soil, so they can shelter in here. And it should be slightly warmer as well. Yeah, it is a bit warmer. Not that, I mean, they're fine anyway, but this is a bit warmer. And they're near this heater, so this area is a bit warmer over here as well. It's not hot, but it's a bit warmer. Well, now they're in here, let's learn a little bit more about the red fox. The red fox is a medium-sized canid that lives throughout Europe, Asia, and North America, as well as areas of Northern Africa. They have thick red fur that may be grizzled with brown or black and have a white underside. The tail is long and bushy, and the legs are characteristically black. Males measure 96 to 115 centimeters in total length, and they stand 35 to 50 centimeters tall at the shoulder. They weigh between 4.3 and 7.6 kilos. Females are smaller and lighter at 91 to 110 centimeters long, and they measure 33 centimeters to 47 centimeters at the shoulder, weighing around 3.4 to 6.1 kilos. So they are a little bit smaller. The red fox is the most widespread species of terrestrial carnivore in the world, and they're very vocal. They have 20 different types of call. To go with this calling, red foxes have excellent hearing, and they can hear their prey make slight movements even when underground. The red fox grins when it's afraid or demonstrating submission, which can be misinterpreted by humans as a sign of happiness. Male foxes are called tods, and females are called vixens, and their young are called kits. Red foxes are social animals that live in family packs. Such a family usually consists of a dominant mated pair and their litters of the current and previous year. More specifically, these familial packs are a mature mated pair and 1 or 2 generations of offspring who don't reproduce while in the pack. Red foxes are usually monogamous once they've bonded with a partner to establish their own pack, and the vixen approaches estrus in spring, and the pair mate multiple times during the fertile period. The female gives birth to a litter of 4 to 6 kits on average after a pregnancy of 49 to 58 days, although litters of up to 15 kits have been recorded. The vixen remains in the den for 3 to 4 weeks with her litter, while her mate and any offspring from previous litters take care of her. Weaning begins at this time and will be complete by 7 weeks old. The kits are sexually mature at 10 months old and tend to leave the pack soon after, although some do remain for longer in the pack. These young adults don't reproduce while in the pack and will help care for their parents' new litter. Young lone foxes may mate with multiple partners during the breeding season, but will eventually choose a mate to remain with and establish their own family. Thankfully, red foxes are not endangered and their populations are stable. However, in Australia, the red foxes are an invasive species that were introduced for fox hunting, which is a tradition originating and spread from the United Kingdom. Traditional fox hunts for sport are a controversial subject in modern times and banned in many countries. However, foxes are still hunted and kept as a source of furs. They are widely regarded as pests due to them preying on livestock, such as poultry or sheep. And I realized we should probably set some of these up to be the burrow cam. So we've got animal burrow 5. I assume that is this burrow. Let's call this by a normal name. Red fox. And then we might know which one it is. Yeah, we're going to have this one be the red fox. And then we'll probably do the same. Have they got 2 on this side? Yeah, they've got 2. Oh, they've got the door. That's why. Okay, well, I'm going to put this to be the red fox burrow as well. We might as well have it displayed in a few places. Let's have the red fox burrow there. And then on the other side, in the middle, we'll have the red fox burrow. And that way, guests should have a really good view of the habitat. Because even if they're just sleeping, they're going to have the camera in there that shows how they are. You know, where they are, what they're up to. Just chilling in their den. But it seems like they're very active for the daytime. These guys are running around. Giving our guests a little show. Our red foxes seem fairly happy in here. And we've just had an inspector's report come in. So let's have a quick look at that. How are we doing? Habitat 35. That must be the red foxes that I've not renamed it. That's not bad. I have to say, we're doing okay. 4 stars overall. This is going to be red fox, just so we know who's in here. And it's within the work zone fine, I believe. Like, it's in our canids work zone. So we've got the Arctic foxes, the timber wolves, the red foxes, and now I do want to put the Arctic wolves in as well. And for that, I think what I want to do is I want to put them like here, and I want to have kind of a cave den, kind of like we've got here, where we built this here. But I want to have it where the train also goes through the cave, because I think that'd be cool. It's like a tunnel that will go through. And I would like the guests to be able to see through the cave if possible with some glass, so they can like see in, but the wolves don't necessarily know that they're there. Oh, that's a bit dirty. I'm wondering whether we need some more keepers, honestly. It seems like our ungulates are still struggling, so I'm gonna hire another... How much money have we got? That's what we need to check. I think we're making loads. Let's hire another couple of keepers. We're going to have another keeper that's going to work on the ungulates. And then... Oh my goodness, you can hear them howling. You're going to work on the not education ungulates, on keeper ungulates. And then we're going to hire another keeper that's going to work on our canids, because we're still expanding them. And I don't want them to be, like, struggling. The one keeper to do all 4 habitats. That does seem quite a lot. Okay, our Wolverine's about to have babies. Oh my goodness. You already have babies in here. Oh no, we've left Logan in here. Oh, well, we need to move him back. Let's put him back in his habitat before you have your babies. Because that won't be good. Sorry, Logan. I know you're enjoying a bit of blood pumpkin, but you need to move back, my friend. Jean's about to have babies. And it seems like our zoo's a bit underpriced, so let's put our tickets up to 36 and 18 to come in. I think that's pretty good. They're quite happy generally, to be fair. How's our crime doing? We caught a few pickpockets. Okay, there's a bit of pickpocketing in the zoo. But generally, it's not too bad. There's not too much vandalism going on at all. Like, we're actually okay. So, I think let's get started on this habitat over here. I want to hook these up if possible. Because we've got a couple of paths going through here. I'm wondering whether these need to be connected, to be honest. Or whether we can have the habitat be here. Because the wolves aren't going to care too much about the water treatment that we've got here. How big is the ring on this? If we take this scenery and duplicate it, I feel like the ring isn't that big on it. And this should make their negative impact. Yeah, that's 11% now. Should make the negative impact zone on that go down, which is what we want. I reckon we put them in here. Let's have a little look at how big of an area they need as well. Okay, so Arctic wolf is... How many do they live? They live in family packs, I assume they would. So it's going to be 2. We're going to get 2 wolves for now. Going to live in a family pack. And if they have 3 babies per mating event, and they've got juvenile offspring... Yeah, okay. As soon as they're adults, basically, they're going to leave. So probably we're only going to have 3 babies at a time. But let's say that we've got 2 adults and... How many do they live in? Groups of 8. Let's say 2 adults and 6 babies, which is maybe a more realistic amount. They're going to need 1,530 meters squared. Bella's also about to give birth to another wolf, which is amazing. Is this... These are the boys. Bella's here, about to have babies. What's the difference if we put it on, like, 4 adults and 4 babies? Oh, it is noticeable. Okay, so for 8 adults, 0 babies... We're looking at 1,800. So as long as it's at least that, I think we'll be okay. Oh my goodness, we've got a baby timber wolf. How adorable. They're so cute. Oh, well done. This family pack is growing. We've got a young... I think this is Jacob. No, this is the young adult. So we've got Jacob here. And then we've got a young adult. We've got another juvenile. Oh, this is adorable. What do they do with their babies when they grow up? So they leave to become lone wolves, don't they? Yeah. Okay, I think we may need to have our male released to the wild, because you should really be a lone wolf. So I'll release you into the wild. Bless them. Right. Well, if we're going with that, we need like 1,800. I didn't check the requirements of the barrier. It needs to be taller than 1.25 meters, so they're really not fussy. We can probably use some fencing like we've got here. That'll be nice and easy. Let's do that. So for now, let's block out our barriers. We're going to want a small habitat gate. We'll be absolutely fine here. The keeper hut is here, so I'm very tempted to put this in like here, honestly. We can have it back onto this habitat. And then we're going to get null barriers. Make them 4 meters. And just have this come along. Probably like here. Okay, that's 2,800 meters. I think that's quite large. How big is our timber wolf habitat here? 2,300 to be fair. So maybe that is a reasonable size. I do just want to have the train come in here, but the train can always dip through like this and then carry on. Or we could have the cave be here. I think this will work actually where the train is. We could have a little barrier. I want some part of the cave that's going to be near the guests. There's not going to be a lot of areas for the guests to see. I'm thinking what we could do is we could align to grid and have a section come off of here. And this could be the bit that links in with the, like, where the guests can see into the back end of the cave. I think that would be quite cool. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so they can come up here. And then the cave can be over here. Like, the den area can be at this back end here. We're going to need some water, but they got plenty of water treatments. They should be fine. I think this will work. Let's build in our cave area. And hopefully the terrain isn't too angry about this. I think what we're going to have to do is use a large area here. pull it up. And then do flatten to foundation across and make like a larger little mountain area. I don't even call it a hill. It's not really a mountain, is it? Okay, I feel like that's a huge amount of progress. So we've made a kind of expansive system here where the train can go through and they can see all along this side, and the guests can come and walk and see through here, and our wolves can have a nice little covered den area. I think this is pretty cool. I'm going to put some bedding in before I forget and just make sure that this is specific to the Arctic wolves going forward. So if we just filter by the Arctic wolf, we can now get some bedding options in here. I'm going to put these on random rotation and just have a number of them in here. So it's just a nice little bedding area. That's probably good. They know they can come and sleep in here. And the guests should get a great view of them if they come and look at them either through here or on the train. The train is actually going to see some cool inside of the den here. I like this. And there's a few little like entrance ways for the wolves to get in. Now let's actually get some wolves so we have someone to put in there when we built it. We're gonna say Arctic wolf. Please say we've got some. Oh, I've only got females at the minute, but that's fine. Let's pick the best female from these that we have. Now they're all around the same age. Genetic wise, I feel like this might be our best bet. This female here. Well, she's a bit older, though. This one's a bit younger. I'm going to go for the younger one here and send her into quarantine so that she could, just in case she's got any, like, injuries or illnesses coming into the zoo. We don't want to have that spread anywhere. And we want to make sure we're treating them ASAP for any injuries. And then we do need to put our actual fence in. So I'm going to turn this section of barrier here into null barrier. And then we want to put some fencing in, basically like we've got over here. I think what I might do is just grab this fence post and duplicate it. I really need to turn random rotation off. Where is that? Let me just click something and turn random rotation off, because that's going to be incredibly annoying. And actually, I might delete this piece because I don't want it duplicated with random rotation. Let's grab this one here. Has that got lights on it? I want to make sure I've got all of the lights. Yes. Okay, cool. Got all of the lights here. And then what we can do is just kind of like duplicate these around the whole habitat like this, because they're 4 meters wide. They're pretty easy to just put in like this. Okay, and now we've got this kind of like base layer set up. What I'm going to do is get the large logs. I'm going to turn off the Arctic filter. And we want some, where is it? In all, I think. We want like, where are the big logs? These logs. We want to just put these in on any corners like this. I think that's what we've done over here. Just to keep the style the same. Yeah, 2 meters. Just put in the logs like in here on the corners, because they kind of fit in quite nicely. There we go. And we haven't even had to turn our train off. Our train can keep running this whole time. I think we should get another train in here as well, because we've only got like 3 running at one time. And I feel like we can genuinely afford 4. We can't change it without closing it. That's the only thing. We've got 1 here. 1. Oh, maybe not. That one's at the next station. Maybe 3 is fine, actually. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it how it is. Our Arctic wolf has passed quarantine. Bison sheep need cleaning. Okay, that's good to know. How are they doing? We did just get another keeper to work in the ungulates section, so hopefully when they get trained up, they'll be a bit better at it. I think we're doing okay. Our educators, we don't have any educators working on the canids section, interestingly. So I think we might need to set that up. Oh, I tell you why. It's because we put the outsiders one to include the canids, didn't we, for now? Because we didn't set up education. So we'll do that after. We'll set up education for the canids properly. I'm going to just see if we've got a male available now. Ah, there is a male. Okay, perfect. I'm going to grab him, send him to quarantine. But the female has passed quarantine. So let's put her into the habitat and see how it's actually doing. See if it's suitable. Let's move you into here. Habitat 37. We're going to rename this to be Arctic Wolf. And that way we know. And then I am going to add this into the work zones. I'm going to add this into Keeper Canids. And I'm also going to put it in the zoo work zone. We're going to need a water. Oh my goodness. How did I put this up here? That's hilarious. Oh my goodness. It's like the elf on a shelf mischief. Okay. We've discovered a diseased animal. Oh no. Oh no, we're gonna quarantine you. It's because of it wasn't cleaned enough, because our keepers are struggling. Okay, well that's not good. Who else is diseased? I'm gonna quarantine everyone that's diseased. There's a lot of animals in here, so hopefully they don't all have it, but I feel like they might. We'll have to see how we go. We are quarantining. Has our keeper been called? Yeah, keeper's been called. Okay. Fine, I think they're feeding them. And I believe our Arctic fox has just arrived. So let's have a look at them. Oh my goodness. Aren't they beautiful? Whoa. This is our female here. She looks incredible. Look at that coat. Love it. Right, well, let's check if she can get out, because that would be pretty bad. Can you escape? No, can't escape anywhere. And you've got plenty of space. That's pretty good. Okay, we've got more disease animals. I'm getting nervous about this. Let's quarantine everyone. Okay, you've already been picked up. You've passed quarantine, so let's move you in here. Get you out of the disease zone. Okay, well, how do you feel about it? The terrain makeup, they're super happy, to be honest, because it's all just snow, which is fine for them. And environment, they don't like this plant we have here. But to be honest, we could just move these back. I'm thinking what we had these in for. I might just delete them, honestly. Whichever ones are encroaching. Yeah, that's fine. Because it was just because it backed onto the guest area here. But now the guests can kind of see them when they're eating. If they sit here, they can see into the Arctic wolf habitat, which is awesome. Oh no, more disease, more disease. It's this one habitat. They are taking them away, though. They are taking them away. Hopefully, they'll run through the vet surgery and they'll be fine. And not all of them are diseased. Like, some of them are absolutely fine. So we are getting on top of the quarantine, I think. Oh, we've just had our mail arrive. Oh, big yawn. Big yawn. Beautiful boy. And a howl, a little howl. She's coming out of the cave. Oh my goodness, she was already using the cave. That's amazing. Wow. Where's our male gone? Did he run off? Yeah, he's just exploring. Okay, well, we need to make sure these guys have enrichment in here. So we've got them filtered. Let's put in some food as well. Food and water. I'm going to put in a large tray for them. And feeding wise, I think this would be a good area, to be honest, for guests to see. That's quite cool. I don't think they're shy around humans. No, they're confident because they're wolves. And they're like, we're not scared of you. So let's put in some enrichment for them. We're gonna have a good feeder in here. Where are the guests gonna see them? They're gonna see them around here, honestly. I think a rotation line feeder there. Maybe a plain zebra, or maybe go the pronghorn. It's a bit more like a reindeer, isn't it? I'm trying to keep it in theme for this zoo. Put a deer feeder there. Let's put these guys in quarantine. You're already going. And then as far as food enrichment, I don't know how much more they need, really. There's only a couple of them in here. That's probably fine for food enrichment. Let's just check. Yeah, food enrichment's good. They just need toys now. Okay, fine. Let's put some toys in. So if we're going to need some water, let's put a little water area in for them to drink. I think here makes pretty reasonable sense. I think that's quite cool. Because they probably want to swim a little bit as well, won't they? And this is definitely within the water zone. So it's being treated. I mean, it's literally next to water treatment right there. But they've got water now. They've got food. Let's put some toys in. They're going to have an ice ball. Because, you know, got to stay on theme. A large snowball as well. They could have a colourful ball, but they've already got a couple of balls now. Let's give them a gift box. Because animals always love them for some reason. Dog ball is another food enrichment. But they've got enough right now. And let's give them a blood scent marker around here as well. That could be enough toys. Yeah, they're happy with that. We could give them a rubber duck as well. Go on, we'll give them a rubber duck in the water. That's something else. Can we recolor that one as well, the rubber duck? We can. Oh my goodness. We've got to have it be like white, haven't we? It's an Arctic duck. It's got to fit in. Okay, well, they're pretty happy enrichment-wise. They're also happy for their plants, interestingly. I'm going to have a look and see what trees and stuff we've got. If we draw from the Taiga plants as well, there are a few trees we can give them, but they're clearly happy with anything, so I don't want to give them too much. I think some trees would be nice, but we don't want to do too much if they're not that bothered for it. So let's put a little bit of nature in. We'll put some rocks in and we'll put a few plants in just to make this area look a bit more alive. Okay, I think that's pretty cool. We've got some bushes in here. We've got some trees, some rocks. They seem happy. It's only 15%, so I think that's pretty good for them. And they're happy with the terrain makeup, so we haven't got to do anything about it. Perfect. These guys are nicely settled. Like, this is actually what they're after, which is perfect. Oh, I love it. I love it. Okay, it's not done, though. It does need more. We need education for them. So we don't have any of these signs put up. I think let's grab a couple of these. I don't know if these are all one piece. This is part of this set. Okay. Can we duplicate these? Yeah, I'm going to exit the group. have some of these set up. Maybe even like here. We want to have them so they're visible to guests. Probably like one there would be good. And we'll change this to be the Arctic wolf. And now we should just be able to duplicate. If we merge them together, we should just be able to duplicate this. And put a few of them around just so that our guests have reasonable education on the Arctic wolves. Oh no. Oh dear, that's not good. Okay, I'm going to pause that there. You're going to have to be emergency captured because you're a dangerous animal. And then I'm going to have to move this rock. I did wonder about this rock, whether they were going to be able to jump out because of it. I think what I'm going to do is move it to like here. Okay, I need to check whether they can break out or not. So let's click habitat and click on the wolf there. No, that was the only spot. It was actually the one I really should have checked. Because I did think, I bet they can jump out, but I didn't think it would happen for some reason. Even knowing that, I still didn't actually test it to see if they could jump out. I don't want to put too much education everywhere, is the problem, because I don't want to block their view. But I would like to get some in here just to teach our guests about them. I'm trying to put a few of these around at, like, reasonable points. I don't want to be annoying with blocking the guest view all the time. But I do, you know, it's good to learn about the animals. That's why they're here. So they can learn more about them. So I think that's probably a good spread of education. And then we're going to need our donation bins, obviously, and some normal bins. So I'm going to put both of those in now, just alternating the colors. I think that's probably good. We've got like 5 donation bins around here. That's every spot where they might see them and decide to donate. So I think that's okay. We've got our nice polar bear here as well. Very cute. This guest area might see a bit more action now that there's even more reason to go here. And it's nice and close, the gate, to the actual keeper hut too. So what we could do is connect this along. And then there's 2 ways in. I think that might be better. Like that. There we go. And now our keepers can come this way as well. Well, now these guys are in here, I think let's learn a little bit more about the Arctic wolves. The Arctic wolves are a large canid species that live in northern Canada and Greenland. Also known as white wolves, they are large pack predators that feed primarily on musk oxen and Arctic hares, although they may also eat foxes, birds, and bear cubs, as well as occasionally scavenging carrion. The wolves are mainly white, although some individuals may be pale grey or blonde, and are larger and of a stockier build than other subspecies of wolf, weighing between 32 and 80 kilos, and measuring between 1 and 1.8 meters long. The Arctic wolves are larger and stockier than any other species of wolves, enabling them to withstand the harsh conditions in which they live. All Arctic wolf pups are born with blue eyes which turn orange or yellow between ages 4 to 8 weeks old, although very occasionally a wolf may retain their blue eyes to adulthood. Arctic wolves have had little exposure to humans and thus are not scared of people. They are likely to approach humans with curiosity, so having the open fencing like we have is actually probably quite cool for enrichment for them. Arctic wolves can withstand temperatures as low as -53 degrees C, so they definitely don't need heaters. And the population of Arctic wolves fluctuates depending on the success of the breeding season of their prey. The wolves are very social animals that live in family packs, and the average pack consists of an alpha male, an alpha female, their juvenile offspring, and a litter of pups that are less than a year old. These are closely bonded, and wolves get distressed if their pack is separated or if a pack member dies. Only the alpha male and alpha female in a pack have pups. The adults are monogamously bonded and mate for life, while their pups stay with their parents until they reach sexual maturity or until food competition becomes too high, at which point they'll leave to become a lone wolf. Lone wolves search for another lone wolf of the opposite sex and establish a territory, and if successful in finding a partner, they mate during the breeding season and reproduce a litter of pups once a year, remaining together for life. Thankfully, the Arctic wolves are not endangered. Their natural environment is so harsh that they don't have to deal with the impact of human development, such as land use change by urbanization or agriculture. However, they are negatively affected by climate change. Unseasonal summers and winters have affected the breeding success of the hares and the muskox that they prey upon. which can cause a decrease in the wolf population that we really need to keep an eye on. Because just because these guys are out of sight doesn't mean they should be out of mind. And now we've got them in here, what we really need to do is get our education sorted out. So while I'm here, I'm going to train all the staff up. And I'm going to check up on our vet research, because that's been plowing on. We're getting there with Bison. That's good. Okay, let's put our, where is it? Our food, our animal food up for the Bison, because they've probably got grade 3. Yeah, grade 3 food. Perfect. We want everyone to be on the highest food quality they can, to try and be as ethical as we can with them. But we need to research it first. So we're going to go through the research in order of who came into the zoo, because it seems only fair to do that, because they've been here longer, having lower quality food. So we've got a couple of signs need replacing. I wonder whether we hire another security guard. I think that might be worth it, because we are continuing to expand the zoo. Let's find where they are. Let's put you on security. Oh, security work zone. I've not kept expanding. Oops. Okay, that's possibly why. Oh my goodness. Look at all this area they need to cover. Okay, let's put you on all this section here. I'm careful of the staff rooms. I don't want to click on the wrong staff room. I think one of these is for a general. Yeah. Oh no, they have their own staff room, the security, don't they? They've got their own staff room, which helps them be better at doing security stuff, basically. But I just want to make sure all the items are included. Because basically, if nothing on this side of the zoo is included, they're not going to walk this way. It doesn't have to be everything, but just they're going to need to walk the whole zoo. You're going to have to highlight the whole zoo if you want them to do that. So that's much better now. And hopefully they can manage it with 3 of them. We may need another one at some point. That's fine. We can just get them as we need them. Education-wise, we do need to sort it out. So our work zone for education, currently our outsiders work zone, oh, it doesn't have the canids. I thought we put them in. Oh, that's even worse. Okay, so there's nothing set up. I just realized I was on the wrong work zone, so that's why. Yeah, our education outsiders includes both of these posters. So I'm going to take these out. And now the outsiders work zone is just going to do the macaques and the beavers. That's all they're going to do. And then we've got these need to go on their own work zone, which I'm going to rename here. Education canids. And that is going to have the Arctic fox, the timber wolves, the red fox, which doesn't have an education post, and the Arctic wolves. I'm just wondering where to put them. I think for the ease of them walking, it would make sense to put both of the education spots like up here. So I'm going to put the animal talk point here for the Arctic wolves. And then for the red fox, this is the best side to do it, to be honest. I think we might put it here. And they can talk about the red foxes. So when do these talks kick off? When is the Arctic fox one? You are in June. I know there's no one assigned to it, but that's fine. Let's reset this. So you're going to start in December. Then we're going to leave 2 months. So we've got December, January, February. The Timberwolves are going to be in March. Then we're going to move up. The red foxes are going to be next. So we're going to leave March, April, May. These guys are going to be in June. And then we'll leave 2 months for these guys. July and August. And these guys are going to be September. And then we've got October, November, 2 months. And then back to December. So this works fairly well. We do need to get an educator assigned to this. So let's hire a new educator. And we can assign you to the new work zone. So no work zone. We're going to change this to be education canids. And now all of these should operate. Can you throw food? I mean, there is someone assigned to it. Let's let you check that. I'm sure that will refresh soon. Unless I've done this wrong, I'm pretty sure that works. Have I included? No, I haven't. Okay, it is correct. It is correct. I need to add them into the work zone, don't I? There we go. So you're in that work zone. I'm also going to put them in the zoo work zone, just because everything's in the zoo work zone. If I can click on this one. There we go. And now this should function. Can you throw food? To suitable ground. Ooh, do you think that's because of this tree? Yeah, can throw food. Okay, cool. You can throw food. What about you guys? I don't know if they'll get it over the fence. Yeah, it's too high. But that's because the red foxes jump like anything. So that's fine. You've got it in June. I do want to put a little bit of nature in this zone here as well, just because there's not much there. Let's take out Taiga and just have a few Tundra bushes or something. There we go. It looks a bit nicer, doesn't it? Okay. Well, now our education is properly set up. Our outsiders are just the beavers and the macaques now. We need to continue them this way as well. And I think we've got more bears we want to put in as well. But at least we've got 4 canids in the zoo now. That's perfect. Got our beautiful Arctic... Oh, they're in here as well. Our Arctic wolves. Look at them. Walking around. And I do love that the train can easily come through here. It's kind of like a mine shaft or something. And they come through into here. I should probably continue this beam down actually as well. Now I'm looking at it. It probably needs this like every so often on this side when there's a cross beam. Or even every other cross beam. It should probably have one. That seems a bit better. Okay. Oh, and here it comes. The train's coming. This is so cool. And they should see them from here as well, the train. Like, if we ride in it, can we ride the train? I want to be in the next one. How do I choose this? Oh, no. Yes, it's this train, isn't it? Car 2. Look at that. Oh, my goodness. You could see straight into the habitat. Our little Arctic wolves. Absolutely adorable. That's so cute. And they're a welcome addition to this zoo, aren't they? And it started to snow. How magical. Well, I want to continue expanding our zoo. Now we've got these in here. I do love that we've got the railway track going right next to these guys. Oh, and they've thrown in some food for them with the education talks. Oh, perfect. I don't think we're going to be able to put some seating in for everyone to sit down. I was wondering whether we could get one of these in, like that we've done before, but I don't think it's fine to stand up for some of them. And this is a massive area of path. I think they're a great addition to the canid section of our zoo, and I want to keep expanding our zoo. So let's have a look at where we're at with our zoo currently. We've got, if you can see through the blizzard, we've got our reindeer habitat here. We've got our American bison, bighorn sheep, and moose around here. So these are like our ungulates all over here. And then we've just added 4 canids in. So we've got the Arctic fox, where are they? The Arctic fox is here. We've got the timber wolves. Then if we come down, we've got the red fox here, and now the Arctic wolves. And then we've got 2 outsiders over here. And I'm wondering whether we continue the outsiders or carry on with our bear section. For lack of a better word. There was a word that we called it. I can't remember what it is now. But we've got 2 Wolverines. We've got Formosan black bears and red pandas. I think we've obviously got to get the polar bear at some stage over here. But for now, I'm thinking maybe we continue with the outsiders and kind of push the way that we've been expanding. Like, push out this way. We've got all this space here that's unused. And we're going to go with the grey seal for this habitat. Now, my plan is to kind of put the grey seal and then maybe the king penguin and the red crown crane, because they're all from the tundra. If we can put them into the outsiders, I know they're not related. And actually, I think the grey seals are more closely related to the wolverines, you guys were saying. But just how we've split these out, I feel like they make sense, at least to our guests when they come in. These are our outsider group. And then we're going to have the more bear-related animals over here. And we do need to get some big cats in here at some point. And we can see if we want to continue our ungulate section over here, because we have a nice group of them right now. We can add another. There's plenty to go for. But if we're just going for the tundra animals, there's not too many that we haven't already had. If we expand it to Taiga, there are many more animals we can have. We can have like a whole farm going. So you can see we've got pigs, we've got chickens. There's loads of them we can put in. There's more cattle and sheep and stuff as well. Like, we could have a whole like Santa's farm situation going on. But I think for now, let's carry on with what we're doing with the tundra animals. And we're going to put in the grey seal into our zoo. So these guys, how do they live? They spend most of their lives hunting solitarily in the ocean. And they'll be fine with other seals, but they really only group together on land during the breeding season. So it's 2 males, up to 2 males, and up to 8 females. So it's really 3 and 8. It'd be better if we just had like probably a couple of females and a male then. That's interesting. If they spend all their time separately, I wonder whether we should split them out. But they need to be in a group of 3. So I guess we can't really do that. We'll just put in a small group of them. If we put in 1 male and 2 females, and then we let them breed on their own, that's probably enough, isn't it? And that's kind of as close as we can get. So they live to 25 years, and they will be sterile after 30 years if they live that long. But basically 5 to 30 is the breeding area, and they have 1 baby. So if we've got, let's say we've got 3 adults here, and we're gonna have 6 babies. Oh no, there's 2 females on there. That's like, it's probably gonna be 3 adults and 4 babies, to be honest. That's not a lot of space they're gonna need. We're talking about maybe 1,000 square meters, aren't we? Of land, water, and deep water put together. They only need grade 2 fencing taller than 1.8 meters. So I think we'll be okay with our small fencing. We can just have it be at 2 meters high, can't we? Let's put in a little area for them. I think here would be a great shout. And what I want to do is I want to have it so that the guests can see, like, underwater. Obviously, we've got to have that. You know, you've got to have some underwater viewing. So I think what we'll do is if we align to grid here, we can probably leave the train where it is. Can we? I'd like to. I'm not sure we can. And maybe if we align to grid and we have a smaller path, that would be fine. Yeah, we might do that. Just have like 2 wide. Yeah, I think this will work. I just want to give them enough width in their habitat as well, because I don't think that's going to be that wide. So I tell you what, we can have it go like this. And what we can also do is edit the train so that that goes down along next to the path. I think this would be cool. Okay. Right, I'm going to delete the path here. What we're going to do is stop our train. How do I do this? We're going to close the train. It's up there. Close the train, and then we can edit it. And let's delete this section of track here. And now if we pause the game as well so we don't get loads of angry guests. And then what we're going to do is get the terrain tools. We're going to stamp out an area. Now, I want this to be quite deep, probably, actually. I think I'm going to go 8 meters. And let's just use the advanced move tools. And width, 6 meters is probably good because we're going to basically have it be a 4-meter path that the guests can go along. It's kind of like the seal tunnel, I guess. And we'll just continue to stamp this along. And then I do think we're going to do the same actually for the tracks as well. So I'm going to put this in next to it and have a nice big area that's stamped out. There we go. I think that's all right. Now what we should be able to do is align to grid and place this here. We may need to just slightly work with the path here. 2 hours later. It might be better if we align to grid here. That's better. Now we've got a grid we can use. Okay, cool. I'm going to do it from this end. There we go. And now what we can do is we can delete the path in here and have this go down. Okay, so if we're going to start them both going down there, I think we'll do like, it'll go down once and then it'll level off like this. So it's kind of like tiered down. Because that way, if anyone has any like accessibility requirements, it's not going to be as difficult for them. I think that works quite well. We've got like a step down there. I don't really think it needs to be any wider than that either. Like 1 meter is probably fine. Okay, to put our glass barrier in, I'm not going to do it on this end because we've had a bit of terrain messing up that we did here. And this end is much neater, so I'm going to put it over here. I'm going to put it as close to the soil here as I can. And I want to get this to be a straight line if possible. So I feel like that's fairly straight. I also don't want it to be 4 meters. That's one thing I want to change. I want this to be 20 meters probably and make it as big as I can. Because I feel like we can do this in 3 pieces of glass. So let's put it, I think that's pretty good. We'll do the same again and the same again here. And then I think 20 is not a bad shout actually. Yeah, 4 glass panels of 20 meters is pretty good. That's kind of what we wanted. And now what we can do is we can have null barriers for the rest of the habitat. And we can put this, to be honest, we can leave them on 20 as well, or just multiples of 4. And we can stay on the grid if possible, which would be ideal. We're just going to fall a little bit short on that side. So I'm going to put it on 15 here. And I'm going to just continue this along. It doesn't really matter the precise length of this, because this null barrier isn't actually going to be used for anything. It's just a barrier so they know that if the animals cross here, they've broken out of the habitat. That's basically what it's gonna signify. So that is fine. That works. We can now put a habitat gate in as well. I think we're going to use the small wooden one. Where is the nearest keeper hut? That's the question. It's here, isn't it? Yeah, this is a keeper hut here. They can't get through here, so they'll have to walk this way. Really, dead ahead here would be the easiest place for them to access it. So if we make this 4 meters here, we'll be able to see a bit easier where we want this from the edge, because here I do want it to be kind of 4 meters. There we go. So we've got some 4 meter. This is like the 4 meter grid here. You can see the points. So I think really this one about here is probably good. If we put that in there, we can always move it later, but that's probably a good place. And then I think we're going to have to get some actual barriers in so we can do this properly. Now, what the good news about this, and this is why I've built this down here, is we can now push away this terrain, or whatever we want to do. We can flatten to foundation if we want. But effectively, this area is going to be safe from the barriers. It's fine, don't worry. It's kept some of the terrain tool here. It doesn't like the terrain, the barriers. They're always fighting the terrain tools and the barriers. But don't worry about it. It's absolutely fine. Now we've kind of dug in here. What we can do is we can just delete sections of the barrier, wipe that bit of terrain, and then put it back. It's absolutely fine. So if I delete this section, I should be able to get rid of this. I push it away as well. And then I can put the barrier back on 20 meters. Put the barrier back, and it's as if it was never there. There we go. So I'm just going to do that to all 4 sections of this barrier here, just to get rid of all this stuff in the middle, basically. There we go. So now we have barriers on this side. I am going to make these a uniform height. So let's grab our barrier here. And I want this to raise up to match there. And I want this one in the corner to also raise up to match the height of the others. And then this null barrier here, it doesn't actually matter. So I'm just going to leave it how it is. But we've got our glass set here now. So if the water line is here above the above ground level, which it won't be, it would still be contained in here. This will all be watertight. So for example, we can now put water in like that, or even higher. Let's put it up here. And you can see the guests can now go below the water level and see the seals, effectively. So I'm going to take the water out for now, but we have a little water area in there. And I think this would be a cool area for them. So we can have like the land area on this side and the water area on that side. And I am actually going to dig in a little bit around here. Just create a little bit more of a space for the water. Because obviously these guys are mostly water. I don't know how deep they're going to want it to be, but I'm going to make some deeper areas as they go in as well. Just kind of smooth it all out a little bit. So it's not too crazy. I do want to put some interesting water formations in and stuff. Like maybe we'll have some columns or something. Give it a bit of interest. But for now, I think that's probably fine. Just to get a bearing on like the size of what we have. Let's put this in. How big is our area? Okay, so it's 1,800 meters of water and 988 meters of land, sorry, and 988 meters of water. So have we got enough? Probably, yeah. But I do think we're going to want to switch up how we have this distributed, because these guys want more water than land. I think, yeah, definitely we can give them some more water here. So let's do that. Let's mark out the water area. Okay, that's much bigger. What do we think of that? That's probably better. Average water depth, it's not got on there. But this is definitely deep water. It needs to be 4 meters to be deep water. And if you ever want to know what 4 meters is in the game, you can just grab one of these construction wall pieces and you can see this is deep water. So if it's more than 4 meters, it's deep. So this is incredibly deep water here. We've got like 8 how many meters? Probably like 9 meters there. This is at 5 meters, I think, here. So yeah, it's definitely deep water. And the guests can see in through all of this. We can also change the transparency of the water, so the guests have a bit of a better view. I think what we'll do, obviously we've got clean water on here. We're going to put the transparency up to maybe 1.5. See what that looks like. I think that looks a bit better for the guests. Yeah, they can see in now. So that should be good. And I'm just going to smooth off a couple of these corners, just so they're not so strange looking. But generally, I'm pretty happy with this. And what I'm also going to do is just put in a few very small sections where we're just going to build kind of like straight up. If we just flattened foundation, maybe like here. And then pull up. And we'll do the same around here. And then these can be like little areas for them to swim into. We can have like little land areas, like little pockets or something. There we go. I feel like that's pretty cool, isn't it? So now if we go on water, we should have a much more interesting area here. And they're kind of like little ice floats that we've created. But underwater, you can see they've got like little obstacle courses to swim through now. Now if we change this again to be 1.5 as well, they'll have even better view. And you can see, yeah, like that's much cooler, isn't it? They can swim through these gaps. Like, I think this would be a much more interesting and fun place to be swimming around as a seal. Not that I've ever been one. So let's go on terrain. They've got 1,300. They've still got more land than water. So you know what? Let's change it up again. I don't want to get rid of all of their land area, but I do think if they want more water and less land, let's give it to them. Okay, I think that's probably good. That looks good to me. There's plenty of space for them to still shelter and stuff. It's about half, basically. Half and half. But they've definitely got good water availability in there. Let's also actually get some seals. So let's get some grey seals. Grey seal here. And wow, there's a lot available. So, I mean, let's sort them by appeal. 21.6. They are much older. I'm going to get the young male, I think. I know they're more expensive. I'd like to buy them for cash, but we don't seem to have many that are actually available male-wise. So the best females for cash are here. I'm going to go based on genes. This one is 7.8. That's fine. Let's adopt you. And this female here is 8.5. I think that's still good. Let's adopt this one as well. And then if we can basically just filter then by male. And it's just the two of them. So let's get the young one, I think, for 700. We've got the credits. Let's get them. And we can send them all to quarantine. This is just the male, but we're going to send the male to quarantine. And then we can grab the two females and send them to quarantine as well. It's going to be fun having seals in here. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a little inside area for the seals over here. And this will have a barrier to it, like a little building over here. And then this area is going to be outside, and we'll just put in some standard fencing for them. That just kind of goes around the edge. I think that's probably the best way to do it. Yeah, so we're going to do that. Let's use the wooden archway pieces for the building, because I want our guests to be able to see in. We'll obviously fill them with glass as well before I forget this time, because I always seem to do that. Let's get our nice glass modern wall panel thin ones, because I like the thin glass. And then we'll just slide that down. And now it should be completely impassable, this structure. So that's what we like. Now what we can do, I'm going to make a little awning on it as well. So let's select theme Arctic, get rid of glass. I want to make a little awning that goes out for our guests to like be under. We could use this one actually. It's not bad. But I do want them to be able to see our guests. Like, I want our guests to be able to see in quite easy. I think that's actually not bad at all. Doesn't stick out very much. That's the problem. That's why I liked these that we had. Because I feel like they stuck out a bit more. Tell you what, I might even use the roof pieces and have a little structure like this. I think that's a bit better. Okay, I like this little building we've got. I think this is pretty cool. And we do need to change the door area, though, because obviously we're not going to have a solid glass panel that stops our keepers getting in. And we need a way for them to not get out as well. So I think we can easily fix this, though, with just a couple of like little Arctic logs or something. I don't think it needs anything crazy. We could even use this little Arctic fence here that kind of blends in quite well, actually. I don't know whether it's going to be short enough for the seals though, or whether they'll be able to get out, because I think they can jump 1.8 meters, did it say? Taller than 1.8 meters. I don't know how they're so capable of getting out, I have to say. I reckon let's put it in and see what they do, because it may be that this size gap they can't get out like this anyway, but at least we've got something in there. I think that's fine. If we need to put the bigger gate in, we will as well, like the 2-meter high gate. That might be the better option, honestly, actually. If they can jump 1.5, let's just do it now rather than have a problem later. Let's put this gate in here, and we can just double up the fencing that we have. So if we just grab both of these fence panels and raise them up and have them be like double height, that's probably pretty good. Don't think there's a problem with that, is there? That seems pretty good to me. So our keepers should be able to get in there. And then I think even just for the outside, we could use... I think there's aquatic fencing to kind of give it a bit more of the aquatic theme. They have got this fence piece in here. Oh, it's not very tall though. But I wonder whether our guests can see through it is all I'm wondering. Like that. Because we can recolor it to be white is what I'm thinking, and then it's a bit more festive, isn't it? Or like snow rail. I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna put it in. I'm gonna delete that there. We're gonna add in a low level of. If I take off aquatic, I'm gonna want. I'll tell you what. I'll put Arctic and aquatic, and then we got both sets. I'm gonna add this in to the current grid. Now this isn't fully aligned on the grid, annoyingly, this habitat, because we had to slightly go out here, so we'll just see where we get to. That's going to go just too far, so I think what we're going to do is put it on 1 meter. Just take it 1 meter back there, and that's pretty good. And we'll just have to deal with the corner on its own, but that's not too bad to do, honestly. We can put this in as well. I think we're going to put something on these corner pieces where they don't quite meet anyway, so I'm not too fussed about that. And we could just do the same for this whole area. Honestly, it doesn't seem a big enough gap to worry about here. So I think if we've got like a 1, 2 square, if we take that one out, we can have the same thing on the other side. And I might even just put this in now. I think that's all right. We're going to learn about the grey seals in there. We've just got a solid wall on this side. We can see if we can put something over that. I think that's pretty reasonable, and we're just giving them snow on their side, just because I think it looks a bit more normal to do that. And then we can grab this whole thing, honestly, and duplicate it over. If we put it out here, we can just get rid of the stragglers. But I think that's pretty decent to have, honestly. Put the same thing over here. Cool. Okay, we can delete this one. All right, now we just need to sort out our fencing. So let's get our aquatic fencing in. It's here, isn't it? And see if this will help. If the guests will be able to see through it. That's the only thing. I'm hoping that they can't. Okay, I am super happy with this. I think this is really cool. We basically, I mean, we've got a very basic system here for the glass, but other than that, this habitat looks pretty awesome. I'm wondering if we take this glass and raise it up to like here. No, we can leave it here. It's having an issue. Oh, it's because we would put the water down. We could change that, but I think the glass is at a good height anyway. And now we've got this cool little barrier around the outside. This looks pretty cool to me. I feel like our guests are going to have great views of the seals. And they've got this area to look in as well. Hopefully they can see over this with the fencing here. I'm not sure if they can. But regardless, they've got some areas to see them. So I don't think it'll be too bad. Animal welfare? What's going on? Stress. Ooh, we probably need to tell everyone to be quiet. Okay, fine. Let's go bins, benches, and security. Get a shut up sign. Where are they? Do not disturb here. Let's put one of them here. And let's put one over here. And we can check the radius of these on security and crime. Do not disturb signs. Okay, we probably just need one more around this side. Telling everyone to keep it down. And they won't be as loud. Because they've got their burrow to recover from stress. But they are more shy creatures. And I guess if the people are coming through here... I mean, we can get one-way glass if we need to. Maybe that's better to do. One-way glass panel. Right, I'm going to edit this terrain here. I'm going to edit this habitat. If I enter the group... Can I delete this glass? Or is it just the barrier? Did I not put the glass in the group? No. Well, that was dumb. I'm going to delete these glass barriers and put one-way glass in, and that should also help the foxes. So with the one-way glass, you basically just need to put it... There's one pretty obvious way where you can't see through, and one where you can. So you just put the one that's clear facing your guests. And I'm going to do the same thing again, my goodness. Right, let's add both of these into a group. And then we can edit this group. And keep extending the glass across. And now the glass will be in this group as well. But you can see the fox can't see through. So that should also help with their stress a lot. There we go. That should help. Hopefully they can't get out. Let's just double check that. Now we've changed the habitat in some way. Oh, where are they? Oh, they're both in here. No, they can't escape. And, I mean, they have this whole area in here where they can't be viewed as well. We could put some one-way glass in there, but... Oh, you know, the guests can't see through. That's why. That wouldn't be... It'd be quite a distance to look from here. But that's good. That's good. And I think we're going to change this as well to be the burrow cam. Because I feel like a lot of the time they're going to be in the burrow. And when they're doing the education talk, if they're not out there playing, at least they can talk about them in the burrow and it makes a bit more sense. But anyway, we've passed quarantine with our seals. Let's grab all of them and move them in. I'm going to move you into here. And I can't forget about our train as well. We do need to reconnect that. I'm going to just rename this to be Grey Seal. And then, oh, it looks like we've got a challenge reward as well. Release a timber wolf into the wild. Nice, we did that. And carry on with our zoo, basically, the other ones. Let's put the train in before we forget. Okay, we're going to put this in here, and we're going to add in our construction pieces with the the Arctic wood pieces. And that way we can kind of corner this area off a bit. Like, it's got to be real, so, like, fairly realistic. Let's put these in along the sides. All right, I think that should work. That looks reasonable anyway. So let's start the train again. And we'll let them go through there. Now, we haven't got any more challenge rewards. We're about to have foxes mature. Oh my goodness. Our babies are growing up. These guys have had so many babies. They're doing so well. And they got a... Is that a talk? I think it's still there from the talk. Cool. Well, have our seals arrived yet? Have I put them to come in here? No. Oh, they're literally right here. What good timing. Let's have a look at our grey seals, shall we? Who's it going to be first? Oh, look at them. They're so funny. Oh, it's one of our females. We're going to need names for these guys. Please do let me know. Oh, wow. The male is massive. Okay, I'm going to quickly, before they start hobbling everywhere, let's just see. Can you get out anywhere? No, they can't. They can't escape. You can't escape. You can basically get everywhere. You can't get out here, which is interesting. Terrain-wise, yeah, they've got tons of water. Okay. We do need to put it into a work zone. That's why it's freaking out. I'm wondering whether we can make these a bit bigger. Because I want you to be able to get everywhere. And it seems like they can't navigate to all these places. But I don't know why. They really should. I'm going to pause it, remove the water, and just make some of these little land bridges slightly wider. Okay, let's... oh, wait, let's put the water back in before they freak out. What do you think about that now? Yeah, they've all freaked out. Okay, let's click on you. You can get everywhere now. So can you. It's annoying that they can't go through here. They don't quite fit through this, which is a bit ridiculous because I feel like you would. I'm going to leave it because... Can you get round? Well, they can navigate around. They can swim around it if they really want to, can't they? Like, they can just swim up here, so it's not that bad. And you're happy with the terrain makeup? No, you're not at all happy. It's too much snow. You need less snow. So we've got that there at least, like this big shelter area. You want more long grass and soil. Let's put that in. You don't like the short grass. So maybe under the shelter we'll have soil, because that makes a bit more sense than luscious grass that's been grown in the shade. That's looking better for your soil requirement, isn't it? And then you need more rock as well. Oh, well, let's have these areas out here can be rocky. And we're just going to need a few heaters, I think. But they can bask near the heaters as well. That's pretty normal. And they're going to need more sand. Oh, right. So they can have 0 soil. What they actually need is sand. Okay, well, in that case, let's put sand out underneath here. I think this would be good once we put the heaters in, because at the minute it's all snow, so it's not really updating very well. So let's put in some habitat. I'm going to filter by the grey seal, just generally going forward. Let's select, where are you, grey seal? And then they've got the jetty bedding and everything as well. So let's grab heaters and coolers. I'll tell you what we're going to do. So we're going to build a little jetty platform. And turn off a line to surface. I'm going to put on a line to water if that's there. No, it's not. Okay. Well, we've got these platform floats we want to put in, but I do want to put in a little jetty. Because I think it would also be cool to have a jetty like out here near the front. So let's build this out here. There we go. I think that's pretty reasonable. We've got some logs down here as well to hold up this jetty. What do you think of it? Oh, and then we need the heaters, don't we? So let's put a habitat heater over here. And put it in this space here. And I think we could put a little, like, structure out here to make it look a bit more normal. Let's put some of the Arctic posts. I can't remember what they're called. I think they're called posts, not logs. There we go. We put something in. We've got a little shelter out here. It's not big, but I feel like as long as they can get through it, that's what I'm worried about now. Yes, they can't really navigate through it. It's too wide. Right, what we're going to do is we're going to grab this, duplicate it so it's too wide. And we're going to change the structure so we can basically take out these middle poles. And I think that'll look a lot better. Okay, and what temperature do these guys live in? That's the main thing. -15 to 26. So I think maybe 10 degrees is actually pretty good. We just need to stop it from snowing, basically. And maybe if we put another one of these buildings over here, that'll give them what they need over here too. Ooh, and we've got an extra pole there. Don't need that beam, do we? There we go. Hopefully this fixes their terrain issues. What are you looking like now? Yeah, you've not quite got enough sand, but we need the heaters to kick in. So what's the temperature looking like? Are they powered over here? Ah, they're not powered. So they're going to need power. That's why it's not working. Okay, let's put a wind turbine just in... Ooh, it needs to be serviced. No, it needs to be reachable. I'm going to put one here for now to catch everything. But we are going to have to link this up. Oh, it can get serviced right here. Oh, I'm so silly. It's literally right here, isn't it? Got a path. Let's put one here and link it up with the staff path. There we go. Right, that's getting that now. So these should be on. They should be heating the area and making the terrain better every second. Hopefully this works. Yeah, I think what we're gonna have to do is put a heater in this section as well, just to melt the snow on this side. But that's okay. There we go. We've got a heater in here that's also going to do 10 degrees. And that should melt the snow over here. And should give them the right balance. Yeah, now we just need to make sure they've got enough rock. Just add a little bit of rock, take away a little bit of sand. And they're happy. Cool. Okay, we've got what they want. Environment-wise, they don't really want much in the way of plants. So I'm going to add in maybe a large tree or two, but really don't want to do much at all, to be honest. Oh, they're not happy with that either. They want it from Europe and North America. I didn't even think about that. So we could maybe put in some rocks and a little bit of moss or something. But it does kind of seem to be getting in the way. Oh, we've got a few of these. Right, let's put a few of these in. Okay, I feel like that's probably good. And I do want to check where these guys can move now. Are you happy? Yeah, you can go in most places, can't you? Oh, you can't get in here now just because of these rocks. Oh, okay. I'm going to have to just shuffle these in. They need really wide, like, areas to walk. It's a bit strange why they need, like, so much space. But I will, it is what it is, so I will steer into the skid with it. Just got to make them have a bigger area to walk around the outside. That's part of the challenge. Can you not get through here still? Come on, you can get there. It's annoying because I want them to be able to access the area, obviously, but like there's only so much you can do. What's your land area now? I mean, it's still fine. That's the thing. Like, realistically, you know, in real life, they'd be able to access this area, and they're more than happy with this land area. So I'm kind of tempted just to leave it how it is. And if in the game they only use these areas, that's still way more than they need. But obviously, we know that realistically, they'd have access to all this area. I think that's probably fine. Because I don't want to make it look worse just for the sake of the game recognizing that they can go there when they definitely can. So let's pause the game before these guys like starve or anything and put in some food for them. I'm going to put some underwater feeding because I feel like that is pretty cool for our guests to see. And we're going to do it. I mean, they've got the jetty here, don't they? Can we do it here? Is this a good spot for it? I think so. Because the guests can see them diving around. Let's change the water transparency to be 1.5. They have a much better view. And then that's probably good. Yeah, and they can feed them in here. They can like drop the fish in there. And let's give them some interesting enrichment as well. So we're going to give them a platform float. Let's have it so they can access it from 2 places there. Give them another one here if it will work. Like that. Going to give them a large snowball submarine boy. Got to give him one of those. We can give him a rubber duck as well. And we've got to make sure the duck is white, don't we? Same as the Arctic Wolves one. Then a snowman skittle, because it's adorable. And maybe a block of frozen fish over here as well. Just where the guests can see them. Let's do something like that. That's probably good. Let's check their enrichment. But I think, yeah, they're 100% enrichment. They are hungry. Oh, that's because they're not in a work zone as well. So let's put them in. They're going to be in keeper outsiders. Let's throw them in there. And then let's also add them to security and to zoo. I'm going to add all of this into security, including the power we just put in. And zoo is going to have both of them as well. So now our keepers should be on it. We've only got one keeper in that section. So I think we're also going to hire another keeper. Because we're going to continue expanding this section. I'd rather have them at the start rather than wait until we desperately need them and our animals are all like having welfare issues and then hire someone. I think this is a bit better. And it's a bit warmer for our guests walking along here too. Now we are going to need some bins. So let's put some bins and donation bins in. I'm tempted just to put them at spots like this along. There we go. Oh my goodness. We've got all the bins, all the education in there. I feel like that's done pretty well. That's pretty good for them, isn't it? And look at these guys. They're hilarious. Oh, they're going to bob on the top now. Look at them. Look at that little happy face. You should be getting better. Your last meal quality wasn't great because our vet research isn't researching them. They're doing the bison, I think. And they finished them. Cool. Well, let's get them working on the next animal in here, which I think is our fox. Oh, no, it's the moose, isn't it? Or the sheep. It's the sheep. Let's get Grady working on the bighorn sheep. Then it's the moose. Then the fox. Then the wolf. And now the seals. We are a little bit behind. But we do need to... We can always do a bit of research on each of them just to get their food quality up a little bit. And then go from there. Once everyone's on, like, grade 2, maybe, then we start going back for grade 3. Because I am worried about them. I think our American bison are already on grade food 3, so yeah, we're all good. Grade 3 food. They're all happy. Oh, and they're using the jetty. So yeah, they don't need any hard shelter because they'll sleep on here as well. They just kind of sleep wherever, don't they? They're pretty chill. And now these guys are in here, I think let's learn a little bit more about the grey seal. The Atlantic grey seal is a species of marine mammal that lives around the land masses of the Atlantic Ocean. Western Atlantic grey seals are significantly larger than the Eastern Atlantic morph. Their males measure between 2.3 and 2.9 meters in length, weighing between 205 and 370 kilos, while the females measure between 1.2 to 2.3 meters in length and weigh 160 to 250 kilos. Still wouldn't want to challenge them to a sumo wrestling match. The grey seal has a large, round, barrel-like body that is grey, dappled with white, and with a pale underside. Males tend to have darker coloration than females and have a prominent hook-shaped snout, whereas the female snout is straight. Grey seal pups are cream white and fluffy in appearance at birth, but they lose their cute baby fur when they molt between 3 to 5 months old. Grey seals have been known to dive to depths of 300 meters, and their average dive depth is 70 meters. They don't need to drink water, and they get all the water they need through metabolizing the fish that they eat. Grey seal whiskers allow them to detect the movement of fish 100 meters away. And the female grey seals are likely to be pregnant for over 90% of their adult life. Grey seal pups suckle from their mothers for only 2 weeks after birth, and in that time, they triple their body weight. Although grey seals will bond together on land during the breeding season, they spend most of their lives living and hunting solitarily in the ocean. However, they do tolerate and are curious of other seals if they meet them. Before the breeding season, the grey seals feed extensively, eating a huge amount of fish to build up their fat reserves ready for breeding. Prior to giving birth, the female seals will haul out of the ocean to a rookery, which is a seal breeding area. Rookeries can be on sandy beaches, rocky outcrops, ice sheets, caves, and islands, and the female usually gives birth to a single pup within a day of hauling out. Males join the females after they've given birth and try to gain their own harem, fighting off other males if they can. Grey seal fights can be aggressive, and they become more violent depending on the number of females available. After the 2 weeks of weaning, females are ready to mate, and males mate with multiple females, and females may mate with more than one male depending on how well they're being guarded. Once her pup is weaned and she's mated, the female leaves the pup and goes back to the sea. She will not have eaten during the 3-week period that she was ashore, so she'll be very hungry. The males remain at the haul for around 6 weeks in the hopes of mating with as many females as possible. They also don't eat for the entire time that they're on land. Pups remain in the rookery living off their fat reserves until they've molted, at which point they go into the sea for the first time and migrate far away from where they were born. Female grey seals reach sexual maturity at 4 years old, and the male grey seals reach sexual maturity at 3 years old, but they're unlikely to actually mate until they're around 8 years old, because that's when they'll have grown to a size that will allow them to defend females from rival males. Thankfully, the grey seal is not endangered. However, it is hunted in many areas for its pelt. It is also perceived as a pest by fishermen, and so the population is often culled. From 1982 to 1993, Norway, Iceland, and Canada offered bounties for Eastern Atlantic grey seal killings. Thankfully, now Europe has put some protections in place to restrict the killing of grey seals. But these guys are absolutely adorable, and I love that they're in our zoo. Well, it seems our grey seals are very nicely settled in, aren't they? Yeah, I'm talking to you. The derpy little looks. They're so cute. They have got a pretty cool habitat here, I have to say, where the guests can come and see them in the water and the land, and I'm quite happy with it. I feel like it's turned out okay, and we've kind of got that little rockery area here where they could be breeding in this section. So I feel like it's fairly realistic, at least. Hopefully it's enough space for them. I've given them way more than the game says they need, but I do always feel like, especially with aquatic creatures, you want to give them a massive area, because in the wild, they'd have a much larger area to explore. But anyway, we're going to move on from these guys right now and look at the next animal we want to get, which is the red-crowned crane. These guys are so cool. And they do live in the tundra, so these are going to join our outsiders. And they're also a vulnerable species, so we really should put them in the zoo. Like, we need to give them a bit of breeding for the species. There's only 2,300 estimated in the wild. Let's get some in here. Now, if we look at species data, it says that they may live solitarily or in large flocks. So within flocks, there'll be a mix of solitary cranes and mated pairs with or without offspring. They're a sociable species, but will act aggressively towards each other if they don't have enough space. I feel like, given the size of our zoo and the amount of animals we want to get in here, I think a flock would be quite a lot to manage. And it might be nicer to have fewer of them that we can get to know, rather than a huge amount of them that we just don't even bother naming or doing anything with. So let's do that. Speaking of naming, I do want to rename our foxes. I'm going to take a quick break from that just to rename our 2 foxes in here. We've got our male and our female, and my favorite suggestion from you guys... Oh my goodness, they've had babies! Oh, well, we're going to have to look at that. But my favorite suggestion from you guys was to have Marion and Robin for Robin Hood, because of the Disney film where these guys are basically Robin Hood, but it's foxes. I don't know why. I don't really understand. They're all animals, but it was my childhood, so I'm not going to question it. And there's no one in here, so apparently they're all in the habitat somewhere. Are you all around here or something? Oh, yeah. This is Robin. Where are all the pups? Oh my goodness, they're everywhere. How did I not see them? Look at you. Oh, you little scamp. Very cute. Oh, and they're all here swimming with their mum. That's adorable. Well, I think we fixed their stress issues as well, because we do have two-way glass here where we had one-way glass. And we put a bunch of signs up saying, shut up to the guests. So hopefully that helps. Cool. We've got the grey seals in here. I reckon this is a good spot for our birds. So I do want... the train is going to go this way and make more of a loop in the future. But they also don't mind the generators being near them, the birds. So that's probably a good shout. I am going to grab this structure we've got here and duplicate it and have it over here as well. Just to give this a bit of interest, because it's perfectly serviceable as decoration, and it saves us making bespoke ones for every single power unit that we put in. I would like it if we had individual, like, fewer power units that were more densely collected, because it does seem odd to have so many power sources around our zoo. It's one of the things I'm less, like, I like a bit less about how they've set up power in this game. I'm going to build that there, and I'm going to put both of these back so that the panel can be seen easily. There we go. Got a bit of decoration in here. It's probably like 11%, I think, isn't it? How much is it? 14. There we go. 14%. Basically, it's beautiful. So we've got the seals here. We need more of a reason to come in this space. I would like to get some more shops in here. So I'm thinking this isn't a bad spot to have a bit more of an area. Ooh, I just want to check the birds. Are they shy? No, they're neutral. Because if they were shy, I didn't want to put a big space next to them. And guests think the tickets are under price. Well, we'll get to that in a second. For now, let's keep building this out. You know what we could do is we could have it be both sides this train station. I don't know if you can board from both sides, though. I think it's only... I think the option is you can, like, get on one side, get off the other. So actually, I'm going to leave it. They just see the train station very closely here. I'll get to this later, but this is going to be our guest area here, and then we can have the birds in here. We just need to make sure that this isn't in the way. I think if it's moved... that's just too far. I tell you what, let's put this here and adjust where this education board is, because this education board does not have to be here. Can move this all the way up and have it here, to be honest. Right where the seal was. We can block their view of them eating their frozen block of fish. No, I think that's actually fine, realistically. We could always move this. I don't want to move it because he's eating it, but I'm going to move it and put it in here so it's a bit more visible for the guests. And we're going to have to adjust this as well. This is going to have to slide along. That seems good. Okay, cool. Now we've got a bit of space. I don't think these guys need loads of space. So if we've got a group of 2 and their babies, they only have 1 baby. They live solitarily or in large flocks. It says 2, so I'm going to say a breeding pair together. And they're monogamous as well. So what happens to the babies? You lay 1 to 3, usually 2. Well, that says 1. But I'm going to go with this because this is real life. And then they leave the nest at around 2.5 months old. So that is it. Yeah, they just immediately go and live on their own. Ah, no. Okay, they leave the nest and then they slowly become more independent and they forage for themselves. They remain closely linked with their parent until they're 1 year old. At 3 to 4, they reach sexual maturity and search for a partner and an appropriate nesting site themselves. So basically, when they grow up, they're going to leave. But when they're juveniles and everything, they're going to stay here. So we're going to have 2 adults. And let's say they have 3 babies, because that's the maximum, isn't it? 1 to 3 eggs. They only need, like, a little bit of water, 98, and then 338 of land. I think we can do this. They're also not, like, diving creatures, so we don't have to worry about underwater viewing. We can just have some above-ground viewing. It's good to have these small habitats in here every so often as well. And it's only 1 meter high fencing, which is very easy. Well, I'm tempted to wait until the next day, because it's a bit hard to build in these conditions. It's very dark. So... I'll tell you what I am also going to do is just move this. Now I've thought about it. Now we don't have that sign to worry about. I'm just going to adjust this so it's on the edge of the path here. In line with the path. Because I think that's a lot better. And it's starting to snow. Okay, that's in there. We've got some very strange terrain here. Going to make it all long grass for now. And this is a good spot probably. So, how much was it? It was 2 adults, 3 babies, 338. So we're talking like 500 meters squared. That's tiny. Let's put in a small wooden habitat gate. And the nearest keeper hut is here. So they have got to go around. It would be good to have a link through here, honestly, at some point. Even if it's just for staff. I feel like we need a link anyway through here. So I'm going to sort that out. And then basically this is going to be the quickest way. They can come through the back way as well. And we're going to put the habitat gate. We'll give them equidistant and they can choose. I'm going to put it here on the corner. And then just get 4 meter pieces using the null barriers. And we will build this out along here. I feel like this is enough space here. And then there's enough space that we could put a path in here if we needed in the future. I don't think we will, though. I think the path will go this way, but that's fine. We can have a little bit of nature here if need be. They've got 816. I'll tell you what. Seeing as they're here, we'll just give them the space. Because I don't think they're an animal that's going to get particularly stressed by having a larger area than they need. And giving it a little bit bigger here isn't going to make the difference. But it's a little bit of extra space for them to live when they're growing up. They've got 1,000 square meters and they need 500. We've given them a good space here, basically. Because we are going to put trees and stuff in as well, which is going to take away from this number. So 1,000 is probably good. It's going to be a very healthy size habitat for them. I'm also going to turn this all into null barriers here, including the 2 little posts that came with the gate. And now we have this area we can actually set about putting a fence in. So I think let's do that. I'm going to filter by the Arctic theme. And I think we're just going to make a small fence out of the wooden log pieces that we have. Nothing crazy. So for that, it only needs to be 1 meter tall. I can't believe that's tiny. It's so small. I'm going to pause the game so we don't have any more alerts. And then we can literally just put this like there. And then a 4 meter fence post. Let's angle snap it like that. This should be tall enough. Because then if we duplicate this, we'll have another one here basically, and we can go like that. Now what I'm going to do is also put in a bit of decoration. So let's see what we've got for the cranes. Do we have, oh, crane is probably a better word than red. We do have a sign for them. Cool. And it's quite a small one as well. I like that. Well, I think maybe we make it a bit more interesting and we put a little bit of wood in here. And we can have it as like a sign. And then some of them can have the sign. Some of them can have some education for them as well. That works well, I think. There's not really enough space to put a planter in front because we put it quite close, but that's fine. I'm trying to think about how we can make it a bit more interesting because it's only a little fence. I want to spice it up with something. But not everything needs to be highly decorated. Let the simple things be simple. And, you know, speaking of that, I think I'm just going to put the red crown crane just in here. Just like on these posts because it looks quite cute. And we can have it on all of the posts as well. They're not going to know what it is from the inside, so that's all good. Oh, it is double-sided. They're going to think they're in a flock. But maybe that's good. Maybe we've made them a little flock area by having this. I think that's quite cute. Right, we're going to grab all of these pieces. Make sure they're in the same group. Okay, merge scenery into group. And then I'm in the group. I'm going to add in some... I mean, it doesn't really have to be the Arctic pieces, but I'm going to add in just a low wall. And that is going to keep our grid. So let's put this in here. And then this should just stay snapped to this. And the benefit of this is, oh, I tell you what I'm also going to do. I'm going to add another post that's a bit further down so that the babies can't just walk underneath as well. Because I know they need that height, but they're probably going to need something like this as well. I don't know how small the babies are. Let's duplicate this now. Because we put a construction piece in that's like gridded, the 1 meter wall piece, we can now grab everything, duplicate it. I'm going to put a copy over here just in case I need it. And then we can duplicate this round. And it's as easy as that to make a fence. We can get rid of a couple of mistakes here. And we didn't need our piece, but I'm going to delete that anyway. And then I am going to adjust where these are, but I'm just going to go around first and just delete the 1 meter wall piece from all of these. And now our fence is in place. Okay. Now, it's not perfectly aligned. There are a couple of places where it could be better, but now we can just go in and edit that, and it's not as difficult to do. So I'm going to grab this whole front here and just make sure I'm removing the side pieces. And then these can just be shuffled back slightly. Maybe this way, ever so slightly. Like that. I think that's probably good. And then the same over here. It's just making small adjustments, but we've managed to get that in so much quicker than we would otherwise if we tried to do this individually. So I'm definitely for the copy and paste approach. Okay, cool. Fences there. Fences pretty much here. I think this one could just come back a little bit. Well, we have our fence in here with our little cranes on it. That is actually functioning, so I can delete these as well, and we can put the little... Maybe we just put small posts in here. Annoyingly, we do have the little fence posts here. They're pretty much hidden. Oh, I mean, I wonder if we could just hide them completely in this. We can, kind of. It slightly offsets that, but I think it might be worth it. Yeah, I think that's better, isn't it, than having the other fences sticking through. Okay, cool. This is in here. It's looking functioning and looking good. Let's have a look and see if we can get any red crown cranes. Can I spell it correctly? Red... Ah, it's red hyphen crown crane. That's why I was like, did I spell red wrong? Okay, there's no male, annoyingly. We can sort them by appeal, but I think the best female is going to be this one. That's 14. Let's have a look at their age. They live to be 40. Wow, 40. And they can breed until death. So 14 isn't bad, actually. Might just get the highest appeal one, yeah. Let's grab you and send you to quarantine. You are going to have to wait there, though, until we have a male. Because we want to have a male and a female, and they need a minimum size of 2. So I hope they get on, because they've only got each other. Thankfully, we don't have to build a breeding habitat where it's like 2 separate areas, though, that we push together, because they live monogamously and love being around each other. They're not going to fight each other after the breeding season ends. Let's put in a water area for them, though, because they do live in the wetlands, so I think they're going to want a number of, like, little... It's kind of be marshy almost. Like this is probably a decent shout. Something like that probably works. I don't want to make it too much water, though, if they don't want that much water. But I want to give them enough that they're happy to wade around, because they are water birds. So, you know, you kind of got to cater for that. Let's see if we get any more males. We may just have to put the female in there anyway. But hopefully another male pops up. Let's build ourselves a little guest area in here. So I'm going to delete a couple of squares in here. I reckon we can get away with maybe these 2 and these 2. And we can get some shops in. So what are we missing as far as shops? Facilities, we have... Whoa, not much. We've got high demand on everything as well. Don't know if there's anything we haven't got. Let's get rid of all of the blueprints and just have the standard ones. So as far as drinks, we've got energy soda, juice smoothies, water, and coffee. Off the top of my head, I can't... Oh, we haven't got milkshakes. Okay, well, we can get milkshakes then. Slushy. Do we have that? No, we don't have milkshakes or slushies, so we'll go for those 2. I'm like, oh, I think we have everything, and don't have the first 2 things that come up. Let's put these in facing... Yeah, this way is probably fine. Milkshakes and slushies at the back, and then we're going to have a food and maybe a shop. Because I don't know what our guests are actually calling out for. I should probably check that. They want energy. Yeah, I think maybe we do give them the food. They're only 67% hunger. So let's give them some more food options. Facilities-wise, for food, we've got Bernie's Bakes, Chief Beef, hot dogs, fries, and pizza. So we haven't got Mexcellente. I can think of that one off the top of my head. What are we missing? Mexcellente. Let's put this in here. And then other than that, for food, I think we might be there. That might be all the food. Did we get ice cream? I don't think we have ice cream because it's like the strangest place to buy ice cream ever. But yeah, I think we will. I think we'll get ice cream. This is our very cold section over here. You can get milkshakes, slushies, ice cream, and Mexican food. You know, the opposite of cold food. They've got nice, hot, and spicy food. But that's good. That's good. This works. We have an issue. Oh, no, it's fine. They just passed quarantine. There's no issue. And guesting tickets are underpriced. I know. Well, let's put the ticket price up then, because we're about to put another animal in again. I'm going to go straight to 42 and 21. We'll do half price for children. Our marketing isn't great either. Like, that could use a boost. I think maybe we invest in some marketing stuff. I think that's in finances. Marketing. Let's do some cereal box adverts. Just begin this marketing. It's only 1,000 a year. And at least we can improve. That's got us to 2 stars, you know? That's something. I would like to do a bit more with that in the future, but I don't want to do that right now. And I think at least that puts like a little thing on it. That, you know, we're slightly addressing the issue, but not properly. Now, as far as shops, we have got a design we were using. I think I'm going to just copy this design over because I do like it. In fact, we can probably grab this whole thing. Does it have the shops in it? No, it's just the shell. Can I just place this on? Oh, they're slightly out of alignment, but that's fine. We can place it on these on the right-hand side and just move these over here. And they come with heaters and everything. That should be pretty good. I think they're all slightly too high. I'm not going to lie to you. I think they're slightly too high. I'm going to turn the grid height to 0, move them, and then just, yeah, indent them into the floor by 1. I think that's what we were doing. Oh, no, that looks worse. It's fine. It's just these logs at the bottom, I think, are just a little bit too high up. But it's just the front ones, actually. I think it's just how I designed it. I think I'm not super happy with, but that's fine. I'll just shrink them down a little bit, like lower them down. And it's all good. They're all in. And we do need some ATMs as well, so I'm going to put them in. We have green and red ATMs that we were using that have already been pre-colored. So let's grab them. We'll grab this green one. Put this in next to the tree. Got a bit of privacy. So no one's watching your PIN number. And then, oh, it's just PIN, isn't it? The N is number. People always say that. And then we'll put the red one here. There we go. And you've got space to do that. You got the cover of the tree. And let's put it all into a work zone. So work zones, we're going to need all of this to go into zoo, including this new habitat. I'm going to preemptively put this habitat into keeper outsiders, because this is where it's going to go, the red crown crane. All going to go in security. I feel like security might need another staff room as well. I'm not going to lie. They've only got 1 staff room in the middle there. That's quite small. They could do with another one out here and another one over here probably at some point. And then we're going to need to put it into a shops area. I mean, the shops entrance is here. They're going to want to use this staff room. I think we're going to have shops. This is going to be shops ungulates. Because I'm not calling them names, the ones that work over here. They're around the ungulate section. This is like over here with the ungulates all over here. So I think that's reasonable. And then these are going to be the shops outsiders. I feel like that's even worse of a name, isn't it? Being called an outsider. Not very nice. I don't think this is for our vendors, though. This is our general staff room because it's got the perk of the rec room. We want our staff to have the PR training. So I think the nearest one to them is over here. That's quite far for these guys to go. I think we're going to need to put a couple of staff rooms in back here. Let's just get ahead of it. Turn the ride off here. We're going to edit the track. We're going to have this just go in a straight line. No, that's leaning slightly. We want it to go in a straight line. And then curve round. I think that'll work. There we go. We've got a bit more space now to work with. Let's put the train back on. Everyone, carry on as you were. But now we've got a bit more space to build. And we can put a couple of staff facilities in here. So I'm going to have Probably a small staff room for the security. I don't think they need a big area, honestly. Let's put them set back to maybe here. And then a large staff room for our vendors. And this is going to be recolored to be green. Because that's what we were going with. I think it was this green. I can't actually remember now. I think it was brighter. It seemed brighter, didn't it, when we looked at this one? Right, what are the colors? We've got pink, and then it's that green for both of them. Okay, fine. Let's update that. So I'm going to reset the colors on this because this one needs to be the pink. Oh, it's not going to reset. You can be pink, it's fine. And then you need to be that green. There we go. And you are going to be blue, but I can't remember which blue. I like to keep it in theme. We've got this one here. And it's like a police blue from where I am in the UK. That is a very like policey blue. Right, we're going to go for that. Makes sense. Let's go for that color there. And then we can actually decorate it up. So again, I don't think we need to go crazy. We've done this before just to save ourselves from making buildings that we've already made. Have we done this already? Perhaps we haven't. Okay, well, let's make another building and then we've got a blueprint to go forward with, don't we? Let's put in some Arctic wood pieces along all the areas. We're going to cover the doors and the windows with these. And that way they can definitely see out. Don't want to mess that up. They should have power because there's a power unit there. So yes, that is touching, thankfully, this one. That is sufficiently close. Now we've got the basics laid out. Let's put a roof on and decorate it up. Okay, I think that looks quite cool. I love that the Labrador tea was literally like blocking out the sun from their window. But that's quite nice. Now it grows up there and you can see it, which is quite cute. And what a staff room they've got. I mean, wow. I wouldn't mind that. And they've got the train that goes past. I think this will definitely help out the work zones with giving them a few more staff rooms. Let's add this one into security, the small one. And then the big one is going to go into our new work zone, which is going to be... Did I not name this? Oh, I did. This is shops. No, I didn't. Shops. Outsiders. We did the ungulates, but we didn't do the outsiders. So that's this one and this work zone. And now everything needs to go into zoo. And I'm not sure I even put in the ATMs into the zoo. Oh, I did. Okay, so it's just those two. Does security need anything else? No. No, that's it. Okay, cool. Well, our work zones are all sorted out now. We've got ourselves another guest area in here. We can put lights in as well. I think that might be nice. Let's put bins in also. I'm just wondering where to put the bins. I think it might... I mean, here in the middle isn't actually a bad shout. having a couple here. Just if we place them a bit more intentionally. Something like that isn't actually a bad idea at all. And we can have some more on the outside. I just don't want to have them where the guests are supposed to be looking at the cranes, you know, and get that in the way. Right, let's also put a couple of donation bins in for the crane. We're going to have one here. We have a red one there, a green one here. So these are the bins I don't want there, you know, like they're all in the way now. Let's put one red one there and one red one here, and let's adjust where these are. Because I don't mind having some here, but ideally not all the way in the way. Let's have one set of bins on this side here. And then we can probably shuffle these to the edge where people are less likely to be stood. And that's probably all right, to be honest. Okay, cool. Yeah, we've still passed quarantine. Do we have any more cranes? Are there any cranes available? Can we reset our filters? Oh, that's in our storage. Yes, there's a male. Okay, I'm going to grab him because he's the only one. He's not got great longevity, but that's fine. We want to, at the end of the day, we want to get them in here, don't we? And if they're vulnerable, we want to be breeding any of them that we have available. If there's only one available, we're not going to not breed them because of that, you know? What a beautiful sunset as well. How nice. And you can see our lights we've just put up in this area. Oh, and these don't have power. I'm sure they will in the future. We'll add more power in. They'll definitely have power. But for now, that's fine. Now, we also need some education over here for the red crown crane. So we are going to put that in. I think this is all part of the area. So I'm going to duplicate these, leave the group. And then we can put some education in for these guys too. I don't think we need many boards though. I don't want it to be like swimming with boards. And this is not going to be for them. I'm going to actually wait until they're in there and then I can put them to be the red crown crane. And we can just have a few of those across. Oh, to be honest, there's only a few of them anyway. Let's just do it now. We'll just duplicate this. Maybe put one at the other end. See, now if I put this on the edge, I can then just move these bins. And I think that's actually okay. Move the bins to here. Have another one at the edge here and do the same thing. There we go. We've got a few bits of education there. It's going to need more nature, I'm sure, this area. But I do kind of want to wait until they're in there, till we know. Let's have one of our baby macaques grow up as well. When they're grown up, we do need to sort them out. Make sure that we're not having too many of them because they're so expensive to feed, these guys. And our red crown crane has passed quarantine, so both of them are available. Let's move them in. Gonna need names for these guys as well. Please do suggest them in the comments. I will go through and rename all the animals periodically. The last ones we've renamed, I think, are the foxes. So we've got the wolves and the seals to do as well, and then the cranes. But let's wait for these guys to arrive. Here they are. The beautiful day. Oh, they're so tall, aren't they? Wow. Okay, I'm going to very quickly check if they can break out. Yes, they can. How can you get out here? Jumpable. Ah, the terrain must be slightly higher here. Gonna just flatten this down. What about now? Okay, now you can't. Cool. That's what we like to see. It's only just tall enough, this fence. But if it's tall enough, it's tall enough, you know? Right, let's make this what they want. They're going to want short grass and soil. They're also happy with snow, which is good. They're quite relaxed. But they are, you know, they are naturally found in this habitat. But so are the seals, really. They were quite irritating with their requirements. Because they live in very cold areas. Like, they'll breed on ice floats, but then at the same time, they don't really like the snow. And you're like, what? Are you sure? I'll tell you what, we'll have this area be a bit more muddy, and then there's going to be more grass around the water areas. Feels like appropriate. Ah, we're not getting any more, are we? This is the issue. We've got the same problem here if it's not all snow. So this, I think, will be fine, so long as we build them, like, one shelter. And we could do that here. Have this be, like, their little nesting area. Let's build them a little hut. Okay, I don't want to do too much with this. I'm just building like a very basic wooden structure. I put a couple of lights on. We'll see if we keep them, but just to give a bit more light to this area and keep it festive. They need more short grass. I think we might get there. Oh no, it needs to be slightly bigger. That's fine. There we go. They're happy with the terrain. They've got a shelter here that they can kind of use for nesting, can't they? Let's go on habitat and filter by the species red crown crane and see if we can get something in here that they're going to use generally. Because obviously we need to put all their enrichment in, but also if I don't know how they have their bedding done. So let's filter by red crown crane and it should tell us. They've got jetty. I think they use the jetties. Fine. Well, in that case, we can, to be honest, we could make this like a jetty. There we go. They've got a bit of jetty out here now. Is that taking away from their water area? Yeah, it is, but they have plenty. I'm tempted to make it a bit bigger, their water area. Just because they have the, it seems like they have the space for it. And we are going to have to re-terrain paint this in. Oh, to be honest, we don't, because it's all snow anyway. But now that's actually fine. Yeah, they're much happier with that, I think. That's a bit more balanced as well to give them a big water area. Okay, cool. Habitat cleanliness is a disease risk. Oh, let's call the keeper. You're not doing well on the ungulates. Not the ungulates, the outsiders. To be fair, they're very new, aren't they? We just put them in. So let's train up all of our staff again. Yeah, they're struggling because they're level 1 keeper. Bless them. Let's go back to our cranes. Where are they? Here. What else do you guys need? You're happy with your terrain makeup. These are so cool as well. They actually look at them. What magnificent birds. The beak kind of scares me, I won't lie. If I saw them in real life, like, across from me, I'd be a bit nervous. Let's give them the enrichment that they need and want. And it looks like they've got a few things. We don't have many for them, but we've got the waterfall frame, so let's put that in. That normally deforms the terrain everywhere, yeah. Brilliant. Let's get rid of that if we can. Can we just smooth that out? Yeah. My goodness. Unnecessary terrain deformation. That's quite cool, though, to look through as well for our guests, to look through this. All right, what else do you want? Enrichment, you're going to want food, and you're going to want... That's almost good for the toys, which is crazy. But let's give them a mirror mobile over here as well. That's another toy. And we could give them a sprinkler. Maybe we put the sprinkler here, actually, and put the mirror mobile in a different place. Let's put the mirror mobile in here. And then we can give them another bit of food enrichment. I don't think they have any food enrichment. Can I have a small bowl? I'm only going to give them a small one. And I'm going to put this in here. Oh, forage pool. They do have food enrichment. Cool. Well, let's put the forage pool in here. Because then that's a really cool thing for the guests to see, isn't it? This is like right along their edge. I have just messed up the terrain there, though. I'm going to have to change that. They need a little bit more short grass. There we go. They are happy. They've got the forage pool there, so you can see them foraging. That's pretty cool. Is that 100% for you? They're noisy, aren't you? Yes, you're 100% on this. 100% enrichment. What about the environment? You are 100% there as well, but let's have a look at what we can put in for you. Can have a couple of trees, I'm sure. I'm going to put random rotation on. Just put in a few rocks and trees just to make it a bit more like home for them. Okay, I think that looks a lot nicer. Does it mean they can get out, though? No, they can't get out. Perfect. They can't jump off the rocks. And they've still got 700 meters squared, where they only need 315. And 205 meters squared of water, where they only need 84. So they're definitely happy in this size with just the two of them. I think this is quite a cute little nesting area for them. Let's check this. There's a disease risk in the Formosan black bear habitat. That's not good. Not had that in a while. I thought our keepers are quite capable. How many keepers have we got on there? Keeper bears. There's 2 on there, and they're doing a pretty good job. That is the first time we've had an issue, though, so I'm going to let that go and see if that happens again before I take any action. But these guys are pretty cool. I like them. What a cool addition to the zoo. I just love the color. Like, the red on their head is so interesting. Well, now these guys are in here, I think let's learn a little bit more about the red-crowned crane. Among the largest of cranes, the red-crowned crane is a species of wading bird native to the wetlands, rivers, and tidal flats of eastern Russia, China, Mongolia, Korea, and Japan. Many cranes migrate and spend their summer in Russia, China, and Mongolia, and the winter in Korea and China. Japan's population of red-crowned cranes, however, are resident and do not migrate. The plumage of the red-crowned cranes is white with black tail feathers, neck and face, as well as a row of black feathers on the wings. They are named for the distinctive patch of bare red skin on the top of their head. The red-crowned cranes stand 1.5 to 1.58 meters tall and can have a wingspan of 2.2 to 2.5 meters. They weigh between 4.8 and 10.5 kilos, and the males tend to be heavier than the females, but the sexes otherwise are alike. Red-crowned cranes have cultural significance in Chinese, Japanese, and Korean myths, attributed with virtues like loyalty, purity, strength, and peace. The mating dances, called duets, of the red-crowned crane are very complex and involve 2 cranes mimicking each other. While their meaning is not yet fully understood, dancing in cranes is generally thought to express excitement, which is super cute. The red-crowned crane will be highly aggressive towards any animal approaching their nest, and they're the heaviest crane species, with record weights measured at 15 kilos, so don't mess with them. The red-crowned cranes can reach an age of up to 75 years in captivity, which makes them one of the longest living bird species. They may spend this time living solitarily or in large flocks. Within the flocks, there'll be a mix of solitary cranes and mated pairs with or without offspring. They're sociable species, but will act aggressively towards each other if they don't have enough space. Red-crowned cranes are monogamous and generally mate for life. They choose their partner in a courtship ritual called a duet, where they perform a synchronous dance. To initiate a duet, the male and female move towards each other rhythmically until close. They may then hop, call, spin, skip, bow, jump, beat their wings, move their necks, and strut alongside in a long mimic sequence. In a flock, one pair duetting is likely to cause other pairs to join, so they can kind of cause a bit of a flash mob. A pair's dance can occur in different situations and are thought to also play a role in advertising territory, choosing a nest site, and fending off rivals. Close to breeding season in April and May, the female of a pair will choose a nest site and both cranes build the nest together, generally on flat ground near tall grass. Nests tend to be built from sticks and grasses directly on the ground, and once built, the pair is likely to act aggressively to defend the nest and the territory around it. They mate 2 to 3 times a day throughout their courtship and during the nest building, which takes about a week. After this, the female lays 1 to 3 eggs, usually 2, and both she and her mate will take turns incubating the eggs over 30 days. Once hatched, the chicks are fed and cared for by both parents until they leave the nest at around 2.5 months old, after which they slowly become more independent and forage for themselves. Offspring remain closely linked with their parents until they're around 1 year old. In the wild, often only one chick will survive into adulthood. At an age of 3 to 4 years old, the red-crowned cranes reach sexual maturity and will search for a partner and appropriate nesting site themselves. Unfortunately, the red-crowned cranes are listed as a vulnerable species. In Japan, much of their natural wetland habitat has been destroyed for human settlement and infrastructure, while many of the areas in China used by migrating populations has been converted to farmland. To protect the cranes, conservation groups have begun to create habitats for them and study their migration paths to better understand the choice of their locations. Additionally, captive breeding and reintroduction programs are in place to help bolster the wild crane populations, but there's currently only estimated to be 2,300 in the wild. So breeding programs like the one in this zoo are essential to make sure the red-crowned crane survive. And we do need to put some education in here and actually update our boards. So let's do that now. Let's add the boards in. And then we're going to need to organize talks for these guys and for the seals. We don't have any talks for the seals either. I don't think we're going to be able to put seating in, but we can definitely put a talk point in. And I think this... Ooh, where's a good spot, actually? I want them to throw food. I'm not sure they're going to be able to. We can put it here and see what it's like. Water obstructs the food, yeah. I mean, this is a good spot. Can we get it in there? No, the water is going to obstruct the food anyway, so I think maybe in that case, let's just put it in the middle here. And the food path's blocked, isn't it? And then work zones, it's going to be education outsiders. There's only 2 of them right now. Let's add this in. And how are they going to go? So they've got the beavers over here. Then they've got the macaques. Then these guys. And I think we need to put the seals on this side as well. Let's add that in. We need to decide what date we're going to put these for. Let's set this to the grey seal. And then there's no power here. Where's the power? Oh, just shy. Yeah, okay, let's move you over. But you're like here. You still... Oh, you can't throw food there. Well, this is going to be unfortunate, isn't it? What about here? There you go. You can throw food there. It's going to be so annoying because it's right on the edge as well. I bet it's going to go out of power all the time. Anyway, we've got it in. So we've got... If we look at our work zone now, let's get the education outsiders. We'll add this one in too. And then we do need to decide the dates. So I think beavers are in December, then macaques, then seals, and then cranes. So the beavers need to probably be changed on the time that they're on, because I doubt this is correct, just randomly. No, it is December. Oh, wow. Okay. So beavers are in December. Then we come along and we've got the macaques. You are in March. That is actually correct. That wasn't even turned on. Then the grey seal isn't going to be in March. We're going to leave another 2 months. So there's 2 months between December and March. We're going to leave April and May, and we're going to go into June just to leave 2 months between talks for the educators to get there. And then we're going to leave July and August and have September on the cranes. And that leaves October, November free, and then back to December for the beavers. Ooh, what's having a negative impact? Ah, that's because it's the wrong path type, my friends. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's my bad. You can't be here, sorry. I'm going to move you out here. And do you need repairing? Yeah, a little bit. Our mechanics aren't doing any research, are they? No, they're out and about fixing things. And yeah, this talk is already without power. I mean, we can move it round to this side so that doesn't happen. Could put it in here. And we can still have it on the same time. We could even swap them around. We'll have this one in June. And then we'll have this one in September. That way they can then go back to the beavers. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I think we may end up just having 2 educators on every work zone anyway in the future when we got a bit more money. But for now, this kind of works. Look at our seals. Aren't they so adorable in the sun? Oh, getting sleepy right as the sun sets. Well, I'm pretty happy with their habitat here. I think they're enjoying it. Oh, we've got a habitat disease risk. Their habitat, just as I say, they're enjoying it. Ooh, is it not in... Ooh, is it not in a water treatment area? Oh my goodness, that's silly. No. How have I not put it in there? Okay, well, we need a new water treatment area, but that's fine because we've got this here anyway. So we can very easily add another one in. Let's add water treatment to this here. And I don't think this is going to negatively impact the guests. No, because it's like the radius. They shouldn't be here anyway. So let's add a small staff path to connect this in. That's okay like that. And then we'll also just duplicate this over, so it's got a bit of scenery connecting it. Looks a bit nicer. There we go. In fact, it could be slightly over just to cover the concrete at the bottom there. There we are. Right, okay, that's better. And that'll also reduce its radius because it's got 42% scenery now. The radius is probably a bit smaller. There we go. Yeah, it's just shrunk there. Cool. So it's off the path. Oh my goodness, look at, you can see the guests in the train to see how full it is. That's hilarious. We're not at full capacity, but that should also now fix the cleanliness risk. I don't know how we see that. Habitat. Habitat cleanliness here. Now it's green. Okay, cool. So it's fully cleaned. That's what we like to see. And then no longer a risk. Whew, that was close. Just started. My goodness. Okay, what do we think about this? Well, this is off-center and it's annoying me. So I'm going to change this over. I noticed this after I placed it. This is supposed to be here. And then it's more in line, everything. And for our beautiful cranes that we've just got in here, I think you guys were suggesting we could put a little, like, nest site for breeding because they... Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, well, let's quarantine all of the seals. The seals are having a bit of a problem because of that cleanliness, so let's just make sure that they're all quarantined. And basically, they'll take them to quarantine, and then the vet will, one by one, take them and just check them. And if they need treatment, they'll give them treatment. But at least that way they can be quarantined. What was I saying? The birds, we've got our cranes, haven't we? They have a nesting site in the wild, so I'm going to delete this little bird that's here. But generally, they choose to nest on flat ground near tall grass. So we could build some tall grass around a flat area, and that could be their nesting site, couldn't it? Probably we want them to nest in here. So it would make sense to give them a bit of a grassy area here. It could even be that we advertise this as like the nesting site. So what I'm going to do is, as per your suggestion in the comments, I'm going to put in some reeds or something that they'll be happy with. And that way we've got some plants that it's kind of acts as tall grass. Because if we put long grass in, they're not actually going to be happy with long grass. They just want cover, I think. So if we put some bushes or something in as well, that'll be absolutely fine. It's just to give them a bit of shelter, I think, so they feel safe. So these pea shrubs are probably fine. I'm going to make sure random rotation's turned on, and probably align to surface with these pea shrubs, and just put a few of them in here. That's probably good, just to give them a bit of a nesting site here that they could use on this sort of flat area here. I think that's probably good because it's near the water as well. Hopefully they're happy with that, environment-wise. They seem happy. And you're passing quarantine. Perfect. Well, let's put you back into your habitat. You little seals. Oh my goodness. They are adorable. It's nice to go back and look at the animals as well every so often. Now, I do want to connect up these areas because I want to get our next animal in here. And the next animal that I want to get is the king penguin. We've got to have penguins in here, don't we? Come on. Now, they've got lots of population in the wild. And I want to check how many they live in, like, in their group sizes. Because they're social animals. So they live in extremely large colonies. I don't think we're going to be renaming them. And I'd like them to be managed. I don't know. I can't remember if we've got, like, management on our habitat animals, because I don't really use it. I don't think we do. Maintenance, no. So we're going to have to manage these ourselves. I am going to put the grey seals back in as soon as they pass quarantine. I think one of them's in the vets right now, and the other two have passed. So it was just the one of them that was sick. So that's good. And we've had an ATM breakdown. Fine. Is it not in our work zone? Zoo work zone. No, it is. It is. We can add this in, though. That wasn't in there. And a couple of these. Okay. Well, hopefully they get on that and fix it. It's probably because they can't really get around the zoo very well. And I want to put the king penguins in our outsider section. I feel like that's going to finish it off. Because we've got our beavers here. We've got the macaques. Then we've got our red crown cranes and our seals. Now, it would definitely make sense to put it in this area because we've got this water treatment as well. And actually here, I think, is a good spot. But we need a way round that makes more sense. Because I feel like our guests need to cut through and have access to more of this area. And I think the best way to do that is to have them connect through here and move the station so that they can just walk straight into this guest area from here. And then have the train station set off to the side. So I'm going to close our train yet again. Pause the game. And I think what I'm going to do is edit the track and move this train station along. Not that train station. This train station. Move it along because our track is set down currently. So if we just keep it at this level, the guests can go over. Like they've bridged here. They can bridge here as well. And then we'll have the train station a bit further up. Okay, that is much better now. And now what we should be able to do is add a path that comes across here. If we just slightly alter our square, I imagine, we'll be able to do this. And it should be able to do this. Yeah, okay, cool. So we can either have one set of stairs, but I think we're going to delete it and instead have a ramp that comes down. So there's going to be an entrance like this. If that makes sense. I say, whilst not really explaining what I'm doing. So I'm going to have it go ramp up twice, level out once, and then ramp down twice. Which should then align here with the grid. We just need to have it inset by 1. That's what I mean. And I'm going to align to grid again over here and have the third one. Because we've got to have 12 meter wide. That's what we've been going with for our path. So 3 sets of 4. There we go. Like that. And now we have a nice bridge system that's much easier for our guests to get across. So we can actually start getting our penguins in here. Cool. Right, so you haven't got power. That's fine. Yeah, because we've moved you, haven't we? That's fair enough. We can put a bit of power out for you. Yeah, you're not even close, really. Let's add some... Could just add some to the side here, honestly, because these are going to need power as well. And then copy this over. There we go. I think that's alright. Oh, it's going to need access though, isn't it? So we're going to have to swivel this. Like that. And then we can have a small staff path that runs just alongside this building. Maybe even like that. That's probably okay. Yeah, and they can go and fix that. And let's just add that into the work zone. Zoo work zone. Now, you guys were saying, while I'm very quickly doing work zones, you guys were saying that the ungulates, keeper ungulates work zone didn't have the keeper hut that was nearest them. And you're right, it doesn't. It only has this keeper hut all the way over here, which is why they're really inefficient. So if we give them this keeper hut and this staff room, they'll be way more efficient. Because we've basically designed all these habitats to use this keeper hut with like the gates being right here. So they're having to walk all the way around here, which is why they're taking ages and why they're not doing a great job of looking after them, even though there are enough staff members for the animals. So that makes way more sense. Oh look, there's even a talk going on right now. Don't poop on your child. My goodness. Right, where do we want to put these penguins then? Where's the best spot? We've kind of built an area over here, but there isn't anywhere for the guests to get through and see it unless we move some of our... we could move these. Yeah, I think what we're going to do is try and cross the tracks over here as well. We've got them right here. I feel like this is a great spot to do it, though. Again, if we maybe just continue the tracks being further down here while we're paused. And I'm just going to do exactly the same thing I did over there, over here. There we go. Look at that. That's a nice bridge, if I say so myself. We have a very cool bridge over our tracks, and now we can put our train back online. We've only got 2 stations, so we do need to be mindful of that. They can go from, where is it, over here. They can go from here to here. We do need more stations. Probably another one around here would be good at some point, honestly. But we can do that. Even if it's like over here, we have a station that faces this way. That might be a good shout. And we have this like go around their little mountain. But we could, even if we're really clever, have a habitat that incorporates this mountain on this side without going into the wolf area. Like an animal that can use this but can't then cross into the Arctic wolf area without becoming lunch. Oh, they're pregnant as well, our Arctic wolves. Oh, wow. Well, we do need to rename them as well. So let's quickly do that. I think my favorite suggestion was to have Tonks and Lupin for these guys because of the whole wolf thing. So there's going to be Lupin here, who's having a big old snack. He's just devoured the pronghorn food enrichment. Lupin. And then our seals we're going to rename as well. We will rename the cranes at some point in the future, but not right now. We're going to have Ginger for our male, was one of the suggestions. And then for the 2 females, we're going to have Zoe. And where's our final female? I can't see her, so we'll have to use the door again. Zoe and the pregnant female, Cecilia. Let's have a little look at you. You're pregnant. Oh, okay. And you're above the water. You're pregnant. Woo! We have a pregnant seal. Nice. Well, I hope you enjoy living in here. This is much better now this is hooked up as well. This is like really going to help the flow of guests through our zoo. And we do need more entrances to our zoo at some point. I'm wondering whether we put some more of these in just to give a better flow to the zoo. Even if it's just like one here and one on this side might be good. But I'm not going to do that just now. I'm going to carry on building this area out for now. And we're going to have a nice long path here. And on this side too. And on this side of the habitat, we're going to have our penguins. And you know what? I'm actually tempted to do the same thing we've done here on this side. Because I think it'll look nice being symmetrical. What I'm going to do is... yeah, because then we've only got to do this once. I'm going to sink this down and have a underwater viewing area for our penguin habitat on this side. So this is going to be a challenge, but we're going to do it. And the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to use the terrain stamp tool. I'm going to put it on 8 meters deep because that's how deep this area is. And I'm thinking how wide I want it to be. Probably, I want it to be here. So I probably want it to be... it's got to have 4 meters on this side. I'm wondering whether 12 is better or whether we go more like 10 meters or 8 meters even. Because it's not quite against the side here. I think I'm going to be safe and go with a 12 meter path here. And then just stamp this along. Okay, I think that's good. Now we need to put our path in. Okay, I think that works. Now what we can do is we can delete this section in the middle. And the train should be able to see both sides. It's going to be a bit closer to the seal side, but that's okay. We could always adjust it in the future, but I'm not too fussed. I don't think it's going to be that far out of place. Okay, I think that looks good. Now we need to put in the actual habitat. We've got our train here modeling it nicely as well. And yeah, I feel like this is fine. Given that they've got the straight run here, it makes sense to just have a bit of extra space on this side. And they can see the penguins and the seals at the same time. So we're going to put a glass barrier on this side. And for that, I am going to stamp it out first, I think. So let's just stamp out this area. And then we really want to get a bearing on how big of a habitat we want to give the penguins. But for now, I know that we're going to need like at least this much space for the water. So we're going to be doing that. Right, let's have a little look at our requirements for these guys. So they live in groups of 6 to 500. Now, we can't have too many or we won't afford them. But we do want to have a decent number. And I guess if we're having a smaller number, we need to have a smaller habitat so that they're not too cramped in. So instead of 6 to 500, I mean... what if we have 10 adults? How crazy is that? They barely need any space at all. Okay. Well, they could just have this area here. I'll tell you what, let's map out an area that seems good for them. And then I guess that'll determine how many we have, because their requirements are so small. If we have 10 adults, and how many babies do they have at a time? 1 baby. Is that the most they can have? 2 to 3 days. Yeah, single chick. They have 1 egg, don't they? Wow, okay. Fine. Well, I guess... they want to forage in the sea, though. That's the thing. So I'm going to give them, like, a big water area that somewhat represents the sea for them. And then a smaller land area that's a bit more, like, where they're going to be laying their nests and stuff. So what we could do is we could have this be a big water area. And then their land area could be over here. And that could be more true to the size of their... like, what they require. So, let's say 10 adults and 10 babies. They want 250. What if we have, like, 30 adults? It doesn't even change that much. Okay, so, really, we're talking 300 square meters-ish. Like, maybe we do 500 square meters, and then once we put a couple of trees in or something, that's probably enough, isn't it? They only need taller than 1.5 meter fencing as well, so I am going to use the small wooden habitat gate, because I feel like this is going to be fine. And as far as a keeper hut and a staff room, they've got a staff room here and a keeper hut here. I mean, they're also close to this staff room, so I don't think they're using that one, though. I think they're using this one. So really, this is going to be the most difficult to get to, unless we add another keeper hut over here. So for now, I think we're going to need to do that and then decorate it up later. So I'm going to put a large keeper hut just over here. This isn't where it's going to be, but it's just going to be there for now. So we can add it into the keeper outsiders work zone. And that's what they will use. I don't think anyone else is going to really need it. The canids could use it, actually. Let's add it into their work zone as well, because they've got these habitats here. So, I mean, they're really close to this one. But we'll give them both, just in case, like, they come out of this habitat and this is closer or whatever. Like, they might as well use it. We've got it, don't we? You know? Right, let's put their area in. So if we plot this out with a small wooden habitat gate, we know we're going to have it on this side, maybe just, like, here. Would be good. And then I'm going to use multiples of 4 so we can use the gridded construction pieces. I don't think we need much for this, just to get the land area. Okay, how big is this? This is 576. That's kind of perfect. Okay, so we can give them a little beach area, and maybe over here we have a bit of shelter. This could work, and then the path can extend beyond. So if we put in our guest path, that aligns pretty closely. I don't know if that's too close. Perhaps I should have thought of that. I think it's okay. As long as we build our barriers slightly set back from it, I think that's fine. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Right, let's go back to our barriers. Let's change these to all be null barriers. So we know that this is 500. That's fine. Let's actually extend it now, though, because we're going to have this whole area be water here. And now we can put it to here and change it to glass. Now I'm going to have 20 meter panels for glass if I can. It isn't liking it here, but I think that's to do with the terrain. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. It's not actually like too close or anything. It's that it doesn't like the change in terrain height. I think it thinks it's too big, basically. There we go. This is all mapped out now. So then we should be able to just... I'm probably going to block it out, and then I'll use the other terrain tools to create more interesting... like a more interesting area after. Because we don't want it to be just a massive pit like this. It's not the most interesting, and it could be deeper than this as well. So let's get our sculpting tools out. We're gonna push this down a little bit in some places and make it a bit more interesting. Okay, I think that's good. If we make this 1.5 transparency, and I think I might make this area a little bit more interesting. I don't want to have too much in here, but I do want to create a few little things like we had in the other one, where we've got these little ice floats almost that come up. Because I think that'll be more interesting for them. So what I'm going to do is flatten the foundation. I'm going to try and grab a corner here and do it from this point, just to get the height of the terrain that we want. There we go. I think that's good. We've got a few little places for them to stand. We can always put jetties out here as well, but I think this is a cute little area for the little kids to start learning to swim, because it's very shallow here, and then it drops off into deep water, and they've got the sea to swim in effectively. Now, we do need to build this up, because obviously they don't have barriers on the side, so we need to put something that goes the whole way around. And we will do that. I think the snow blocks are probably a good thing to use generally in this habitat. Like we did here, like I feel like if they're seeing the inside, the snow blocks are quite cute because they kind of blend into the snow of the general terrain they'd live in anyway. So let's put those in. We can have viewing areas on this side as well. I'm not sure they'll see much though. So I'm tempted to leave it more as like a solid wall around the water. And this is the place to come see them, you know? What I'm thinking is I'm going to build a small fence. I don't think I'm going to have like a built-up nesting area because these guys just like shelter in the open, don't they? They all like huddle together and stuff. And I don't think it's going to get that cold here where they're not going to be able to do that. So I don't think we need to give them overhead shelter. Let's instead just build a small fence around. And actually, the one we've got here, I do quite like the idea of. Let's grab one of these fence panels. Exit the group, and we can put one of these in everywhere. If we align this up to the grid here, we could even change it from the wood to the snow blocks. That might be better. I think I might prefer that. Let's change this to snow 1 meter, and then we just have to align this in. I think that's pretty well aligned. Now we just need to put these two into one group. And then if we edit this, we can duplicate this the whole way around. And it should be sufficient and definitely tall enough. We just need to sort out the corners where it meets the glass barrier. And this edge is going to be a slight problem, so I'm going to resolve this after. Let's put this back onto 4 meters and do the rest of it. Okay, and then we just need to put in a snow block here, I think. Is it going to be just too wide, or is it going to work? I think if we raise this up here, this will be sufficient to cover this all off here. Doesn't need to be more than that, just some snow padding at the end. Can even have it on this side the same. Can remove the fencing that we have here. There we go. I think that works. And this should all be tight now. Like, it should be watertight and... Oh, apart from this section here. Yeah, we need to do this. I'm going to exit the group and just place this in manually on this edge. It's not going to do the corners very well. That's the only thing how I built this fence, is it's not going to do the corners very nicely. So we need to adjust our expectations for that. But I think generally it's fine. Like, these corners are a bit strange, let's say. But what we could do is on the corners, we could put different pieces in. But I think, do we have any penguin items that we can use here? Just wondering whether these corners can be covered off by something like this. Probably. Where they don't quite work together. I do like these. I want to use them somewhere. Or like a penguin statue. Or something. Yeah, I think these will work. Because the railings can just jump into a penguin. Okay, I think that works. It kind of covers it off. And then we do need to do something here. But I don't think we need anything anything crazy here. We can just have a small snow block fence here. It's so annoying that this is slightly higher. Maybe we should shrink this tall one down instead, like that. In fact, we could have it go all the way up to the railing like this. That's probably better. And then that covers off the railing here. Let's do that. That's better, isn't it? And now they can definitely get in. That looks pretty cool, I think. This is our little land area for them. Doesn't seem like much, but it is enough for them. And then we've got our beautiful, huge water area for them here, which we can turn to be 1.5 transparency. And now I guess should be able to walk down here and see the penguins, as well as our train should be able to see our penguins perfectly as well. Let's hit play. My goodness, what a change in the second between when they were going down here. They suddenly look left and whoa, there's a penguin habitat. No penguins though, so let's sort that out. What facilities without power? Yeah, of course you are. Let's add in a little bit of power over here. You should be connected to the water treatment we put in before. Yeah, you are because of this here. So that's fine. We just needed some power over here. And these are going to be staff-only paths. So our guests can't get to them. Is there a negative impact? No. Cool. Well, let's put this in the work zone before I forget. We're going to need this in the zoo work zone. All of this. And then our keeper outsiders are also going to need this habitat. And we're going to need to rename the habitat to be King Penguins. King Penguin habitat. Cool. Let's have a look at them in animal trading and see who we've got. We haven't got many, but we've got some. Oh, I don't like 0% longevity. Now, they are mated in pairs, aren't they? So we want to get an equal number. They're monogamous. Yeah, equal number of males and females. This is a decent female. This is a pretty good male. I didn't look at their age, actually. How long do they live? They live to be 26. Wow, okay. And they can breed to 26 as well. Well, that's easy. Let's get another male. I'm going to grab this male. I don't really want to grab this female because I don't want to be breeding with her. Seeing as they're not even like an endangered species or anything. Oh, and more just came in. Okay, fine. You're okay. I just don't want to like it when they have 0% on one of their traits. Let's sort them by appeal and get the best male from here. Probably you are the best rounded. How many have you got now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is the minimum. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to send them into quarantine. And if they're happy with a group size of 6, we can always consider that. Are there any more? Just need another female. I think we just got a new batch, didn't we? And that was all we got. So if that's all that's available right now, like in real life, we might just have to accept that and go with it. That's what a real zoo would have to do, isn't it? Okay, I think that's good. Oh, and it's all the wrong path. Perfect. I'm going to have to go over this now. Okay, that's done. Cool. Right, well, we've got the inspector here. Let's also just add in a few bins here and there to make sure we've got enough. There we go. And we're going to need donation bins too. So where are they? We've got our green donation bin here. It's very dark. I'm going to leave it for now because I'm assuming the visibility isn't too bad. And I'm not doing anything crazy right now as far as like designing anything or anything. I'm going to put the red one here and then the green here and red there maybe. And we'll have a small green one just here. Yeah, I think this works. Okay, let's grab our red bins. We'll put a red one here at the bottom. We'll have a red one in here. Down at the bottom here and over here. Cool, I think that's a good spread of donation bins and stuff. Hopefully this area is fine. I just kind of want to see if it's all good. I think they've all passed quarantine now. So all of them are healthy and happy. Let's move them into their habitat and see what they think of it. I'm sure it's not appropriate for them, but I'm not sure why yet. I'm also just going to go on habitat and filter by, not theme, filter by species. King penguin. Down in the K's. Where are they? King penguin. And we're going to want to look at what they need. So beds and shelters. Oh, that's quite cool. I'm not going to lie. That's really cool. Pre-built shelter for them. There's actually one here. That's pretty cool as well. We could even use this. We never really used the blueprints for shelters and stuff, but I don't think that's a bad one. I think that could be quite fun. So I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to put it here. And it does give a bit more interest, doesn't it, in this area? Let's shuffle it this way. So it's on this far side. And you can even see through it. That's cool. Well, I think that's pretty good. Because if they do need any hard shelter, they've definitely got it now. And this doesn't have, like, many spots on it. So that we don't want it to be loads of penguins in here. Oh, here they are. Just as I say that, they're arriving. I'll give them some jetty bedding as well. Oh, look at them as the sun shines over the cliffs. They're amazing, aren't they, the king penguins? They're so beautiful. Wow. Okay, well, they do need a bit of hard shelter, actually. Wow, okay, well, we could extend this. I'll tell you what we're going to do is we'll probably edit this and make 2 of them and just merge them together. Yeah, I think that's quite cute. Because if we've not got many... Problem is, I kind of want them to all have their own little space. So I tell you what. Let's pause it. These are some amazing assets, but we're not going to use these. We're going to demolish it. We're going to flatten this area out. And what we're going to do now is we're going to make each monogamous pair a little hut. Because they do need some hard shelter, so that's adorable. Right, I'm going to pause it here. They need more soil and more sand as well. So this is a thing. They don't want 100% snow. Like, they need a little bit of soil and sand. So they're going to need some inside area. Fine. We can do that with some heaters anyway. But let's build them some little huts that they can live in. Okay, I feel like that's better, isn't it? They've got a bit of hard shelter now. They've got 100%. There we go. And that's helped towards their terrain requirements. So what I'm thinking we do now is we build a little town center in this little penguin village. I'm getting a bit carried away now with the buildings, but I think it's cute. So let's build a little town center where they can have a little gathering area together, and that can have a heater in it maybe. And what I'm going to do, I think, is use 2-meter curved wall pieces. Have this be open. I want to have gaps. I think this will just about fit in here. So let's do it. Something like this. And this can have a heater right in the middle. Habitat, where is it? Heaters and coolers. Let's put a heater right here. And we're not hiding that this is a heater. This is a heater that's going to be on 15 degrees, or maybe 10 degrees, because I don't know. I don't think these guys like it too warm. Let's have a little check. What temperature do you guys like it to be? -20 to 17. Yeah, okay. So maybe even just have this at 0 or 1 degree. Make sure that the snow is definitely melted. Have this at 1 degree in here, and we can put a little roof or something on this as well. Make it a bit more interesting. There we go. We've got like a town center with a little reed display. And I'm thinking the heater might be better on the ceiling, honestly. Like for theme, it makes a bit more sense that it's up there. Because either we're going to have like a heater that they interact with, or there's just this building is heated. And I think I'm going more for this, this building has like a heater in it. It's a bit hard to make it perfectly central, but I think that's pretty close now. So yeah, that seems good. Okay, that should be helping them out a lot. Now with the terrain, they should have enough sand, but probably not enough. Yeah, not enough soil. So we just need a little bit of soil. We could even just have some light soil in this area. Like in the little town area. Let's see how that goes. Oh, we're getting there. There we go, 10%. We are actually at enough soil, so that's fine. They've got a little bit of soil in here. And then on the outside, they've got sand and everything. I mean, they can technically walk all the way down there. I didn't check if they could break out, but I was pretty confident they couldn't. Yeah. They can take a very long walk around the edge if they want to, but it seems a little bit unnecessary. But they don't have any food enrichment or anything, so let's put in some of that. They're going to need some habitat enrichment items. They've got loads, and I want to give them some of these platform floats as well, because they're cool, as well as jetties. But let's also give them some frozen fish. So if we put one frozen fish here, where else are the guests going to see them? Maybe one here too. And the guests can kind of pile up in those areas. And then we can give them a mirror mobile out here. And maybe a sprinkler. Or maybe even a water jet rock. That's cool. Let's do that. And then let's give them a submarine boy down here. And a rubber duck. Gotta have a rubber duck, haven't you? And we're obviously going to make it a white duck, as we've been doing. There we go. And some underwater feeding. So let's put an underwater fish feeder down here. I don't know if we'll need more than one, honestly. I think that's probably fine. And it's sufficiently deep that it's going to work. So, in fact, you would be better placed in the middle. Where's the middle? Like here. This is where we want them to do it. Right where I put the submarine boy. So, maybe I put you like here instead. And the submarine boy can move over to here. That can be yellow still. I like the yellow submarine. Right. Is that good? Yes, we're going to put a jetty in and some bedding. But I don't want to have the jetty be too massive. So I'm going to turn off a line to surface and then it should stay oriented. Just going to build the jetty along the side here. And then I think let's also give them a few platform floats. So if we have one here, it's got a couple of angles they can get in on. There's one there, they can get it on 3. That's probably enough. We could put another one in though. Go on, we'll put another one near the front because that's fun, isn't it? If we put it here, they can definitely jump on it, yeah, from 2 angles. Cool. Well, we got them kind of floating around. That's good. Right, let's play because they should be pretty happy now. They're 100% enrichment. 81% food. Yeah, that's to do with our food enrichment though. And we've not been keeping track of the vet research. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, we've completed the Bighorn sheep, so that's good. I think it's moose next. I'm going to get one of them to start on the moose, but we're going to stop them this time before they get completed because we want to make sure that everyone is on grade 2 food quality rather than having some on 3 and some on 1, which obviously isn't ideal. The red crown cranes we previously researched, so thankfully we've already done that. We can get them to grade 3 food, but we really do want to boost the food quality around here. Look at you, what are you doing? Just derping around. Just living your life. I like this, and I really like that the guests can kind of like come in and see them in their nesting areas when they're breeding, but they can't get out. Like, that seems like an interesting way for the guests to interact with them. Without getting too close, because I mean they're confident around guests. It's not like they're that worried about anything. And they do have some plants in here for this decoration, but maybe we should put a few in for... Oh, actually, they don't really want any. They don't want any at all, really. But I guess that makes sense because they might live in the, you know, the tundra, and there's not really much, is there? So I think what we might do is might put a few underwater plants in here, just in a couple of places. But I don't want to have too many. And that's probably good, honestly. I don't think they need much more than that. We've just got a few plants in here, just to kind of spice it up a little bit down here. And down here, it's going to be probably just rock. I think we'll go for rock and maybe maybe some sand. That's what I did with the other one, the seals. I made it all rock and then I put some sand on like the flat areas at the bottom. There we go. I think that's pretty good. They seem fairly happy, don't they? Happy with their environment, happy with the shelter, and happy... Oh, we didn't even check their requirements, but we knew it was going to be loads. So they've got 1,250 square meters of land, and then like 2,000 in water. That's definitely good for them. And they've got a little village here, so they can live quite happily with their 6 houses for the pairs. How many have we got? So I think we've only got 6 in total, so we're only going to use 3 of the houses right now. But there is expansion room there in the future. Yeah, I don't think we need any more right now. We're happy with our 6, aren't we? And we can let them grow to enjoy this habitat. So if we look in our work zones, is this all set up correctly? I believe we put this into the keeper outsiders already, didn't we? Yes. And did we put it into zoo? We did. And I don't think we put it into security, did we? No. Okay, so we're going to put this in security and these as well. And then security is going to come over here. As well as these. We'll just whack them in. And then we do need some education for them. So let's add in facilities. Oh, I'm going to pause. Who's escaped? Oh my goodness. Let's emergency capture you. We've got a baby Arctic wolf that got out. How did you get out? Well, that's not good, is it? I don't know how that happened. Well, hopefully that gets resolved. We need to kind of check them when they go back in to see what they can and can't see. In the meantime, I'm going to add in some of these education posts over by the penguins. And we got to think about where we want to have our talk as well. Because I feel like this isn't really the main side over here. This is kind of like the main penguin area where the guests are going to congregate, isn't it? So I feel like the talk should be here. But this is going to add a 6th animal and ruin our general timings of stuff. So I think what I'm going to do is put this one in December as well. And then we're going to add another educator to the work zone. So if we add it into the education outsiders. And then also add it into zoo so it gets fixed. I don't think these degrade over time, but if they do, the mechanics can fix them now. And then we're going to hire another educator and put them into the same work zone. So they're going to be on, where are they? Keepers, educators, education, outsiders. Oh, there's high workloads going around. Yeah, we do kind of need more educators on all of them. It's the thing our zoo is lacking a bit is education. We've got 3. I mean, our marketing sucks as well, but that's fine. That can be resolved in the future. Well, we've got this reward, so let's claim this. And yeah, it's all about education and stuff as well. That's the thing. We need it to be better education everywhere. But I think this is pretty cool. This looks like you know what's going on. What are you doing there? How have you done this? We found a Jesus penguin. No way. That's so funny. How are they doing that? It must be because of how we put the barrier in and like the terrain and stuff where they can very slightly walk there. Well, I mean, I love that. I'm not going to lie. I think that's not a bug. That's a feature. Look at them. Just walking on water. Living their life. Well, that's hilarious. I think let's learn a little bit more about the king penguins. The king penguin is a large species of marine bird that lives in the Southern Ocean and breeds on subantarctic islands, including the Falklands and South Georgia. King penguins have dark grey feathers on their backs and flippers, white feathers on their chests and stomachs, and yellow coloration on their throats, while their heads are black with bright orange cheek patches as well as an orange streak along their beaks. They stand at between 80 and 100 centimeters tall, and they weigh an average of 9 to 14 kilos, being the second largest species of penguin after the emperor penguin. The renewal system of the king penguin is adapted so that they can drink and filter salt from seawater. And the deepest recorded dive of a king penguin is 343 meters, and the longest recorded time underwater is 9 minutes and 12 seconds, so they're very happy in the water. There's a king penguin at Edinburgh Zoo that's called Sir Nils Olav III and is the Colonel-in-Chief of the Norwegian King's Guard. King penguins are monogamous, mating with only one partner each breeding season and caring for the chick together. However, only 30% of king penguins mate for life. King penguins who don't breed successfully or who lose their eggs or chicks will attempt to steal the chicks from other pairs, so we got to keep an eye on them in this zoo. King penguins are social animals, and when not foraging at sea, they live in extremely large colonies of many thousands of mated pairs. During September and November, king penguins come ashore to molt and mate. Males and females attempt to attract a mate by calling before engaging in a courtship ritual where they bow their heads to each other, stretch out their necks, and sway and rub their necks together. After this ritual, the female lies on her stomach on the ground and the male mates with her. The penguins then go back to sea for 3 weeks to forage, returning to the island to lay and care for the eggs. Following the laying of the egg, the mother will incubate it on her feet, covered by her brood pouch, for 6 to 18 days, before the male will take over the shift while the female goes to hunt. They keep this shift switching going for 55 days until the egg hatches. However, if one partner takes too long to relieve the other from the shift, the egg will be abandoned. The unborn chick will die very quickly if the egg touches the cold ground. After 55 days, the egg begins to hatch, and this is a process that may take 2 to 3 days. The chick will remain in the brood pouch while the parents take alternating shifts of 3 to 7 days to care for the chick, which is very vulnerable to the cold just after hatching. So there's a lot of shift switching going on during the early stages. After 30 to 40 days, the chick is large and strong enough to leave the brood pouch and move more independently. They begin to explore and will join other chicks in a creche that is watched over by several of the adults, so they literally have daycare. By April, most chicks will almost be adult size, losing weight over the winter before gaining it back in the spring. They will fledge in the summer, and the king penguins reach sexual maturity at 3 years old, but are unlikely to mate until they're between 5 to 6 years old. Thankfully, the species is not endangered. However, it is predicted that the king penguin population will decrease rapidly over the coming decades. This is due to climate change, which is likely to affect their prey species distribution around the islands on which they breed, and the warming of the ocean may change the path of ocean currents. Penguins also struggle with acquiring enough food in areas where commercial fishing is widespread. So the king penguins are not viewed as at risk due to their currently high population, but there are charities that are proposing that marine reserves be established around the penguins' range, and that commercial fishing is limited in these areas to try and keep the population thriving, rather than letting it slip into at-risk status. So we do need to keep an eye on these guys, and hopefully be a bit more proactive with their conservation, rather than waiting until it's a problem and trying to fix it. I'm super happy with our little penguin habitat we've got in here. And I think I just sent the baby Arctic wolf into this habitat, and now I'm scared they can break out again because I've not kept an eye on that. Oh, they're in here. They're in here. Okay. How are you getting out, my friend? I'm very impressed. But how are you doing it? Here. Ah, so you can jump somehow. Jumpable escape point. You can get onto those benches. It must be from here. Can I sink that down? What about now? Right, let's play. Oh, escape artists. I'm gonna rename them Houdini just for now. I know we don't rename them, but I feel like like they deserve it. What about that? Oh, it's even more. How are you doing this? It must be because this is higher on the other side. What we could do is remove these benches in this corner. Seeing as people kind of stand here anyway, we could take these two out and that might solve the problem. What about now? Yeah, now they can't get out. Okay, I'm going to remove them. They were just managing to land on the bench that were committing to the jump. But really, this is where the guests are going to be, isn't it? So we don't really need that. There you go, that's a bit better. And to be honest, we could connect a small 4 meter through here as well. Just into this this area, actually. And then just, I've literally just put these plants in. Let's just move them in here. There we go. There's a bit more of a connection. And I might do the same here, to be honest, just to hook it up a bit more. A bit more of a through road into it. Yeah, see, and they're already using it. Because we've got the one here, but now we've got a couple more. A few more entrances in. Cool. Well, I do think we need to get some more like guest facilities and stuff up and running. But before we do any of that, I feel like we've finished our outsiders section, at least pretty well. I'm thinking about the animals we have left. If we filter these animals for the Tundra, we've got all of the outsiders, I think, that we're going to get. We definitely need to get like a feline area in the zoo, but we're crucially missing a few bears. And we did have the Himalayan bear and the spectacled bear in our other winter zoo, but we didn't, and the grizzly bear as well, but we didn't have the polar bear. So I think it's time for our zoo to get a little reward and have the beautiful polar bear in this section, and that will take us up to 5 animals in our bear section, which could be a good amount. Like, that could be enough. And we have this whole space here, because I think they need a lot of space. Let's check them out. So it's 1 male and 1 female, as we thought. So they're solitary as well. So that's interesting. We're going to need 2 habitats here. And the ability for the male to go into the female's territory. So if we have, if we have 2 adults in the same one, it's 3,900 square meters. They have up to 3 babies. So it's either going to be 2 adults, which is 3,900, or it's going to be a mum and 3 cubs, which is even higher. So 4,225. When do they leave? The cubs spend 2 to 3 years with her until she eventually chases them away to live alone. Okay, so they're fully grown at 9 years old. Fair enough. So basically, she's going to have maximum 3 cubs at one time. So let's go with that. So 4,000 and 1,000 water. We're basically talking like 6,000 safely. And then for the male, about, oh my goodness, I'm going to pause. About 4,000 to 5,000. How has Tonks gone out? How are you guys doing this? Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab this fence here. And I'm just on these posts. I'm going to just raise them up very slightly. There we go. Because we know we have a bit more of a problem over here. So we've raised it up, which is fair enough. And I think we could... Well, we'll leave the seating open because people want to come in and out, don't we? And I might actually take it out on the other side as well. Just because otherwise I guess they're going to get a bit stuck here, aren't they, with the tree? Can always just slightly move this tree as well. We could put it on this side. That's a bit better, isn't it? And now guests can come through a bit more easily. They got places to sit, but we don't need to overcrowd it. It doesn't seem like any of them can escape now. Like, Tonks can't escape and Houdini can't escape. So I think we are good. My goodness. How's our moose getting on as well? You doing good? Didn't you have a little bubber in here somewhere? And the male. Oh my goodness, we left the male in here with them. Oh no, okay, well you need to move back into your habitat, my friend. Oops, that was a mistake. Yeah, okay, we've not paid much attention to the ungulates for a little while. We were also going to wait for these guys to grow up, the sheep, and then move them through. Oh no! I'm going to pause here. Logan's about to die of old age. That's our first death in the zoo. Yeah, okay, we've got some older boys now. Annoyingly, we've only got 2. I'm going to grab this male and our main male for now. Because we've got juveniles in here. I'm going to grab both of these and move them into the moose habitat. And I believe the bighorn sheep need to live in groups of 3. So we're going to get like a little male group in there. Let's reset all the filters. Bighorn sheep live in groups of 3. Okay, so can we please be a male available? Bighorn sheep. Yes. Okay, there's a few males. This one is available for cash. That's probably good. Let's grab them. And we will send them to quarantine and then move them into that habitat with the other boys. And that way, we should have a little male herd and a little female herd in here. And Logan's about to die of old age. You poor little thing. Hopefully, well, I mean, if they're in the burrow, that is kind of like their little safe space, isn't it? And poor thing. He's done so well. He's lived a good life. And he's had multiple babies, I think. So, you know, he was a good asset to the zoo. Oh, okay. He's just been boxed up. I guess they don't fall over if they die in a burrow. Oh, you poor thing. Does that mean he's just gone? That's it. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, seeing as he's the first animal death as well, let's get media devices and education. We can get a memorial plaque going on here, can't we? In here. Annoyingly, it's not going to quite look centered because of how the bricks are, but it is centered. Can we link this? Oh, yeah. If I don't do it this way, I've just realized if I don't do it this way, I can actually put him in to be Logan. So if we go to zoo and then memorials, I can click Logan and it will automatically populate all their information. So let's create a memorial here and add this in like that. The poor little thing. Bless them. We can change the color from the edge. Let's have that be white. It's a bit more in keeping with the rest of it, isn't it? And they've got a little thing here. I'm wondering whether I actually put this down in here. That might be better. There we go. poor Logan. Now people can learn about him. Well, he will be missed. Logan has died. I don't think we need to call the vet. Oh, he's here. Oh. Oh, no. This is horrific. What happened? I think that was a bit of a mistake with the boxing and everything. I'm just going to call the vet because he did die in the burrow. That's a bit strange. Well, let's pause there. Well, the vet will deal with that. We can get another Wolverine male as well before I inevitably forget. Let's just get another Wolverine male. We've got 2 new males. So this one is going to be Sven. He's not the best. You know what? I'm going to wait for a better one to come along that's available for cash. We're going to hold out for a better Wolverine. And we need to put in some huge habitats here. So this needs to be 2 meters. But other than that, we're pretty okay on restrictions. It just needs to be 2 meters high. I'm wondering where we have them. Because we want to have good viewing in both habitats, ideally. And I'm not sure we're going to get that easily. Unless we add a bit of a path here. Link that back up. And then build out the path this way. And what we could do is have one that goes over the habitat. I think that's the best way. With an animal like the polar bear, that's probably the best way to actually get some good viewing going on. We're going to build up a little viewing area that our guests can reach. I think it's going to have to be 3 high as well. So I do kind of want to have this come up probably like that. This is better. So this is like a very accessible way up. That seems high enough. And now this should be able to ramp down, I think. Yes. Okay, so we've got stairs leading up here, or there's a more accessible route with ramps up to here. And then if we align to grid, we can now build this area out and give ourselves a bit more viewing. Otherwise, I don't think our guests are going to very easily see 2 habitats of this size. Okay, I think this works. That's a pretty big area here. So, oh wow, that's 8,000. I thought this was going to be big enough for both of them, but I don't think it is. We're gonna have to make this even wider. Wow. Okay. Okay, so this whole area now is 10,000, almost 11,000 meters squared. Wow, this is huge. Okay, let's remind ourselves of the numbers. Polar bear, because we had the little break with the sheep, and now I can't remember what it was. Okay, it was 1 adult needs 3. This is the male. It's going to need 3,250 land plus 750 water. And 2 adults was less, wasn't it? Yeah, 2 adults is less than 1 adult and 3 babies. So 1 adult and 3 juveniles is going to need 4,225 land and 1,260 water. So if we're calling this 550, 5,500, and then we're calling this 4,500 basically, aren't we? Okay, we've got 5,500 and 4,500. They're going to be similar. I'm going to give them a little bit of extra space just because we've already like built out this area. But we need to find a line that's kind of where it would be. I'd like to draw that line here if possible. I think it would make sense. And then let's put a wooden habitat gate in here. And see what this one is. Okay, so this is 6,000 and this is 4.5. This is pretty much dead on 4.5. Okay, well, can we get more area? I mean, if we build out this, I'm just thinking about the guests seeing them as well. Because I want the guests to actually be able to see them, but at the same time, I want the bear to be able to use the space. We could build some kind of shelter into this area, and that might be more multifunctional. Right, let's have a think. 6.5. This needs to be more like 6,000 and 5,000. So a tiny bit different. Okay, 5,900 and 4,900. I think this is pretty good. This can be our male's habitat, and this could be our female's habitat. And the cubs. They're not going to have great viewing. That's the only thing. But we could build this out more along here. Well, I think maybe we have an area come across here that does the female's area to sleep. Yeah, this will work. This will work. Ideally, it would link in here, but I don't think that's going to happen. They're going to have to walk this way and then walk back. But if you want to go this far to see the polar bears, I feel like that's a draw that you're willing to make. You know, like polar bears are pretty cool. Now, let's put some bins in on this path because I don't seem to have put any along here, which is really bad. Let's put some bins in. There we go. We've got a few bins in here now. Okay, so let's have a look again at the barriers. We're going to need 2 meters. I'm going to make sure that this is correct as well. Like, we want all this to be null barrier. This is going to be crazy. And then what we're going to do is put these in the work zone before I forget. So work zones, we're going to have keeper bears is about to get a lot more busy. We're going to have both of these habitats. This is going to be polar bear male. And this one is going to be polar bear female. Cool. And then they're going to have some kind of habitat gate in the middle that we can have like here. I'm going to put this on 4 meters so we know where it is. In this area, we can have like a bridge that we draw up and then they can go between so they can see each other. I feel like the guests are going to be very interested in seeing the males because I believe they're a little bit bigger. So it makes sense we'd have them on the front. And also the cubs are probably more like private, and the mum's probably going to want to not have guests as close to the cubs, as the adult male doesn't really mind being near people. Like, you know, he's not going to care that much. So I feel like this is the right way to do it. I'm going to grab all of this other than the actual power source and put it on these as well, just so they've got a bit of decoration going. And then we do need to put in our barriers. So let's actually think about what we want. We need 2 meters high. We've got a lot of the ice ones for the bears, and I feel like we use the snow for the outsiders. The ice for the bears is a nice like division between the different areas of the zoo. So let's keep with the ice theme. It only needs 2 meters. Only 2 meters high. Is that right? Taller than 2 meters. Wow. Okay, so they can't really climb, can they? They're not great climbers. I mean, not that I can climb anything 2 meters, but you know what I mean? Let's put in a 2 meter block here and see what we're working with. Because if we align this to the grid here, this is gonna maintain it the whole way around. And then what we can do is we can have 2 pieces like this and a windowed piece. We could even use the shop front as a window. No, we won't. We'll use we could use this. We never use this window. What does that look like? That's not bad, actually. We always use the archways, but I don't really mind this one. This one's all right. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to decorate up 1 glass piece that the guests are going to be able to see through, which is going to be this one here. Then we're going to have a solid one that does education, and then a solid one that's just a solid wall piece that will be on like the back of the habitat as well. And if we look in here, we always have some fun decorations for the animals, don't we? We've got a flag, and we've got some beautiful sculptures. So we've got to put these in somewhere. I'm thinking maybe up here we should have polar bear. Even the ice sculpture or something would be very cool. This is a display. Is it a... No, it's a light. No way. Does this light up at night? That would be crazy if it does. Maybe we need to put a light up polar bear out here. That would be so cool. Okay, we're gonna do that after though. Let's design the barriers first. We'll put some flags in or something to let our guests know the polar bears are here. Okay, I think I'm pretty happy with these, I have to say. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go into this work zone. And then, crucially, because this will maintain the grid, I'm going to move these outside of the area we're building. And now what I can do is I can just grab the bits we want, like this glass panel here, duplicate it, and we can plot these around the edge and kind of map out our habitat. Okay, I think that's probably good there. We just need to do the doorways here. There we go. I feel like that's decent there. Right, let's have a look on the animal market and see if there are any polar bears available. I'm hoping there are. Please. Yes, there's a few. Wow, okay. That's not bad. Let's check them on the Zoopedia. How long do they live? They live to 35, actually. So they can breed from 7 as well. We need to be aware of that if we get a really young one. These are about the same age. I feel like... let's go for the 2 better ones that have more... like, we've got the credits. Let's grab both of these. The ones with better genes. And now we have a mating pair. Oh my goodness. I actually can't wait for this. Let's send them to the zoo. We're going to put them through quarantine, which is over there. And then when they've been through quarantine, just to check for any, like, illnesses or injuries they might have before coming into the zoo, then we'll put them in after. Oh, also our Bighorn sheep has passed quarantine, so let's move them in with the moose and the other sheep, because these guys aren't going to be happy until they've got 3. Yeah, the social group is not got enough males. You should be getting the interspecies enrichment though, so yeah, they're getting a bonus from interspecies enrichment here. That's good. Okay, we also need another Wolverine male, so let's have a look for one of those, see if one of them's available now. Wow, lots of Wolverines, not males, that are affordable. What's attracting protesters? Oh no, what's happening? Social. Oh, you're stressed. Well, actually, you should be gone because you've just grown up, I've seen. Yeah, all the babies have grown up and the adults are infertile now, bless them. Well, we'll keep them until they pass away because you've got to look after them, don't you? But we're going to release these guys into the wild. So, including the male. No, we want him to be included. There we go. Right, that's all of them, I think. Let's release. Just our 2 elderly and fertile foxes remain. Bless them. Aww, aren't you cute? How are our other foxes doing? Our red foxes? You still got babies? They're still babies, aren't they? They haven't grown up magically. Oh, they have grown up. They're young adults now. Oh my goodness. This is probably a very full den. Yeah. Okay, well, let's release the babies into the wild. Well, they're not babies anymore, are they? I don't know what to call them. The young adults, let's release them into the wild and just leave Marion and Robin. So all 3 of them is 50, 50, and 80. That's not bad. We get a few credits back after the polar bears as well. Let's also have a look at our vet research, see how they're getting on. We're level 1 on the moose. When do we get our food upgrade? Oh, we've got it already. Ah, cool. Well, in that case, let's move you over to our next animal. So who came after the moose? I think it was the fox, wasn't it? The fox or the seal? No, I think it was the fox and then the wolf and then the seal. It's like some kind of riddle. Who came first? Dangerous animals escaped? Oh, no. Oh, no, we didn't test that they couldn't get out of here. Okay. So you can get out of here, it seems. It's emergency capture, you guys. And thankfully, one of you's still in here. So if I hit play, I can see the escape points here. Yeah, you can... it's just that this isn't high enough, I think. This little barrier down here. So what I'm going to do is just all the way around. I'm just going to raise it up very slightly. Yeah, now they can't escape. Oh my goodness. Are you on the roof, kind sir? What are you doing up there? Can you imagine if you saw that? My goodness, why? Like, actually, why? Well, don't hurt yourself getting down. How are you going to get down from there? What are you doing? No, oh, just have a poop on the roof where they can't clean it. Nice. How are you going to get down? That is a hazard. They don't think these things through. That's the problem. Not much going on upstairs, is there? Look at that little dopey head. You're very cute, though. You're very friendly. Bless them. My goodness. Okay, well, these guys should all be fine now. So I think our polar bears have passed quarantine as well. They have. Look how empty this is over here. Right, let's grab both of them and we'll move them in at the same time. Oh, actually, no. Cancel move. We're moving them in different places. So the female, let's move her in first into the female habitat and then we'll move the male in. And we can see how they adjust. What I want to do is make this into like a shelter area that we've got here. I can take the supports off as well, which will probably look much better. Let's take off path supports and just change all this. Okay, that's much better. So now what we can do is we can put in more walls and make them like actually a bedding area. And we don't even need it to be that enclosed. Like we can use these archway pieces. I'm sure they can fit through the arches. Okay, I think that looks good. We just need to adjust this barrier very slightly now to be on basically like as close to this as we can get it. I think 3 meters is right here. I don't think this is going to have a problem here on this side. Because as long as it's close enough to the barrier, if it's like this, I don't think they can actually cross that without walking into the wall, so it won't say that they've left the habitat or anything. But this is a way where we've got a nice little inside den here underneath the guests. And on this side, we also have a nice little den underneath the guests. So I think that's pretty cool. We can also get some cameras going to show them what they actually are. But I don't know if we can connect them to our boards. I can never remember if we can do this. Let's put a education screen up. Just test it. And then if we get a habitat camera, can we, let's call this polar bear. Seems we don't have any cameras like this, like that view. Now what can we get this to be the right image? No, it's only there. Yeah, the only footage we can get is from the burrow cams. So I don't think so. Annoyingly not. And they don't have burrows. I don't believe they use burrows if we filter by polar bear, which we need to do anyway. They don't use burrows, do they? No, unfortunately not. Can you imagine if they did, though? It'd be huge. So what we can do is we can put some extra large bedding in here with some random rotation turned on as well. And this can be a nice bedding area for them. Like a little cave, basically, that we've made. There we go. That seems good. Cool. Well, I'm going to play and let our female actually be put into the habitat. This all seems sufficient. Oh, look, and they've got the train right here. People aren't using the train as much as they used to, are they? But it could also be because I keep turning it on and off. And that would definitely irritate me if I were a guest. Speaking of guests, how are they feeling? They love it as well. They love the Polar Express. They think it's spacious. I think let's put it up to 46 and 23. Put the prices up because we just got a polar bear. Come on. Of course the prices have to go up. Whoa, look at them. We got a polar bear. Okay, quickly. Let's just check. Can you break out and eat everyone? No, perfect. Oh, you know what we can do? We can get rid of these that we don't need anymore. Get rid of all of those. And let's put the male in as well then. If you're all fine, let's do that one at a time. Where am I looking for? Here, the quarantine. We're going to need names for these guys as well, so please do suggest it in the comments. This is going to be polar bear male. I think we destroyed the gate, didn't we? So we have to rename that. This one should still be polar bear female. Yeah, cool. And we need to add them into the work zone again. So keeper bears is going to have this habitat. And then security is going to need both of these as well. So they patrol over here. Going to give them all of these. Just don't want to give them the staff rooms basically in security. We want just the security staff rooms where they're like getting better training as security. And that reminds me actually, now we've said that, I don't think we gave our staff room perks to these guys. We didn't. Oh my goodness. So let's give these guys rec room. This is our general... No, this is our vendor staff. Let's give them the staff PR course because then they're going to make guests happier when they interact with them. And let's give the security office perk. Cool. Wow. Look at you patrolling. How you feel? Oh yeah, you're not happy. You just need water. They're pretty happy other than that, though, it seems like. Social group is fine. They just don't have enough space because they need water. Well, let's give you water. I don't want to give them an underwater viewing area because I feel like it's not necessary on this side. I'd rather do the higher viewing because we've just done a couple of underwater viewing habitats. And this is where the guests go underwater. It's like a bit of a feature. They've got this double-sided viewing area. So we're not going to do it for the bears. What we are going to do, though, is give them a nice big lake to swim in around here and probably clustered around the water treatment. So if we push this in here, we can definitely give them a beautiful lake. And I do think they like swimming in deep water as well. So we'll give them some deep water too in that. And they've got plenty of area then to swim, don't they? Okay, what about that? How does that look to you? Is that too much for you? Recalculate. That's kind of perfect, to be honest. We could give them a little bit less. What about that? Is that what we just had? I swear there was one that was like slightly lower down. There. I mean, I'll see what you think. Let me know what you think. I tell you what I'm going to do, actually, to make this more interesting. I'm going to make this area bigger, and bear with me. I'm going to give them some ice floats, because I feel like that is more what they want, isn't it, in their habitat. Rather than having just a big lake, they're going to want little pockets of land. I think that's pretty good. We're kind of where we were near the start, but I think 4,000 land and 1,600 water is good when it's like this, because they've got these like pockets of land to use. And thankfully they're happy with 100% snow, and they actually are. So like we don't need to do anything to the terrain because they literally just live here anyway. I think I will change it so that it's not long grass in here because that seems really weird. I'm going to make it soil in their den. Or actually rock would probably be better, wouldn't it? For like a cave environment. And look, our male is in here as well. Whoa, look at him. He's huge. Okay, I'm going to pause the game before they get too angry about everything. Where is our female gone? Where have you gone? Oh my goodness, is she swimming? Yeah, I think she's here. She is swimming. Okay, she was embedding herself in the side. Right. What else do you need? Are you happy other than this? She needs enrichment. Let's get the female's habitat sorted first. She's going to need different food enrichment. I think having a frozen block of fish here would be cool, I have to say. I'm going to turn off random rotation as well. Or a large fixed roller feeder. That would be cool. Let's do that here. Because our guest can actually get, like, the measure of how big she is there. Then we're going to give her a fire hose ball out on the little platform. Can have a large snowball over here. You have to, like, swim to get your toys. I feel like that's cool. We can have an underwater feeder as well. Just for, like, their benefit for enrichment. They can throw the fish in the water, basically. I think this is deep enough. Inaccessible. If I hit play, is it inaccessible? It's accessible. There we go. Right, so that's fine there. And then we're going to need... Gave them a fire hose ball. Maybe... What else have we got that's cool? Could give them a tree scatter feed. I feel like that's quite cool to watch. And then another toy. And that's going to be it. Seeing as it's a festive zoo, let's give them a gift box. Because all animals love boxes, don't they? They all seem to love them for some reason. Oh, and they're not 100% on enrichment. They want more toys. Okay, well, we can give you another toy. What do we want to go with? There's so many choices here. Ooh, wind chimes. Let's go wind chimes. That's cool. I'm thinking where to put them. I'm going to put the wind chimes at the back here, and the box can be moved. The box they can have near their bed to play with. Are you happy with that? Yeah, that's 100% enrichment. You have so much space. Right, before we get protesters about the male, let's do the same thing in here. I feel like this is actually pretty good, I have to say. They've got lots of land area. And I know that, like, it's saying it's closer on the land than the water, but I feel like this is a good split, and it still gives them lots of areas to swim. Like, this is actually all connected underwater, so it's all one big area. We can maybe get rid of some of this. That's a bit weird. Let's push this away. But I feel like this generally looks pretty cool. And it did remind me as well, I haven't put any rocks in our penguin habitat, and I do need to do that. So they've got some more rocks rather than it being just kind of like this. But like, well, we've got the natural rocks we built, so all of this is rock. But I think we want, if you put some more rocks in, it looks a bit nicer. So I'm going to do that in this habitat as well, obviously. I think this is a good split too. I'm happy with that. Enrichment, we're going to give them the same things to keep it fair, and also so they're used to it. Let's give them their fixed feeder here. Nice and prominent. We can give them the tree scatter feeder on this side. That's cool. And then, in fact, I'm going to swap those around. Because I feel like the bear's going to get on its hind legs to do that. The fixed roller feeder. Which would be really cool to see for the guests up front. And the tree scatter feeder is pretty cool there because it's got places to go. Then we are going to give it the underwater feeder as well. I'm tempted, seeing as the guests can't see this anyway, where can we put this in a nice open space of water? Probably here. Is that accessible? Yeah, there we go. Cool, let's do that. We can give them a fire hose ball, a large snowball over here. Going to give them a gift box on another float. And what else did we give them? The wind chimes. The wind chimes can go at the back. I think that is everything the same. Oh, and a frozen block of fish. Let's put that over here as well. They've got plenty of enrichment now, don't they? Hopefully they're happy with that. They are at 100% enrichment, so that's what we want to see. They've got all the terrain and hard shelter they would need. Trees-wise, we could put in a few trees, but not many, I think, because they don't really have any. So let's put these on random rotation and just put a couple of trees in. Because it's also going to eat away at their land area, so we don't want to put too much in. Where is our bear? Oh no, we've got disease animals discovered. How are you for land? Yeah, you're happy. Okay, cool. I'm going to pause it here. Oh, it's the monkeys. They've all got fever. Okay, well, let's just go on. Oh, they've grown up as well. We do need to sort them out. For now, let's just put them onto quarantine, all of them. Because I feel like this needs some serious sorting out. Request quarantine. There we go. All of them can have quarantine. We also need to turn on our education for the polar bears. So let's put that on. And maybe add a few more boards around here. Okay, so we've got the education in for them as well. When did we leave our education talks off? I think the red pandas were the last to go in here. And they're in June, which would make sense. Because then we're going to leave 2 months, which will be July and August. And then these guys will be in September. And then we've got October, November. And then we're back to December for the Wolverines. So this does work. And we can assign it to our education bears. Where are you? Education bears. Right at the top. How did I not see that? You can have education bears. You need education bears as well. How have we been missing these? Did I not put anyone in the work zone? So they've just not been doing any of them. Okay, well, that's good. Well, now they can actually start doing their work zone. No wonder they're having an easy time of it. I bet they're like, yeah, it's super easy. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, we've got our new staff as well. Let's train up everyone. And hit play. Yeah, we need to clean that habitat, but that's fine. They're doing that. All right, what do we need to do here? I think we could put some trees in like this area or just something to make it a little bit nicer. Right, that's all I'm gonna do. And then we've got these in here. I'm wondering, I might take this education off the corner there. I don't really like it there. This is our like wide panoramic view of the male polar bear. This is the money shot right here. And look at him hanging out, just pushing the cardboard box aside. Whoop, he's going in the water. And look at him swim. They can actually swim quite well, I think, can't they, polar bears? So I'm glad we put in this amount of water for them. And where's the female? Are they also swimming? See, it's good. If they're swimming, we've done well with the water. I think they are. Got to dive underwater. It's very dark. I can't really tell where they are. You in here swimming around? I don't know if you are. I think I might just be blind and not capable of finding you. Oh, there they are. That was easy. Okay, they're gonna fix that. We do probably need more keepers. How are we doing on the keeper front? Let's have a little look at our work zones. So staff-wise, we've got 1 keeper doing canids, 1 keeper doing... Oh, 2 keepers doing bears, 2 keepers doing canids. 2 doing ungulates and 2 doing outsiders. That should work. And then the educators say that they're struggling here. We need to just check the finances really on that. I feel like we probably need more caretakers generally. And they're quite cheap. So let's add another caretaker in. You can just be on zoo. And then, oh, these are new ones, aren't they? We've obviously not added them in. Oh, no, I've not put them in correctly. I'm going to pause here. Is that because we made this area here? And we didn't make a work zone for them? Okay, so what have we got? We've got shops at the entrance. Then we've got shops in the ungulate section. I thought we made a shops outsiders, but I just didn't put them in here then. Shops outsiders. Oops. Okay, that's fine. That's not going to change much, to be honest. They'll have only worked in their shop, which isn't Doesn't change a lot, but it means that now we put them in here, we can have extra people to work on it, and they can kind of have people floating between them rather than you only work in that one shop. So I think this is good that we've caught it now. They also were using the wrong security because they weren't in the work zone. They were just using the security room perk. Okay, let's get 2 extra vendors. Why not? We're going to expand this section in the future anyway, I'm sure. So let's put them into shopping outsiders as well. And then there's plenty of people to do this. Shops, outsiders, shops, outsiders. Now everyone's in a work zone. We can also train everyone up. Well, we can't train up the new people, can we yet? That's probably why. I'll leave that for now. Let's quickly look at our vet research. We're doing well with the red fox. We've got the first levels. That means we've got food. Yes. So let's progress that. And we're going to research level 1 for the wolves instead. Quarantine's passed. Good. The macaques are okay. Anyway. Oh, we wanted to put a light up here, didn't we, as well? I want to put this polar bear light while it's dark. Does this light up if it's in power? Yeah, it does. That's really cute. It's like soft, but I like it. Maybe we should put it down here then instead. That's quite cute, isn't it? You know this is the polar bear area. Quarantine, yeah, you're going to queue because, yeah, fair enough. There's a lot happening there right now. We do also need donation bins over here. At the minute, the guests can't donate, so let's quickly put some green and red alternating donation bins in. There we go. Plenty of donation bins. But lots of places to take their donations. Good. That's what we like to see. And our female is in here. Right, well, this isn't really a breeding habitat unless we have a way of letting them get to one another, is it? So let's take out one of these walls. I feel like 1 is probably sufficient, isn't it, here? And let's put in, we did the same for the bear's habitat. So thankfully we can copy, this is the panda habitat, so not that one. We can copy this design over. Let's grab all of this. And we should be able to make a nice little door. There we go. We've got a breeding door here. So now this can be raised up and the bear can go through into the female's habitat. Cool. Well, let's put some rocks in here before I forget. And we're going to do that now. Let's say, yeah, I think we don't need loads, but just a bit of nature to make it look a bit more interesting in here. Okay, I think that's good. Just to add a bit of variety to the habitat and just check that they can still get everywhere. Yeah, they've still got plenty of space. What about the female? How is she doing? Where are you there? There we go. Yes, she's good. And remember, most of the time they are going to be in the same habitat. It's only when she's actually got babies that he's going to be in there and she's going to be in here. And in real life, like how we're imagining it is that if they are together, we're opening this up. So as far as meeting their requirements, they're going to be together with this whole area for a lot of the time while they're kind of like breeding. Until they actually get interested in one another and then actually mate, and then when she's actually pregnant, which could be longer than we expect. So it depends how long it takes them to actually, you know, get on and breed rather than, oh, we put them together and instantly they start mating. It's like, well, they may not. They may need to warm up to one another. But I think this habitat's looking pretty good now. So now they're in here and getting a bit settled, let's learn a bit more about the polar bear. The polar bear is a large ursine species that lives in the Arctic Circle and the subarctic regions. With a completely white coat, dark eyes, and a dark nose, they are stocky in build with sturdy legs and large feet that are well adapted to swimming. To minimize heat loss, the bears have small ears and a short tail. Males are between 2.4 and 3 meters long, weighing between 350 and 750 kilos, and females are a little smaller, between 1.8 and 2.4 meters long, weighing in at around 150 to 250 kilos. Both sexes feed on both ringed and bearded seals. Polar bears are actually the largest land carnivores in the world, so they're a very cool addition to this zoo. And polar bears don't need to drink, as they produce water through digesting seal blubber. Polar bears are one of the most sexually dimorphic mammals, surpassed only by the elephant seal. Polar bears have small bumps called papillae on the pads of their feet to stop them from slipping on the ice. And they're insulated by 10 centimeters of fat tissue under their skin that keeps them warm, which is why they'll overheat in temperatures over 10 degrees C. How crazy is that? With the exception of a mother and her cubs, polar bears are completely solitary and only interact with each other to mate or to fight over mates. Occasionally, male bears will form strong bonds and spend time sleeping and playing together. Male polar bears track females through the scent of their urine, and multiple males may track the same female, resulting in fights to determine who gets to mate. In these cases, it is the larger, older bears that often win. The male and female will then spend approximately a week together, mating multiple times, and after this, the female spends 4 months eating a huge amount to gain a lot of weight, before digging a den in the snow where she enters a hibernation-like state. After between 195 and 265 days of gestation, she gives birth to between 1 and 3 cubs, most often 2. Her young will suckle from the mother for 3 months in the den, afterwards emerging to accompany her on hunts for solid food. The cubs spend 2 to 3 years with her until she eventually chases them away to live alone. They will then reach sexual maturity at 7 years old, becoming fully grown at 9 years old. Unfortunately, polar bears are vulnerable due to climate change melting the sea ice on which they live and feed. With reduced prey availability, the bears struggle to eat enough food to survive throughout the harsh winters. This also means that the females are far less likely to have cubs, as they require a lot of food to gain a significant amount of weight prior to the pregnancy. In order to try and conserve the polar bear, joint efforts by Russia, Canada, Norway, Denmark, Greenland, and the USA have led to the signing of the International Agreement on the Conservation of Polar Bears, which is committed to researching and protecting the population. But at present, there's currently estimated to only be 20 to 25,000 left in the wild, and they're classed as a vulnerable species. And it looks like we've got the challenge reward for releasing all our foxes into the wild, so let's claim that. That's a good amount of money. Look at our polar bears. Aren't they adorable? This is our female here, and then we've got our male in the other side of this breeding habitat over here. He's hiding from us right now. Is he having a sleep as well? Oh, he is. Much bigger. Bit of a chonky boy. Yeah. Quite scary. I didn't check if these guys could break out, which you guys pointed out. So I will do that now quickly, but I'm pretty sure they can't. Yeah, they can't break out, because that would be pretty awful if they could. But they're all good. We will move them in together to start breeding, but I'm just going to let them settle in a little bit first into their separate habitats, and then we will lift this breeding gate and let them use both areas. Now, we do have an alert here. I want to get the next animal in, but very quickly, I'm going to take a look at these guys. It looks like you're infected. Yours is complete, but you're an outsider. See, we've got a whole bunch of mess going on here. I think the non-infected quarantine past ones, we're going to move back into the habitat for the macaques. And then we need to sort out their group. Because I'm pretty sure Like, if we click on the macaques and we go to the Zoopedia, isn't it one family? It's primarily made up of related females and their offspring, but they do also have a small number of unrelated males that they've accepted into the group. So how many do we need? We need 8. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm going to pause it. Everyone is going on contraceptives just until I can figure out what's going on. Because if you start breeding, we're going to be in a big mess. So everyone's on contraceptives, and then a couple of them are infected right now, and they're the ones we saw in quarantine. Okay, so this is an adult male. You're not related to anyone, and you've got 2 children in here, so fine. You can stay. Shin can stay. Then we've got 2 females here that have 1 child in here. The problem is they got male children. I think I'm going to release just the male children into the wild. The ones that are children. And keep the females. So we'll release this. Hold on. Is there anyone else? Possibly. Yeah, Nobu will probably go as well. Who's currently coming into the habitat now. And actually, Takeo is going to go as well. I think we'll just get rid of the new boys. Oh, that's you. Is Nobu in here? No. Ah, there. I think it's probably in this box. So then we might just release the 3 young males that we've bred. Because really we want females, yeah. Let's release the 3 of them as a little group. They can go somewhere together and at least they know each other. And that will help control our population slightly. Let's release them into the wild. And then we've still got plenty of adults. Yeah, okay. And everyone can come off contraceptives. We'll let everyone breed again. There we go. That seems good. They should be okay in here now. And we've not got any alerts, so I'm going to assume they're fine. Oh, look at our train. Look at it go. Very cool. You guys need to leave, otherwise they're going to be held here. Go on, off you go. Time to get moving. It's not at full load. I don't know why people aren't using it very much. I don't know if it's because we've already got, like, better movement around it. The queue was full. Was it? Is it just over here that they're, like, packed out queuing? Yeah. My goodness. Whoa, okay. That's a bit crazy. I think we need more train stops. That's the problem. Anyway, I'm not going to do that now. We're going to have a look at getting the next animal in here. And it's going to be the Eurasian Lynx. We've got to get one of these in here. They're very cool cats, and they can start our little feline section of the zoo. So, what group size do they live in? I think it's 2, yeah. So, basically 1 male, 1 female, and they're solitary. So, we're going to make a breeding habitat where effectively they live alone, and then we have a breeding gate where we put them together just while they're breeding, and then we let the male go back into their territory. So it seems like they're very like 1 to 10 days, and that's it, and then they go back to being solitary, so that's fine. And then the cubs remain with the mother until it's like 1 to 3 years. Okay, so if they got a cub with them, they won't get pregnant again, but basically they're going to be with her for like 1 to 3 years. That's about it. Oh my goodness, we're about to have a baby seal as well. We will have a look at that. They have 1 to 4 babies. My goodness. Okay, so let's have 1 mother and 4 cubs needs 1,000 square meters of land. That's quite useful. 1 adult needs 600. What about 2 adults? Yeah, it's less than the mother and her cubs. So we need to basically have 1,000 for the female side, and then 600 for the male side. We'll obviously give a bit over for both of those. We do want to check out, where was it, on notifications. I want to see the baby seal. You're about to give birth. Oh my goodness, I can't wait for this. Baby seals are like the cutest things ever. With their little fluff. And she's definitely moving around. I think she's uncomfortable. Where are you going? Just give birth. You need to find a more comfy spot on the rocks. The jetty's not comfortable enough. The rocks are... That's where the layers of comfort are. Was that a poo? Yeah, she wanted to poo off of the jetty and then go back on. To be fair, that's fairly hygienic, to give credit to her. That is probably better for everyone. And you're going to go into the water. Okay. Because that's a good place to give birth. I'm wondering whether we check up on her or not right now, because it doesn't seem like she's in the mood to give birth. Look at them swim. They're so dopey. Got the other female there in the background. Which one is this as well? So this is Zoe. Oh, wait. Year 56. We're in year 52. Oh, I think she's just pregnant. Why can I not read? Okay, she's not giving birth. She's now pregnant. Yeah, she's expecting offspring. Oh, I thought she was about to give birth. Oh, well, we had a little good time watching her there, didn't we? Right, let's move on to the Eurasian Lynx. So we're going to do the feline section over here. We've completed these sections quite well. I do think we need another entrance to the zoo, but then we can use this space up the top for some more felid habitats. And I think that'll work fairly well. Let's start one on this side. We've got all this stuff built here with the keeper hut and everything. So let's build out from here. And if we're going to need 1,000 square meters, I'm trying to think where's a good spot. They could probably do with another staff area over here. They've got one here. But I think people are going to want another staff area. So I'm going to put that in before I forget about it. Just a non-blueprint one. We'll have a large staff room. And it's probably going to have to be on that side, which does make me think I should have just copied this design over. Maybe I will. Because what about the water? Yeah, water treatment's a bit low. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I think I am just going to copy this exact thing. Oh, this is toilets. This exact building, because it's got kind of everything we want. It's got a keeper hut, a normal staff room, and then a staff room for vendors. And we will have more vendors over here. So you know what? Yeah, let's delete this. Delete this and delete this. And then we can copy this whole thing across. And we can just check that it doesn't impact negatively on anyone. No. Cool. I think those zones are going to go down when we place it because of all the decoration. Yeah, there we go. These ones haven't gone down that much, annoyingly. But that's okay. We can just push these back. There we go. New staff area in, and we've even got some water treatment going on. So now we can have all of this area is going to be treated with water. That's good. That's good. So we can put fresh drinking water in for them, and they'll be able to use it. Right, I reckon we have the Eurasian Lynx around here. I'm kind of tempted. Do we have it come through this way? I think we're going to need a path to continue this way. There we go. Okay, so we've got this building right here. I think we might end up turning this section into like a little guest area with some shops. So we'll leave that for now. We'll connect it up like this. But for now, we've got a path that goes all the way around. And I think over here, we can start putting in a Eurasian Lynx habitat. So this is going to need to be, I think it's 3 meters high because they can really climb and jump. And obviously needs to be climb proof. So I'm thinking from construction materials, if we're going to use the Arctic theme, this is probably going to be the same across all our cats. We can't use the wood. We just use the snow blocks over here for the outsiders. So I'm thinking maybe we go back to ice and use the ice pieces for the cats. Because also that definitely says not climbable to me. Ice. Fairly slippery. Quite famously slippery, actually. So I think if we use that for the habitats, that'll be pretty good. And it's going to need the 2 meter high gate in here in the habitat. So let's put that in. Now, we're going to want 2 habitats in here. One of them being 1,000 meters and one of them being more like 650. They are also shy, I think. Yeah, they're shy. So we probably don't want it to be too, like, noisy. I'm thinking if the guest area is over here, we want them to really be this way, especially the cubs. What we want to do is basically probably use one-way glass across the whole thing and put up signs telling our guests to be quiet. So what we don't want is elevated platforms where they can't avoid being seen. I reckon let's put this in. We're going to use 4-meter barriers. Let's put one habitat gate down here that our keepers are going to use for habitat 1. And then what we can do is we can use 4-meter grid or any multiples of 4 basically to plot out where this habitat is going to go. I think that's a decent distance from the fence as well. I don't think that's bad. So let's map this area out for the mother and her cubs. Okay, I feel like that's probably pretty good. We've got 1,900 here and 1,280. So we've definitely gone overboard on the habitat sizes. We pretty much doubled them. I'm wondering whether we rein that in a little bit, just because it's not very realistic. But at the same time, we are going to put trees in here. I want to give them some water, so that is going to take away from the area. So it's probably actually fine. Even if we just push like a little lake in here or something, I'm sure that will take up some of their area. So I'm going to leave them how they are. Okay, let's actually look at getting some as well. We're going to need Eurasian Lynx. It's exciting getting our first cats in here. We've not had any so far. So let's sort them by appeal. These aren't great genetics-wise. This one's not bad, actually. They live to... How long do they live? These are like 7 years old. They live to 18 and they can breed until 15. If they're 7, they've got some good years left in them. Okay, this one's a bit younger, but I think the genes on this one is a lot better. So let's grab this one. And then female-wise, we may have to wait. I'm going to filter to just be females. I don't really want to spend the credits on them. That's a lot of credits. So we're going to wait for another female to pop up. But our male can go into quarantine. Let's send him to the zoo and put him in quarantine down here. It's going to be a bit of a wait. He's got quite a long way to go. But that's fine. You can go up here. We are going to want to get another zoo entrance, I think, up here somewhere as well at some point. But for now, this will work. I'm going to hit play so we can actually go through quarantine. And while we wait for that, let's decorate up this little staff area we got here. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. That's much nicer in here, isn't it? So we've got a bit more of a decorated up staff area here. And hopefully they are past quarantine now. They are, so we can move them in. But I don't think that'd be a very good idea right now because we don't have any actual barriers on the habitat. Let's have a look and see if we get any more females. They will refresh as we go, so I'm going to leave that for now if they're not there. And let's put in our ice barriers. Hopefully it's getting lighter so you'll be able to see what I'm building. But if we go into architecture, you can see here we've got quite a few options to build with. I think what we're going to do is make 4-meter high walls. Because when it's 3 meters... Well, we can make it 3 meters. Let's make them 3 meters high. We just need to make sure that the guests can see in. And I think 3 meters is kind of the minimum for that. Because if you make 2-meter high walls, even if they're windowed, the guests don't seem to really see into them that well. It's like an awkward height for them. So 3 meters is the best way to go. Let's do something a bit interesting. I'd like to give the guests some shelter on the side that faces them as well. So what I'm going to do is make a 3-meter wide wall section here and get our grid set like this. So I'm aligning this so it sits exactly where we want it in our grid, kind of like centered on the grid. And now we've locked in our grid. This should snap perfectly everywhere to all the barriers. That's the idea. So this should be fine. Okay, I'm going to make 3-meter high wall piece that is just going to be a solid wall for like the outsides. Then we're going to have a 3-meter high wall that does education. And then we're going to have a window piece for our guests to see in. And I think we're going to use the arches this time, because I think they look quite pretty. And we do want to get some guest shelter on here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move all of these out the way. And then I'm going to build the same again here. And we're going to have some without a cover for like an awning for guests and some with an awning for guests. I think guests are going to go up here as well. So let's have the path extend this way. And then we know that they are going to go this way. Okay, I feel like this is pretty cool. I do want to get these little Lynx, what they call like signs. I think these are so funny. These, we've got to get these in here, but we're going to do that as like little lampposts, I think, on the pass. That's my goal. Right, anyway, let's grab these movies out of the way. We've got 3 different wall types, and then they've each got a variant that has a little area for guests to walk and stay sheltered. So what we're going to do is we're going to put in our education first, and I think I'm going to put this around the gates because it seems like a logical place to have a little bit of a point for education here. I think that is okay here. I'm going to have 2 there like that, and then I'm going to grab another one and put one here. And the same on this side. We're going to have just 1 on either side and 1 on the corner. And that's probably enough education on the Lynx, to be honest, here. We are going to continue this path up. So we do have another side that faces the guests. This is going to be with the mailers, I think. They're going to have like 2 sides facing the habitat. But I do think they're going to be a bit better at being around the guests than just like the female with the cubs. I can understand being a bit more nervous than just the male on their own. They're not as intimidated usually in the wild, in most species. So let's put in a tiny bit of education on the corners here. And that's probably enough. Now, we do want most of it to be this wonderful open viewing area for our guests to see them. So let's put these in. I've also realized I may have to move the bows that I've got because I think they overlap. Yeah, that's so annoying. Okay, that's fine though. As long as they're in, that's the main thing. And then we can ditch the covers and just put in the flat wall pieces, I think, around the outside. Okay, that is looking good. I'm going to stop here because we've got a diseased animal discovered. Oh no. What is up with you guys here? Is that someone's broken out? Oh my goodness, they have! We've got our baby seal, our first baby seal, and they've broken out. I was going to say that sounds like the alert that they've broken out. Oh no. Okay, so annoyingly, I think the glass just needs to slide a little bit this way. Because somehow the babies are like managing to push through it slightly. What I'm going to do is just slide it to the back. Like here, and hopefully that stops it. Let's emergency capture them. I don't think they'll be able to do that again. But we've got a baby seal. We'll have to look at them when they're out of their box. And we've had an inspector's report. Oh my goodness, everything at once. Everything coming at once. Our education is much better now, that's good. And we've got 5 stars for everything. Perfect. Okay, let's go back to here. We do need to decorate up the doors. So what I'm going to do is probably grab just the wall piece we've got here. I think we're going to do something different for the doors, but we'll just put these in for now. So we've got the awning above it. And then we can knock out the inside areas. I think that's probably okay, to be honest. I don't think they're going to be able to get out there like that. So I'm tempted to leave it how it is, honestly. And we'll just have the same on the other side. I think that's probably okay. Cool. Well, this should work now. We just need to fix a couple of these areas where it looks a little bit strange, like over here. But that's not difficult. We just need to get our roof pieces, and I think we have a double pitch corner we can use like that. Perfect. And get rid of that sign that sticks into here and the bow. And then I believe this will be everything. Yeah, we've got 3 posts there, but that's fine. We just need to sort out these bows as well, because I don't like how they've kind of duplicated like that. I think we just need to replace each one, just needs to have 1. I should have done it so that they were like leaning halfway over rather than 1 on each post, but it's fine. Okay, I feel like that's much better. Right, so if we look in our animal trading, do we have any females? That would be ideal. I don't know if that's just not got the filters on at the minute. Oh no, we've got water treatment failing. Let's call the mechanic. Why, are you not in a work zone? What is going on here? No, it is in the work zone, so it should be being... I'm going to add all of these into the work zone as well. Oh, except... these. We want the pink one to be in the work zone, not the green one. The green one currently doesn't want to be used. I'm going to put the perk on. Oh, it's on there for the PR course. This one should be the rec room. Yeah, okay. Well, the mechanics just need to fix that then. What are our other alerts? Quarantine's passed, ready to leave. Yeah, let's see if we can get the female as well. Oh, there are a few females. Oh, and they're good as well. Let's grab this one. That's a great female. Let's send her into quarantine, and we can move the male in while we wait for the female. Okay, so if we go to quarantine, our male is passed. He doesn't have any illnesses or injuries or anything. Let's move him into this habitat. I'm going to terrain edit the habitat to look much more interesting as well, because it's a bit boring right now. And we do need to rename this habitat. This is going to be Eurasian Lynx male. And then this habitat is going to be Eurasian Lynx female. Let's get terrain editing, because I want to make this a bit more funky, because they like moving around, don't they? And I don't want to do anything too near the edge. So what I'm going to do is give them a bit of a mountain each. That's pretty cool. I'm going to roughen it up, and they can each have like their own pride rock. Okay, I think that's pretty cool. Now, we need to make sure they can't escape, but I don't think they will be able to. And let's add in a small water section to each habitat if we can. Ideally, the little roughen tool has made little bits like this that can just become little water areas. There we go. I think that's pretty good. And we've got our male in here. Now, I am going to click on the habitat because if they can jump out, that's a big problem. And they can. It's because of this. Okay, let's pause. Let's pause. What do we want to do here? I think this just needs to be steeper on this side. Part of the fun, though, is giving them this. I did wonder whether we should have set it to 4 meters just to make sure. Jumpable escape point here. And then they can't escape around the back. So apparently it's just here. I don't know if they can jump from the top. Whether that's it. Okay, I think we've fixed it. Yeah, I don't think they can escape now. Let's click on them again. Yeah, cool. They are trapped in here. Right, what kind of terrain do you guys want? You want snow and a bit of grass. So let's give you a little shelter in here. If we go habitat, we can filter by the species Eurasian lynx. And then it'll give us a much better idea. Because they obviously want climbing as well, don't they? Yeah. I do love this. The problem is I want to give them this. I wonder if we can use this because it's already built, but then embed it into this mountain and just move the pieces out a little bit. That might be quite fun. Let's do that. Okay, we'll see how this does with a larger ice wall at the back. Because I want to give them stuff like this. I think this is really fun having shelter that's like built into the rock a bit like that. And then we can put like some bedding on here. That'd be really cute. Which ones do they use? We can use the medium in here probably. Like, that's really sweet there. Oh my goodness, they're swimming and I can't see them. Right, can you break out? No, you actually can't. And they've got 100% hard shelter. They just need more short grass. Well, I think if we give them a little heater in here, that could cover off their area, couldn't it? In their bedding area, we can give them a heater, or even underneath it. Where would it go? Let's turn off random rotation now, because that's going to be weird with the heater. I reckon we add a little, like, heater here with, like, as a thing. Let's put in a small wooden block. And that's a little heater for them to enjoy. Now, what temperature do they like? Because I doubt it's this one. If we look on Zoopedia, it will tell us they like -13 to 38. Oh, wow, okay. So maybe if we set this to like 20 degrees, that'll give them a bit of variance, won't it? And then we can make a lot more of this short grass, which is what they actually want. Everywhere. If we just make this kind of short grass, with a bit of rock or something for realism, or a bit of soil in places for realism. Okay, they're happy with the terrain makeup now. That's good. And they basically just need enrichment. All right, well, let's put some of that in for them. They've got some climbing enrichment already. So let's put in some other bits. Rotation line feeder. Now, the guests are going to see them from this side, so this is probably the better side to put food in. I think if we put that there, that'll be pretty cool. And then we're going to need to give them a gift box, aren't we? We've got to do that. We can give them a pronghorn food enrichment over this side. And, oh, a scratching post. Let's put a scratching post on this enrichment here. And maybe a blood pumpkin down the end or something, or on this side as well. trying to think. They need more toys, don't they? But I suppose the climbing enrichment kind of is a toy for them. That is what they use. So, and the scratching post is kind of a toy as well. What do they say? They're actually happy with it. Okay. Well, if they're happy with that, maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough enrichment for them. That's pretty cool. Okay, so they're super happy in here. Our guests can come and see them as well. So that's good. What are we getting here? Oh, it's not in the work zones. Fine. Let's add it into... We're going to need a new work zone. Aren't we? Okay, wow. Let's add this in. So they're going to have this keeper hut, this staff room, and these two. This is going to be a new keeper... Oh, I'm going to pause. They've gotten out. Look at them. Amazing. It's going to be a new work zone, though. We're going to call it Keeper Felids. And... we're going to need a keeper to go in it. So let's add a keeper into that. One of our new keepers. Keeper Felids. And then we are also going to need... Education is... Yeah, they're struggling. We're going to need to train everyone up. Let's train everyone up. Now, I'm going to emergency capture you because you're a dangerous animal. And then we are going to have to sort this out. Because where are you jumping from? We're going to have to get them in and see what it's like. Right, let's get our female in and we can do the same thing over here. We can also set our education to be the Eurasian Lynx now, which is good. So I'm going to do that across the board here. Ah, get it? Board. Oh no, and we're about to inbreed over here. What is wrong with you? Why would you seek out the only male that you're related to in this whole place? Right, you are going to go on contraceptives because you're a menace. You're literally following him as well. Like, he's not even interested in you. You're chasing him around. There's one male that you're related to, and you had to go for them. Okay, let's get our habitat map back up. And let's see. Yeah, I think we fixed it. I don't think they can get out. They were jumping from there out. But this is pretty cool. What area can you walk on as well? 1,100. So they've lost a fair bit to the I guess, hills. But that is more realistic for the places they would live. Now, let's get Taiga and Tundra and get some trees in here because they do like tree coverage. And I'm nervous now that they're going to get out because of the tree coverage because they're going to be able to climb the trees, aren't they? But I think I may just have to go with it anyway and see what we can do. Let's put some trees in for them. Okay, I think that's good. I just want to check that they're happy. They've got 45% coverage. They can get out on a few spots, but I think that's probably where I've added little rocks in. So I think if I move them back, they might disappear. Either that, or we're just going to need to raise up the front very slightly. I would like to have the front be lower, though, so I have to see... Oh, I tell you what it could be. It could be the trees, actually. Not the rocks. It could be the trees. Where can you get out? It's annoying because it doesn't show you where they're actually, like, jumping from. Oh, I think it's from there, actually. Oh, no. I'm going to pause. One dangerous animal escaped. Ah, okay. I didn't realize you were in there. What a mess. Okay, the female is ready. She's going to have to go rack it. That's fine. By the time she's in there, we'll be fine here. I think it's these trees they're jumping out from. Because I believe they are actually climbable. You can see if I click on you, they can like climb to here. If I shuffle you back and I shuffle you back, how does that change things? It's annoying. It's always like the Himalayan pine. They're really nice trees, but they do make it so that they can jump out. And it's hard to tell, like, where. I suppose what I can do is delete the tree, see if they can still get out there. And if they can't, it's not that tree. Okay, I think that's fixed it. All right, so they can't get out anywhere. You can probably get out literally everywhere, yeah. But that's fine, because I think what I'll do on the backs of the habitats is I'll just add in a layer just to make it a bit easier to keep them in. We can just add in 1 meter higher on the back, because I don't want to stop them from having good climbing enrichment either. And if that's all it is they just need 1 meter higher of ice at the back, like that's really not a problem. Because the guests don't even see it anyway. I just wanted the guest sides to be 3 meters if possible, to kind of like, just to give them a bit more consistency. Alright, I think this is actually okay. That seems alright. They've got the higher sides there. I'm going to put another couple of rocks and just make sure that they can't escape. So I think this looks a bit nicer. Right, definitely can you escape? Yes, you can along the back here. I thought you could. It was going a bit weird, but I did think you'd be able to get out. I have a feeling it's just from here, like on the floor. Because this is like sloped up. I'm going to push this down. See what this does. I don't think it's the rocks. I think it's the floor. Oh my goodness, look at them. That's hilarious. Okay, that's gone now. Let's select them again. See if it loads. Yeah, okay, so they can't break out. Perfect. Well, that's good. We always like it when our animals can't break out. I think our Lynx has settled in here pretty well, our male Lynx. But we do need to add our female in here and actually make this a breeding habitat. So let's look at that, because I think she's just in here on her own, bless her, with nothing in here. This is not good for her. Okay, I'm going to pause the game because I don't want her to have any alerts come up. His habitat isn't 100% where we want it either, because I don't think we've got any just standard food trays, thinking about it. I think he's going to want a small food tray without random rotation on, making it a strange angle. So if we filter for the Eurasian Lynx, yeah, it's the food trays, isn't it, they use? Let's put a small food tray in. Somewhere the guests can see them. Probably around here would be a decent shout. Let's put it like there and move this tree down a little bit. That's probably good. And then they've got a bit of food there. They've also got the rotation line feeder there. Okay, cool. Now we're going to need donation bins. We're going to need normal bins. We need to actually get this area sorted. So let's put some bins down first. Okay, they're the normal like rubbish bins in. And then we're going to want to alternate the green and red donation bins. So we're not going to need many because there's not that many areas the guests can see them. I think there's actually very limited viewing for the guests on the female habitat, so we're going to have to make use of the cameras. But that's fine because they are shy, so I don't really mind that. And they can get a really good view of the male, so it's not that bad. Let's put a green one here and a red one over there, and then we'll have a green one on this side, maybe like here. And then we'll do a red one. Where is it? Red here. So red one can go in the middle here. And then we'll have another red one up the back over here. That's fine. That seems like a good spread for donation bins. Yeah, I didn't really think about that. They've not got a great view of the females' habitat here. I think maybe this area could come down a bit to give them at least a good view into here. And that might help things out a little bit. Now, she's got a water area over there, so that's good. Just want to make sure it's flat near the edge so she can't jump out. But that's probably a good little hill for her to have. And then the guests can see along here. I'm wondering whether maybe we give them another spot on the wall. I think this one needs... They need to see through here, don't they? So I'm going to grab this and just duplicate another viewing wall in. Because I think that's actually quite important for them to be able to see. Yeah, there we go. At least then we've got 4. They can see all through here. And then the male habitat is this side. And they can see into here, can't they? But we don't want them to be able to see everything because they're shy. So let's put some security in that also tells our guests to be quiet. We've got the little be quiet signs that would be good to have. Do not disturb, that's what they're called. And if we go security and crime, we can look at do not disturb. I only think we need 1 per section, really. Like maybe 1 there, 1 there, and 1 on this side. That just tells the guests to keep their voices down a bit. For the poor little Lynx in here that are kind of nervous about them. Cool. Okay, well, do we have any challenge rewards? Release a wolf and... Oh no, an animal's died! Jean! Oh, bless her. I'm going to call the vet. Oh, that's both of our Wolverines have gone. Didn't she have babies in here? I wonder if they've grown up now. Oh yeah, there's two adult males that, to be honest, we could keep one of hers because I don't think... Did we get a replacement male? We didn't in here, the Wolverine. We didn't get a replacement male. So one of Jean's babies is going to become the new male and we'll get a new female. Let's have a look at your genetics. So who's the better one genetics-wise out of the 2 of you? 67, 33, 67, 67. Oof. Okay, probably not you. Sorry, Magna. You're going to be released into the wild. Yeah, I think let's release Magna into the wild. Bless them. And then you can actually... Oh, this needs cleaning. That's gross food. You can actually be renamed probably. Let's stick with X-Men. We're going to go Scott. I mean, really, that should have been Jean. I'm trying to think. We've got... what was it? You could be Iceman, because of this. We'll have Iceman, and then we'll get Rogue in here. I'm pretty sure they're together, aren't they? We'll go Wolverine. There's none that are available for cash, and that's really what I'd like. So we'll leave it for now. What I'm going to do is just move Iceman into his own habitat, into the male's habitat over here. Because I think that'll be a bit better. And then we can get this sorted out soon. But yeah, I think that's fine. Our polar bears are settling in as well, doing a nice dump. Okay, right, we need to carry on with our Eurasian lynx habitat before I get distracted by polar bears and penguins and all sorts. Look at them. Oh, they're adorable. Okay, there's not many people up this side of the zoo, and that is because we do need another entrance. So what I'm tempted to do is grab the entrance we have here and duplicate that across. Because I do think, yeah, I think it would be worth doing. Can I grab both of you? No, I have to duplicate you individually, do I? Oh, well, that's super helpful. Okay. Well, I tell you what, we could have it here and expand this way. Yeah, I think, you know what, let's build out this path area. In fact, this could be where it ends there and it moves like this. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, that seems good to me. And then we can put the entrance along here. We just need to hook it back up. Okay, and then we're going to add in our guest entrance over here. We're going to have another entrance to the zoo. Okay, I think that's another entrance that is fully hooked up now. So the guests should spawn in here as well. And that should work. I guess we will see. Just want to turn the railing off there. Yeah, and then put the railing back on. Okay, well, we will see whether that works. But that's another entrance here. And obviously, it's not great at the minute, but that will be another good entrance for our zoo. We could probably do with another train station around here, actually. I'm going to pause the... I'm not going to do this now. I'm going to do this after, but I'm probably going to put another train station in here that faces onto this side so that guests can get on. Where do they go from here? They can get on here on this side of the bridge. And that way, I think we'll resolve some of our issues we've had, I think. Yeah, that'll be good. That'll be good. But for now, I'm going to leave them to let guests actually start arriving. While we're talking about guests, I'm going to put our prices up to 50 and 25 because we've got polar bears in here. Come on. And I'm also then going to focus in on the Eurasian Lynx because I feel so bad for them. They've not had what they need. Right, what do you need? You need the right terrain and you need hard shelter. So let's select habitat. What have they got for enrichment? They've got all this climbing enrichment. We gave the other one this one. I reckon we give them... This area is pretty cool. We can have a few, actually. This would be great. I like this. Just want to embed them into the habitat a bit, into like the mountain area we've made if I can. There we go. I think this gives them a decent amount of climbing, doesn't it? I don't like this rock. I don't know why they have this rock on there. It's not my favorite, but that looks much better now. And they've got this area here. Now, they are going to want somewhere to have a little house. I'm tempted to give them the same one they've got with this. I think I might just grab that. It's a very simplistic building, but it does do the job nicely for us. Oh, I think that's pretty good. Okay. And the good news is as well, this has the heater on it. So that should work. Oh, I'll tell you what we can do as well is we can have another one of these that just goes down here. Makes a bit more of a ramp for them. Like that. Like this. I think this is good. Yeah, that seems good. I got a nice little ramp up there. Now, can they get out anywhere? I suppose that's the question. They can. They can jump out because of this here. Okay. If I shuffle this back a little, does that resolve the issue? Yes, okay. They can't get out anywhere. That's what we like to see. Do they have enough hard shelter? They do. And the terrain should now be warmer, so we can put in a bit more short grass, which they want. Because all of this is going to be warmer, so the short grass will actually stay instead of the snow. If we put short grass everywhere, they're kind of getting what they want. And then we can just add in a little bit of soil in a couple of areas. And a little bit of rock on here in a couple of places. I think that's pretty good. Okay. Well, let's get going on their enrichment. Because they do need that too. Obviously, we put in the climbing enrichment. But let's give them a blood pumpkin. Want another rotation line feeder as well. I think these are super cool. And that's a fun thing for the guests to see. And then maybe they had the pronghorn. Let's put that on here. And that's something they can eat. And then that's quite a few things for the guests to watch, isn't it? We can have the scratching post back here like the other one on a platform. And we'll give them a gift box around the back. So there's something to do back there. And other than that, I think that was all the enrichment we gave the other Lynx. And that's probably all they need. Yeah, they're super happy actually with that. They've got clean water here. Both of these water areas should be covered by this building. If it weren't broken down, they would be anyway. Are you not in a work zone? Why are you broken down? They're probably not in the work zone. No. Oh, they've only recently been added in, probably. Oh, I tell you what the problem is. I don't think they can actually access this area. They're in the work zone. It's just not accessible. There we go. So these both desperately need repairing. But when they are repaired, that will work nicely. And I'm going to make the water like 10 degrees. So that should be warm enough for them as well. But this area will then cover both of those little water areas. And hopefully another habitat over here. Okay, yeah, both of those have failed. We're aware. We've just seen them. Okay. Oh, you can see the guests are pouring in now as well. Yeah, perfect. Okay, let's get this set up a bit more for the guests as well. I'm going to add education in first while we're still on the Eurasian Lynx. And I do want to make it a breeding habitat, so I have a plan for that later, but I'm not going to do it right now. I'm going to put a talk for them here, because I feel like this is kind of the main spot, isn't it? You're going to be on the Eurasian Lynx. We're going to add you into your own work zone. We'll put you in zoo work zone as well before I forget. But then we're going to add you into your own work zone, make a new one. And that is going to be a new education work zone. They're going to use the same staff room as the keepers. And our new work zone is going to be education felids. You're the first one. So the new educator is going to be super happy because they've only got one to do. It's like the easiest job ever. Oh, we also have a keeper that's not in a work zone. Well, we've got 3 on ungulates, which I think is a little excessive. 2 on outsiders, 2 on bears, 1 on canids that seems to be doing a good job. Outsiders seem to be fine. I don't think ungulates are overworked. I tell you what, let's put you on canids and we'll have, not education canids, keeper canids. And we'll have 2 keepers on every work zone, or 3 if it's like a more difficult one. I'm going to train everyone up. And then we need to put our educator on the new work zone. So education felids. These guys, we're going to need more educators, I think. But I was kind of waiting to see what our money situation was. And I think we're actually doing okay. Aren't we? Where's finances? Yeah, we're making quite a lot of cash. So let's hire some more educators. Who's struggling? We've got outsiders have 2. Ungulates say they're actually doing a good job. Bears are struggling, but it's probably because it's a bigger work. Yeah, it's like a bigger area and outsiders are struggling. Let's hire 2 more educators. And we're going to put one of them on bears and one of them on outsiders. And that way, hopefully, everyone has enough to do. Like, they're not overworked. Because that way, if they have nothing to do as well, they'll just walk around and educate our guests, like, in the zoo. It's not like they do absolutely nothing. They do help. They just don't do the talks if they've already got someone doing them. Okay, so this talk should be happening. Let's put this to be in December. That's when we have the first talks, and that's actually soon as well, so hopefully they'll do it. They can't throw food in, but that's fine because we've got this awning. But I'd rather have the awning and have the guests be a bit more sheltered. And the water treatment is back up and running now, so yes, it is definitely covering these areas. We've got water temperature and water treatment all being covered. Perfect. Now we've done that, let's have a little look at getting this train track amended. Now what I'm going to do is click on... It's not going to like me for this. I'm going to turn off the Polar Express yet again and then edit it over here. And we're going to remove this track. And what we're going to do now is add a station. Got to get the balance of this right. Because basically we want to add a station, but we want it to be like a little bit more central here. There we go. Okay, cool. That actually works now. So what we can do is we can add... We've got station 1, station 2, and station 44. That'll probably be 3. I don't think that needs to be 44. So let's place the entrance... Where are they going to enter from? Probably over here, aren't they? Because they don't want to go places. Let's place the entrance here. We're going to have to make space, I think, for a little queue. Let's just put it on the far left, and we'll put the exit here. That can just be a short exit because they just need to get out, don't they? But we're going to need to reduce this path space here. But that's absolutely fine because there's a good reason for it as well. And there's actually nothing else going on here. There we go. I think that's pretty reasonable. Got a bit of like a snaking queue round. I quite like that. And then they go up and into the train station. And I think we might just, seeing as it's snaking around everything, I think we might just leave this one open rather than putting a building on the top of it. And then we should just be able to open this up now. And we've got 3 trains going. Yeah, cool. 3 functioning trains, which is another stop on this. Perfect. Plus, while you're waiting, you actually get a great view of the Arctic wolves in here. Them and their pup. How cute is that? And it looks like our talk for the Eurasian Lynx is going well. They've got that going on right now. They're not going to throw the food in, but that's fine. This Eurasian Lynx habitat isn't finished, obviously. They're not happy with the plant coverage, so their overall isn't the best. But we are going to fix that. Just before we do that, let's sort out our vet research, and then we're going to put some nature in. Because I can tell that they're running away with the Arctic wolf research, and we don't want them to do that. We want them to take a pause and help out some of the other animals instead. So I think after the wolves, who did we have next? I think we had the seals. So let's get the seals getting some research, just because it gives them better food quality. So our Arctic wolves should be able to have grade 3 food quality now. Wow, that's good. Okay, and you should be on grade 3 as well, because we've unlocked that. And the lynx we've already got grade 3 food quality for, so that's perfect. You can see some of our animals are still stuck on 1, so I want to make sure that they're all getting the maximum they can get. Oh no! We're about to lose an Arctic fox due to old age. Oh, they've been with us so long as well. They are adorable. I think you don't really get a death animation, do you, with the Arctic foxes when they die in the burrow? It's on male. We were waiting for them to die, though, to be fair, weren't we? Let's have a look at Arctic foxes and see if they're going to be okay on their own. Are they solitary? Yeah, 1. That's fine. 1, 2. Yeah. Was this them here? I mean, are you alive? This is a bit strange. I think this one's gone. Yeah, I tell you what, it looks like they've been taxidermied. Right, I'm going to call a vet. Bless them. And we will get a little memorial going. How about that? Let's do that. We also missed our memorial for Jean, didn't we? Killed by another animal. No. Oh my goodness, no way. Was she killed by one of her sons? How would that be? There's only 1 female. Oh my goodness, I've been a terrible zoo owner. Well, that's not good. I'm not very happy about that. Let's align to surface and put these memorials up. I'm shamed to put that one up. Let's create the memorial for these guys anyway. And we can have it near the educator, actually, couldn't we? Maybe this one. We'll take away this spot and we'll put a little Arctic sign in. And we can just have it be the memorials. I think that's good. It's kind of, the yellow's slightly obnoxious for what we're going for. So I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go for like a snowy, we'll go grey and white, and that's a bit more snowy, isn't it? And then we can have the memorial on there. We only want them to be dying of old age. My goodness, that's terrible. I'll tell you what, we're going to do the same thing actually for the Wolverines. I did a different design of the Wolverines before, and I actually prefer this sign now. So I think we'll change this one to have a sign here. Where do we want it to be? Again, it'd be better to be by the educators, wouldn't it? Have a little memorial on this side. And we're going to move Logan's one onto this, and we'll put Logan and Jean next to each other. How cute is that? Can't believe that happened. Why have they got a different color? I'm going to go for white. There we go. Oh, died. Killed by another animal. That's going to be there forever now. I can't believe that. It's just my negligence. No. Well, do we have more Wolverines? We do have another female. She's good, actually. Right, let's send her to the zoo. This is going to be Rogue. And then we can have Iceman and Rogue together. Is it Rogue that's with Iceman? I actually can't remember. I probably got it wrong again. You guys are going to let me know. Oh, they've got food here as well. The Lynx. We've got to watch that. Go on, jump for the food. Jump for the food. Come on, everyone's watching. Go for it. Yes. That's cool. Okay. I said I was going to be 1 second and then we're going to put the nature in and now look where we are. Yeah, I know. I know you've died. Well, let's put in the nature for these guys because I feel bad they've not got what they want. We're going to go, not temperate, we're going to go Tundra and Taiga plants from Europe and Asia. Let's pause here and put in some nature for them. Okay, I feel like they need a couple more trees in here, but we're getting there, aren't we? How do you feel about these? Can you get out? That's the main thing. Okay, you got 41%. That's not loads, is it? Tell you what, we add a few more pine trees in. That'll add a lot to the amount that it is, like the overall coverage. See how that is. Okay, what does that look like? 47, that's probably good. Okay, cool. Can you get out? That's a question. No, they can't get out. Perfect. Okay, cool. What I'm going to do for how we bridge their habitat, because we could have like a gate like we've had before, but I want to do something a bit more interesting and different. So what I'm going to do is build a small tunnel that connects their habitat, because I think that'll be much cuter. So I'm going to go construction. We're probably going to make this... Do we have chain link fences we can use? I don't know if we've unlocked some of the pieces for these. We can make it work. To be honest, if we can use the Arctic pieces, that'd be even better. Just to keep it on theme. But I don't know. It's going to look a bit strange. But what we can do is have... Or maybe we'll have an ice bridge. We could have an ice bridge. But basically, I want something like this, where they can access this area only. And I think we can make this work. Okay, I feel like that's pretty cool. They've got this tunnel that bridges between their habitats. And obviously these can be opened by the keepers. They'll be locked right now, but they can be opened by the keepers. And, oh, these hinges aren't actually on it. That's hilarious. And they will hinge open and come this way and be opened. And then they can walk between them. But that shouldn't make them able to escape. Oh, I'm just thinking, can they get out now? Because they can probably climb it, can't they? They can definitely jump on top and climb here. Yeah. Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to make it so that can't happen. I think our best bet for making them not escape through this is possibly just having this wall. Like, they can climb it, but it doesn't lead anywhere. Like, just extend this wall up, because I don't think that would be too crazy. Like, that's probably not that bad. And I don't even think we need to go that wide. That's probably enough just to have it here. And we can even make it look a bit better than that, actually. Let's edit this here. I reckon we can do something with the slopes that make it a bit more natural looking. Does that stop them jumping out? That is the question. Oh, they're running away now, so I think I've beaten them. Can you get out? No, you can't. Perfect. Yeah, so that does prevent them from getting out, basically. Cool. Okay, well, if I click on this one, you equally can get there, but you can't get out, so there's no point. They'll just get bored of climbing up here because there's nowhere to go from here. So that seems to have served its purpose quite well. I'm just going to move this tree a bit closer because that's where it was before. Oh my goodness, look at this tree you got here. That's going to have to go down as well. Okay, well, now they're in here and this bridge is functional. I think they seem pretty happy. Let's learn a little bit more about the Eurasian lynx. The Eurasian lynx is a medium-sized cat that's found in temperate and boreal forests and mountains in Europe and Asia. It has a broad, stocky build with large feet and is known for its short tail and distinctive ear tufts. Its coat color ranges from cream to tan, with black spots all over the body. Both the tail tip and the ear tufts are black too. Males and females look alike, although the males are slightly larger and significantly heavier. Female Eurasian lynxes measure 94 to 106 centimeters in head to body length and stand 54 to 68 centimeters tall at the shoulder. In contrast, the males stand 98 to 109 centimeters in head to body length and have a shoulder height of 60 to 75 centimeters. The female lynxes weigh 18 to 25 kilos, whereas the male lynxes weigh 20 to 45 kilos, so they are definitely the heavier of the two. Their stubby tail of the Eurasian lynx is 18 to 24 centimeters long in both sexes. The Eurasian lynx is the largest of the 4 species of lynx and has one of the widest ranges of all wild cats. During the winter, the Eurasian lynx grows thick fur on its feet so that it can move unimpeded through the snow. And they are extremely quiet, except during the mating season, when they vocalize a lot in order to locate and attract mates. The Eurasian lynx is Romania's national animal, and due to their wide distribution, there are multiple described subspecies, although definitive subspecies placement can often prove difficult due to overlapping ranges and similar appearances. In the wild, the lynx are solitary animals and live alone except for mothers with their cubs. However, male and female lynx are known to form strong bonds in captivity. The mating season of the Eurasian lynx is in late winter, when the lynx calls and scent marks far more than any other time of the year. If a male locates a female, he will follow her for 3 to 5 days. During this period, they will sniff and rub against each other, play, hunt, and sleep together. The female is fertile for 1 to 10 days, and once she's no longer receptive, the male will leave and attempt to find another female. If 2 males locate the same female, they may fight over her. Pregnancies last between 67 and 74 days, after which the female gives birth to a litter of 1 to 4 cubs. In preparation of the birth, she will set up a den in a cave, a hollow log, or dense roots or undergrowth. After birth, the cubs are helpless and entirely dependent on their mother for food and warmth. They will begin to walk, eat solid food, and explore outside their den after 3 to 4 weeks. Cubs are weaned between 3 and 5 months of age, but will remain with their mother until she's fertile again, which can take between 1 to 3 years. As long as she has cubs with her, the female will not get pregnant. After leaving their mother, the lynx cubs remain together for several months, which is absolutely adorable. The female Eurasian lynxes reach sexual maturity between 21 and 27 months old, and the males at around a year later at 30 to 36 months old. Unfortunately, the Eurasian lynx populations have been threatened in the past due to overhunting for their fur. Hunting the species is now illegal in all countries except Russia, and in the 1960s and 1970s, the Eurasian lynx was reintroduced to areas of its historical range in Germany, France, Austria, and Switzerland. Thankfully, today the species is not endangered and is classified as a least concerned species, with an estimated population in the wild of 70 to 80,000. And I think they're just a beautiful addition to our zoo, and I can't wait for our guests to learn more about them. Yeah, this is definitely much better like this. And they've escaped. Is it because I moved that tree down? No way. It was this tree that was causing the problem. Right, well, I'm going to move it away. But just not floating in the air. I think it was too close to the edge. And our female Wolverine is ready to pass quarantine. So let's put her in here. You know who else should move habitat is our male polar bear. And I can't wait for this. So let's start doing that. Because this big boy needs to start breeding. So let's get you in here with the female. And we get some baby polar bears in no time. Where's the female? Is she... Oh, she's here. What a great view of the polar bear, though. Like, if you're a guest in the zoo, you can literally just stand here and see them right there. That's crazy. I mean, you can lean over the edge. To be honest, with this fencing, you can just jump in. There's no health and safety here. Just leap. It's like a waist-high fence. Like, that is definitely easy to fall into. And no gap underneath either. Children could just slide straight under. Facilities without power. And, oh, you've escaped again. Oh, how have you done it? I'm going to have to keep an eye on you, aren't I? You just keep getting put in, like, back in very quickly. You know what I should have done is angled this. Rather than having it be peaked on both sides, it should have just been one way, angled away, and then they wouldn't have been able to do it. But it doesn't matter. And you are without power because our power sources are failing? Or because, yeah, kind of, yeah. I think we request them. You're not really in the ideal spot, are you? Let's move you a bit further into one of their zones. Oh, you can't really be moved, to be honest. Actually, I'll leave you where you are. Yeah, I think we just need more mechanics, to be honest. We don't have many mechanics, though. I think we have 3 for this whole zoo. Yeah. So let's hire another mechanic. And set them up on the same work zone. They can be on zoo. And we do need to change our... I'm going to pause the game because they're going to break out again, the Lynx. We're going to add security work zone. We need to add all this in. So let's add these in. I'm not going to add in the staff room, but everything else I will add in to security. And then we're going to need, actually, we're going to need another security staff room somewhere, realistically, because they don't have very many. Maybe we do that as another building, though. Like, we'll build that elsewhere. Where else do we need to change? Work zones, I swear we need to add more. Education Felids has a staff room. And Keeper Felids has the staff room as well, don't you? Yeah. Our zoo's probably going to need the train station we added in. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. And it's got the entrance there. Cool. So they should be repairing everything. Let's hit play. They've got a nice little wind tunnel here for the wind turbine. Okay, right. Let's check this Eurasian lynx out when he goes back in. He's escaped more than any other animal, I think, in the whole zoo. So if we hadn't already named that Arctic wolf park Houdini, there'd be a great contender. Cannot be contained. Right, let's check it out. Yeah, you can still get out here. I reckon it's the terrain here. Yeah, it was that. It was the terrain, I think. Let's make this grass. Okay, so they can't get out now. So that's much better. That's what we want. They're both in here. They can't get out. And they have a nice little habitat to themselves. But I'll leave them to settle a little bit more before I put them in together. Because I feel like they should adapt to their own... Whoa! Look at that! They should adapt to their own habitat before they get moved together. Well, at least the train's coming. My goodness, we're going to be full on the queue. I'm not complaining. Because I want the sails. What's this station like? This station's a bit less visited, to be honest. But it does take you all the way over here, which is pretty good. Like, you get all the way back there. So it's quite a good little train for servicing the zoo. We've got one station over here, and one here. I think that's pretty good distribution-wise. And then we could tighten up this track now, actually. I'm hesitant to change it now because it's running and we've got all these people. And we'll probably make changes at a later date anyway, but then we can just hug it in a bit closer, can't we? It would also be nice to extend this path around, but I think this is the end of the road for this path. And this is the way into this side of the zoo. So it would be good to have this curve much closer to this side here, rather than do this big loop out that they don't need anymore. But that's for another day. How are our polar bears doing together? You enjoying each other's company? Oh, it looks like it. They're introducing themselves. Oh, I think this could even be... yep, I think this is them mating. And we've captured it on video. Isn't that good? Is she pregnant? No. Okay. Okay, she's not pregnant, but that was a good attempt. There we go. We've got reasonable fertility. Yeah, hers is a bit worse, but you know, 50-50 is not bad. And you can have a little play with a fire hose ball, you know. Hopefully he enjoys his new habitat. And really, in theory as well, these guys are sharing this habitat as well. Like, it's this whole area. They think this area is big enough. Ooh, yeah, it's not quite big enough now because of all the water. They do actually need a bit more land in here. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, let's sort that out now. If you don't need this much water, we could just extend the habitat back, honestly. Because they've got the space. You know, I'm going to just do that. So I'd rather just give them the space. Like, it's not doing anything, is it? And I think I'll paint kind of more short grass around here as well, because they've got a lot of long grass, which seems a bit odd. Okay. How about that? How does that feel? That's much better, isn't it, on space? That's a much bigger area for them. Cool. Because, I mean, yeah, realistically, they'd have this space too, because this would be open, so they would have all of this area. But this just gives them way more than they need, doesn't it? Especially when she has cubs as well. It's a bit bigger. But I think that's a reasonable solution for these guys. And we are also going to need to just move our bins out. Now we've made this habitat area here. I'm going to put them on this side. I think we'll probably have habitats on both sides of this path, but for now we can just put some more bins in on this side. Okay, that's looking good, isn't it? Cool. Well, we can definitely have some space for some habitats in here. We need to get expanding. Oh, I can't wait. And what a beautiful sunset. Look at our little Eurasian Lynx having a nap in the bushes. She's adorable, isn't she? I do like this habitat for the Eurasian Lynx. We've got, she is called Anastasia. She came to us as Anastasia, and I've just renamed the male to be Dimitri, wherever he is, because in the story, Anastasia, she ends up with Dimitri, the guy. So I think that's a fairly fitting name for the two of them. Are you going to jump? He jumped! Nice one. They are adorable animals. And we do want to continue the felids in this zoo. So I think the next animal we should get in here is Pallas cat. And these guys are so cute. Look at them. They're a least concerned species, but they definitely have a place in our zoo. And if we want to get them, if we look in species data, we can see we need one male and one female. And they actually live solitarily, except for a mother with their cubs. It says that the male territories overlap those of females. So I guess we have a choice here that we can either have two segmented habitats, or we could put them together and let them form their own territory within the habitat, but the male territory will obviously overlap the female's one. I doubt there's going to be much fighting, although we don't really want any fighting, do we? So maybe we'll just separate them anyway. It seems a bit more ethical to do that. And we're about to have baby beavers. Oh my goodness. I don't know if you're going to go into the burrow. Offspring is due now. Yeah, well, you're not going the right way. Oh my goodness, have you got babies in here already? Yes, they've grown up. Oh, we need to get rid of these. Okay. Have you got any additional brothers or sisters? Let's have a look. We've got 2 young males have grown up. Let's release them into the wild. They've done well, Mr. and Mrs. Claus. Anyway, we're not doing maintenance on the zoo. We're going to get a new animal in here, and it started to snow. We've also got our education rating to 6%, which is brilliant. So I'm going to claim that reward. And I think we're going to put in a double habitat for the Pallas cat. And we're going to do it over here because I want this area to be a big guest area. So if I just quickly build this out so I remember, this is going to be a big guest area. There we go. We've got a bit of an interesting shape here as well, so we can maybe add some facilities. It could even just be we put some toilets in here or something, but I'm going to deal with that later. And I don't want to put the Pallas cat next to this area because they're very shy and the guests are very loud, which is fine to have them next to the penguins because the penguins are even louder, if possible. So let's put them over here, I think. Maybe on the back corner here next to our wonderful penguin habitat. But with a little bit of distance. I don't think they'll be intimidated by the sound of birds, but I do think they'll be intimidated by the sound of humans. So if we look at getting 2 of these habitats, and it's going to be 1 habitat for the male, that's 200 meters squared, so it's really not a lot of space. But if we've got 2 adults in here, it's 2, 4, 5. Wow, okay, so probably the 1 mother with her babies is going to be the biggest habitat requirement we have. And if she has 5 babies, wow, okay. It's up to 5 juveniles. Yeah, that's 300 square meters for the female and 200 square meters for the male, basically. Yeah, okay, let's go with that. So we really don't need a lot of space. Oh, actually, I didn't check the barrier requirements for height, and I'm glad I did. Taller than 3 meters. Wow, okay. We may end up just making it 4 meters so they can't escape and learn our lesson with the Eurasian Lynx. But I do like what we did here. With their habitat. So I think I might try another 3-meter height. I suppose it depends. If we're going to give them climbing enrichment, with 200 meters squared, we're not going to have much space to give them like a cliff in the middle and then have flatter areas around the outside. So I think actually we'll go 4 meters high just to make sure they can't jump out. I'm going to filter by the Arctic pieces because I want to try and use the ice pieces if we can. And yeah, I think we'll build out our walls with this. But firstly, we need to lay it out with our barriers. So let's have a look at which keeper hut and everything they're going to use. Where are our staff buildings? We've got 1 over here. That's very far away. And then we've got 1 over here. I'm just thinking maybe this spot all the way over here isn't the best. I mean, this is the ideal spot, but it's too noisy. We could put them on this side, actually, because there's nothing here. They'd be near the Lynx, but nothing else. I think that might be a bit better, actually, because then they're nearer to our keeper facilities, which are just here in this building with the green roof. So yeah, I think we're going to do that. We're going to put them on this side because that's far enough away from the guest area anyway. Let's do that. They're going to need a normal-sized wooden habitat gate. We can even put this on the corner here. Like so. And I do want to give them a small area that's not seen by guests. And I'm going to use 4-meter multiples for the length so that our construction grid can snap to it as well. I think I'm just going to build up maybe like 8 meters this way and create a little bit of a privacy area for them. And then we'll have that habitat come this way. Because we want them to be visible to our guests, but they don't really need that much space. I don't know how big this is, but it seems tiny. Is it tiny? No, it's 384 meters squared. Oh my goodness, they really don't need much space. And if they don't need much space, they usually don't want much space. That's the other concern, is if you make them too big, they're probably not going to be happy in them. Let's make it a bit more interesting, I think. This gives them a little bit of den space. You know what we can probably do is have this taken in one. That is probably reasonable. And then I want to just push it out at the back a little bit. So they've got a bit more of an interesting habitat. Let's see how big this is for the male. 336. I think I'm going to go with that because I don't want it to be too big, but I do think that that's actually okay. And then for the female, what we could even do is have a little tunnel like this. We normally just have a single gate, but we could do a little tunnel on the ground. That might be fun. And then we have her habitat start here. Okay, 432 and 336. I think that's actually pretty good for both of them. Okay, they're small habitats, but that's what we're going for. Let's make all of this null barrier, including this fence piece that came with the door. And now they are 2 habitats. This is going to be Pallas cat male. And then this is going to be the same, but female. And I like what we've done here, because we've got this little tunnel that we can bridge the habitats with. So I think that'll be pretty cool for breeding purposes. Have we got a new challenge reward? We've got to release 1 Arctic wolf to the wild. We will do that. And adopt and place 2 different exhibit species. We're never going to do that because we're not having exhibit animals in this zoo. It's just habitat animals. We're about to have baby penguins. No way. No way. Okay, we will pause our cat habitat for now because I want to see these baby penguins. I love the king penguins. They're so funny. Just swimming around, minding their own business. The guests have a pretty good view of them as well. Like, I would be pretty happy with that view. I'm assuming they're going onto land, though, to give birth. So that's where they're headed now. No, double back. Double back. I'm going to give birth, but not yet. Not yet. They're definitely doing it, aren't they? Because I know we had this with a seal, and they actually weren't giving birth. Offspring imminent. Okay, so you are giving birth. Are you going to do it in the water, or are you going to do it more normally on land? I'm assuming the soft paddle to land is answering my question. There's like steam or something coming out. What's that from? Or is that just me? That's like an optical illusion. Behind the habitat. I thought there was steam coming out of the grey seal habitat, but I think everything's fine. Hope nothing's on fire. Look at them. Aren't you adorable? Oh, this could be it. She's sitting down. Look at you! Oh my goodness. Let's have a look at your baby. They're huge, aren't they? Oh, they're so cute. They're little, you can see their little ears. Oh, their little baby fluff. What a view for our guests as well. They're literally seeing the newborns right there. That's adorable. Yes! New babies in the zoo. New life. Very, very cute. Okay, well, let's carry on. This is spurring us on. We've got new life. Let's make a new habitat and get some more animals in here. For the habitat, I'm going to build them out using the ice pieces. And as I said before, I want to use the 4-meter high ones. I think I may even just use like the door piece for these. It does make it easier. So let's put a nice window piece in. We always use the arches, so I might actually go for these full windowed pieces. And what I want to do is basically just line this up with the grid that we have so that it snaps like nicely. And then this is going to form our grid for the entire habitat. So I do want to get this right on the first piece, because then all the other ones will lock into this one. I think that's pretty central, isn't it? Let's go for that. And then we're going to have 1 windowed piece, 1 wall piece that does education, and 1 wall piece that's just like a solid wall piece that will duplicate throughout. I don't know whether we need an awning on these. We put an awning. You know what? Let's give the guests an awning. We've been doing it for the others. So we're going to do this. Decorate them up first, and then I'm going to make duplicates that have awnings so that our guests don't get like covered in snow while they're looking at the animals. All right, let's start decorating these up. Okay, I feel like that looks pretty good. So we've got our basic wall pieces here. What I'm going to do is firstly, I'm just going to grab all of them, staying in the group so we stay locked to the grid. And I'm going to move them over here so they're a bit further away. And now I'm thinking about it. If we've just got our solid wall piece that's facing our guests, we're going to put education on it, aren't we? And all of the glass areas are going to be facing the guests. So the rest of them, this is the only one that doesn't really need an awning. I'm just going to add an awning to both of these two wall pieces here. And then we have enough basically to cover the guests on all the sides that are going to face the guests. Because we're not going to put any education or any glass like viewing panels on the side that's not facing the guests, are we? So let's do that now. Okay, I like that. I feel like they work fairly well, and they should be functional. So now what we can do is we can go into the group again, and I'm just pressing R every time I go into the group. That's like the shortcut to edit the group. And then what we can do is we can just add these in. So I think we want most of our viewing on the front here, don't we? Let's add a few of these in. Here, we're going to have probably... We've got... The education can probably go in the middle. So if we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this could be a little privacy area for them, like a little den in the corner. Maybe we do that. And then we put in another 4 here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And they've got like 4 viewing areas into both habitats. I feel like that's good. Then our education can come in here. And we can have that on the spots where we don't want the guests to see through. We have a couple of those there with our little cat ears. We can have 3 in the middle. And then that doesn't really need to be anything on the end there. That's fine. Now we can just grab this solid wall piece and fill in the rest. Oh, I'm going to pause the game because we've got protesters about something. I don't know what that's about. Hopefully we haven't done anything too wrong. Okay, what is going on with our... Oh my goodness, it's our red panda. What's happened? Have you had babies that have grown up? You're dehydrated. Why don't you drink? There's water there. Here's an idea. Just drink the water that you're stood in. Hydration. Yeah, have a drink. They're drinking now, aren't you? Surely you will now. Yeah, there we go. 100%. I think they just forgot that they could drink. That's fine. We'll move on. We'll move on. The other advantage of being over here, which I didn't think about, is hopefully our water areas capture them, I was going to say, but they don't seem to. I think what we may do, seeing as they've got a small habitat anyway, is use the little water stations for these guys. Where is it? Like our little water pump. It must be further down. Here it is, the water pipe here. We can just put a little water pipe in for them, because I think that remains fairly realistic as well. Like, they're only small. We don't want to put in a massive lake for them. And we've got the doors here, so I'm just going to delete in. Where I'd built in these areas, I am just going to take out... I just wanted the basics, so I'm going to take out all the additional stuff here. And it should reveal a door. There we are. And I will do the same over here. We've got this one. And then we can very easily just put in our ice doors. There we go. Like so. And hopefully, that looks good from the back. This one's a bit of an awkward one to get to. But I think we just need to very slightly move this trellis to the side so we don't impale our keepers when they try and get in there. There we go. And we've got our little cat ears above, above the habitat, which I like. Oh, I didn't add an awning here. I tell you what, I'm going to throw an awning in as well. This is why I wanted... Oh, okay. I'm going to grab this one because it's got fewer pieces. And then I can just deselect the pieces I don't want. I believe this is just the awning. Let's duplicate that. And then I'm going to add these into the doors as well. Because I feel like they should have them. In fact, that one doesn't really need it. That's probably okay. Cool. Well, we've got our guest awning here. They should be able to see in. It's one-way glass as well. And we've got plenty of education there. We just need to block out this section here. And obviously, if we have these planters or any wood sticking in, I'm just going to tidy this up so that they're not sticking into the actual habitat. Okay, I think that looks good. Let's hit play and let's actually get ourselves some of the cats. I'm going to reset our filters. Pallas cat. How old do you guys live? You live to... Oh, wow. Okay, not that long. 9. So you can breed until 8, from 1 to 8 years old, and you only live to 9. Wow, okay. Well, that's not the best. We need to make sure they're young. Okay, there are some good ones here. This one is 2. That's a good age. I don't really want to buy them for credits if we can avoid it. I might take one that's 3 years old if they've got better genes. Is this all we have? Page 1 of 1. Well, for now, I think this is a decent male. I don't really like any of the females that are available. So let's get this male. And we'll send him to quarantine. And we may have to just wait on the female until we get a better option. Quarantine is so far away now as well. Quarantine's all the way down here. My goodness. Well, we need to add in our little separator here. So I'm going to add to this group and put in our little wall here. And in fact, we could have it be something like an arch. Or even a lower arch, because these guys are only tiny. We could do what we did with the red pandas and have like a small habitat gate here. In fact, you know what? I'm going to just go and copy their gate, because I think they were even with the ice pieces, weren't they? And for some reason, it doesn't snap. Well, isn't that wonderful? Okay, well, I'm going to grab the pieces that aren't gridded, because that'll be easier. And then we can just deselect the pieces that are. And this is all that needs to go on the top. So let's just put this here for now. And then we can build in a new wall. So we're going to want an Arctic arch here. I'm going to add this into the correct group. The arch probably needs to be like that tall to let them through. We're going to have it double-sided because we're going to have a thick gate. I don't think the gate needs to be made of metal, to be fair. We could have a wooden gate. And this is just something that's going to be lifted up. That looks pretty good to me. Let's have one there, and then we'll have another one there. And then we just need to add this mechanism onto it. So if we exit that group, we should be able to put it into this group fairly easily. And just manually put this in the correct place. There we go. I think that's a bit better. So it raises up a little bit and lets them through. And this may just need to be a little bit taller here. There we go. That works. That seems pretty reasonable to me. And I don't think they'd be able to get out of here. We might need to just raise up this, these archways very slightly. If it's 3-meter high fencing is what I'm thinking. Maybe they need to be slightly higher. Maybe they should be more like there. Because I don't think they'd get out of that, would they? There we go. I think that's good. That was a lot of messing around with it, but I am happy with the result. I feel like that works pretty well. Let's have a look. They passed their quarantine. Do we have a female actually now? Because we've done a bit of work here. Is there a new female? No. Got these. These are decent. So you know what? We'll get one of these. And they're 1.3 years old. We'll buy them for credits. And then we've got a female as well. Let's add them into the quarantine building. And we can get our male moved into the habitat. And the male is going into here. So let's move them in. Now I'm going to go on habitat and filter by the species Pallas cat. Because we want to see what's actually suitable for them from all of our enrichment options here. And I believe, yeah, they've got some climbing animal. Yeah, climbing enrichment and stuff that they're going to want. Okay, cool. I do want to build them a den because I think they use the burrows. Because they've got the small burrow there. So I'm definitely going to give them a little burrow for a den. And I think maybe we should just pull up a little bit of land to make it a bit more realistic. That's where the burrow is going to go in. Yeah, that seems good to me. They've got a little burrow there, and we'll do the same in the female's habitat. And there we go. They can burrow into that. As far as enrichment, we want to get on, because we don't really need hard shelter at that point. We just need climbing enrichment. Oh, they're in here. Let's have a quick look at them first. Oh, my goodness. Look at you. They're hilarious. They're so fluffy. I love them. How adorable. And we've got that one-way glass. They shouldn't be able to see the guests. I am going to add signs for the guests to be quiet because we definitely want to make sure that they are being quiet. So let's go facilities, bins, benches, and security. And there's the do not disturb signs in here. I'm going to add a few of them in. If we click on security and crime, we'll see the radius of these. But really, I think it just needs to be one like in the middle of each viewing area. Should be sufficient to cover this area off. And the guests aren't going in here, so there's no viewing there. That's probably good enough, really. Can you escape? That's the other thing we want to know. We go on habitat. They're completely contained. Perfect. And you have enough space. You've got more than enough space. Let's give you your food and drink first. So for food, we're going to give them a small food tray because there's only one of them. So we'll add that in, but we will give them enrichment as well. And let's give you a little water pipe in the back corner here. That's somewhere where you can drink. We've still got plenty of space. Now, terrain, they want less short grass and more rock and soil. I am just going to edit the terrain slightly first, so it's not all completely flat. Doesn't have to be anything crazy. I just want it to be a little bit hilly around here. But I don't think these guys live in, like, the mountain. It's not like the Lynx where they're, like, jumping between mountain areas. I don't think. Oh, they do live in the mountains, actually. I've just checked, and they do live in the mountains. But I don't want to give them anything too crazy. I feel like, whilst they probably live in the mountains, they don't have... If they've got such a small territory, like, they can't have that many areas they have to jump between. So that's probably reasonable. We can get rid of this food tray and raise this area up a bit more. Okay, can you escape now? Now we've raised it up. No, you still can't escape because you've got those nice high walls. Perfect. They're freaking out as well because I haven't added it into the work zone. So I'm just going to quickly add this into keeper felids along with the other habitat here. They're both in keeper felids now, so everyone should be happy. And I'm going to throw it in security and zoo as well because they're like our general work zones. Security's actually missing this as well, so that's fine. Let's throw the entrance in here too. There we go. And now we've got a few remnants of designing this habitat, so let's delete these sections. And let's delete all of that as well. Get that out the way. How do you feel? You want more rock? Yes, let's paint this up. There we go. That seems much more rocky for them, doesn't it? They just want to kind of be in a little, like, mountainside. In fact, they're happy with 100% rock. That's interesting. 100% rock and 100% snow. Wow, okay, that's interesting. So yeah, when there snows, they really don't need much shelter. They're pretty happy. Okay, they have no enrichment. Let's give them something fun. So we've got beds and shelters is covered off because I've got their burrow. They don't need heaters and coolers because they're used to this environment. We can give them a small food tray. Although I'm wondering if it's really necessary when we're going to give them food enrichment. So let's give them food enrichment first and see what they actually want. Let's pause the game and give them some climbing. Because these guys, we can give them much more area if we give them climbing areas that they can access. I think that looks pretty funky. I like that. I'm gonna shuffle this one down a little bit. Let's just test if they can break out now, because if they can jump out, that's not ideal. No, they can't. Cool. And they've got loads of area to climb now. So I think the area's gone up a little bit. Cool. Okay, let's give them some actual enrichment though as well. Obviously climbing is enrichment, but we want to give them some food and toys. So let's put in a scratching post on one of these platforms, maybe up here. Makes sense. Or we could even have that be on the ground. I just don't want it to deform the terrain too much. I don't actually mind that. If we can smooth that out a little bit, I think that could work. And then we've got to give them a gift box and a tennis ball go on. That can go on there. And then we can give them a pronghorn. They've all got pronghorns up there. And a skittle feeder. And we can give them a blood scent marker as well. I'm trying to like put some of the enrichment on these little platforms because I feel like they're a bit more interesting like that. It's something for them to climb to reach, you know? And then we could just give them, to make sure they've got food, we could give them a small food tray at the front here by the scratching post. Something like that. I think that looks pretty cool, honestly. I think they're probably fairly happy with that. We do need to give them nature though, so let's just have a quick look at nature. They don't want a lot. I'm not going to give them the temperate stuff, so I'm going to give them Asian plants from Taigas and Tundras. And we'll just put a few trees in here, probably. Nothing too crazy. I think that might be all they want, you know? I think that's probably okay. They're at 21%. I don't want to give them too much. And it kind of ties in. We've got the same plants on the outside as are on the inside. Was it dwarf cornel or something? Yeah. So I think that works. And then the same, the Eurasian larch trees that we've been using basically across the entire zoo. So it really like ties them together. Okay, cool. I'm fairly happy with that. I think they should be pretty happy living in here. And I can't check, well, I didn't check whether they could escape now. Can you break out? No, that is perfect. I'm loving these guys already. Okay, we're going to need a name for this boy as well. So please do let me know in the comments what you want to name him. Oh, I think our little man is napping just outside his burrow. And seeing as we made so much progress today and there's still lots to do, I think we'll turn this into a two-parter. And in the next video, we will finish off the Pallas cat habitat by adding the female in here as well. And we can put our education on too. Now he's in here. Let's go into our education board and change it to Pallas cat. And we got our female here. I'm going to move her in. So she's going to go into the female side, and then I'm going to do the same thing with the terrain. I'm going to mix it up. And here they are. They're arriving. Very nice. Here she is. Oh, let's have a little look at her. Oh, she's adorable. She's so adorable. Oh my goodness. I think I'm going to name her Lena after one of the biggest supporters of the channel's cats, who's a Russian blue cat, because they actually look fairly similar. The Russian blues are quite like stocky build, so I think this is a good match. Oh, they're adorable. Welcome to the zoo, Lena. And Lena does need a boyfriend, so please do suggest names for the male, and we will move him in at some point to start breeding. Now, she's short enrichment, so let's get that in for her. I think I'm going to do something very similar to what the male has, honestly. Let's give her the same kind of climbing enrichments. I love these frames they've already got built. They're so good. And it does save so much time using these pre-built ones versus purely making your own ones, because they've got such good stuff already here. There we go. I think that's probably enough enrichment for her there. And let's add in some more actual enrichment here. So we're going to put in a skittle feeder down the bottom. We'll go for a pinata, a pronghorn pinata on the platform there. Then we're going to put blood scent marker around the back. Let's add that to there. We can have a tennis ball over here, a gift box over there, and a scratching post. Maybe just in the middle here. Give them a scratching post there. And what else did we have? I think that was all the enrichment like that. And then we just need our food and water. So let's have I'm going to put a larger food tray in, because this could have a whole like litter here eating from this. Let's put that in there. I'll slightly adjust it so it's not touching the post there. And then we are going to need some water as well. So the water pipe I'll probably just put at the back again. It doesn't need a massive amount of attention. That seems good to me. Apart from this one here, let's whack that down into the floor so it's not levitating. Is anything else levitating? I don't think anything in the male habitat is levitating either. I think we're okay. Let's just check out our female here. Have you gone into the... No, I thought she's gone into the den. How are you finding it? So you can't escape. That's good. And you're happy with all your enrichment. You're happy with the area. We smashed it on the area. And then you just need a little bit of nature. Well, let's add that in now. Okay, I think that's good. They've got a couple of trees in there just to mix it up a little bit. And they're still 22%, so they're happy. Okay. I think this looks pretty cool. Let's have a little look at them. Here's Lena. How are you enjoying it? I think it's working fairly well. And you've still got plenty of space. So 393, I believe, even if there was one mother with 3 cubs, it's 268. Yeah, we're absolutely fine. Oh, no, it wasn't 3, it was 5, wasn't it? So 313. We're still absolutely fine. Cool. They're both happy. And obviously, when we do put them together, in real life, what's happening is we're lifting these up and leaving them open. So they have access to both territories. So really, we should be adding them together to get those numbers. But it's all fine. It works in the game and real life. So I'm pretty happy with that. Now, these guys do need some education, so let's put in a little bit of education for them. We're going to want an animal talk point in probably on the female's habitat here. And I think if we move these bins to a less in the way area. In fact, we could put them... No, I'm going to move them all the way over there. And the same with these bins here. Let's move them out the way, because they've not got very much space to see our cats. Let's put some education in here. I think even We could have it here, like in the middle. I don't think they'll be able to throw the enrichment in. But yeah, it's blocked. But that might be better that they're slightly further out rather than being under the shelter. Have we got one in here for these guys? We do. We did put it under the shelter here. Oh, maybe we will. Let's put it under the shelter. We'll just put it here. And we're going to add this into our education Felids work zone so they can start work on it immediately. And we do just need to edit it to make sure it's on the right time. So I think if the Lynx are in December, yeah, actually this is the right time. January and February are left empty and they'll do this talk in March. Cool. Gonna just rename this here as well so we remember which one is which. You'd be surprised how much it comes up that if you rename stuff, it becomes so helpful to have it renamed. Oh, look, they're up here. You wouldn't think you'd really need it, but it does help you out in a lot of cases. Okay, let's also, while we're here, add in a few paw print education points, because I think they're a bit of fun, aren't they, for our guests? And these could even go on the outside. Couple of those, maybe even raw board. There's a little bit of an education point for our guests there, and we can do the same with the Eurasian Lynx section. I think maybe around here. Okay, macaques are causing problems again. Right, just, they've not had a problem yet, it's just a risk, so we need to get our keeper on it ASAP. But I think they're okay. Are you fully powered over here? I think they are, yes, because they're near the entrance here, so this has an innate power source in it. So this is powering this whole section really well. Perfect, that keeps the lights on, doesn't it, when it goes dark? I think this will be really nice as well when the sun goes down. Like, it will really capture it well. Well, now these guys are in here, I think let's learn a little bit more about the Pallas cat. Pallas's cat, also known as the manual, is a small wild cat native to Central and East Asia. Its range limited to the west by the Caucasus Mountains and to the south by the Himalayas. Its most striking feature is the incredibly dense and long fur that give it a chubby, plush appearance. The coat is grey with beige to rusty red shades, with sparse black tabby markings. And their head is small and round, with small triangular ears emerging from a thick ruff around it. Male and female Pallas's cats look alike, with a head to body length of 46 to 65 centimeters and with a 21 to 31 centimeter long tail. They weigh around 2.5 to 4.5 kilos, so they're not very heavy. In fact, Pallas's cats are no larger than a regular domestic cat, but they appear bigger due to the sheer volume of their fur. The generic name of the Pallas's cat, Ottocolobus, is derived from the Greek language, which means ugly-eared. And Pallas's cat's fur is the densest of all cats, with up to 9,000 hairs per centimeter squared. The Pallas's cat is an ambush predator and preys on rodents and other small vertebrates. Their plush fur and stout body make them poor runners, and they rely on natural crevices in rock formations and cliffs in order to give birth and find shelter, a habitat that is threatened by human expansion and landscaping. Pallas's cats live solitarily except for a mother with her kittens. Male territories overlap those of females, and the breeding season for Pallas's cats takes place in the winter, typically from December to March. Males will search for females and will fight each other if they encounter a rival. And a female Pallas's cat in estrus is receptive for only 1 to 2 days. A male that successfully mates with a female may linger near her burrow for a few days to ensure that she doesn't mate with another male. The female will be pregnant for 2.5 months and give birth to a litter of 2 to 6 kittens, with an average of 3 to 4. The kittens are born blind and helpless and remain in the den for about 2 months until they open their eyes and have grown a dense coat. At an age of about 4 months old, they begin accompanying their mother on foraging trips and will become independent about 2 months later. Pallas's cats are sexually mature at 1 year old and will establish their own dens and territories upon dispersal. Thankfully, Pallas's cat is a species of least concern and is not considered endangered due to its widespread distribution and hunting protections throughout most of its range. However, historically, it has been assessed as near threatened, but was found to appear more stable than previously assumed. Nonetheless, the populations are fragmented, and the species does experience pressure due to human-driven habitat loss and rodent control programs, which reduces the prey that they have available. So whilst there are around 58,000 currently in the wild, we don't want to take our eye off them, or they could very easily slip into near-threatened status. And I do want to build out our guest area. I feel like we've neglected them quite a lot. So let's give our guests a little extra space over here. Let's move these bins to the outside. We want them to be accessible for the guests in a number of places. But I think if we move these to the outside, we can always add more in the middle after, when we kind of know what the space looks like. So let's just put a couple of bins here. I'm going to delete this one. That was a mistake. And then this is a good guest area for us. So let's do what we've been doing. We can build our little shops in with these squares. I don't know if I want them there. I think I might want them more like here. A bit more spread out. Yeah, that seems good. And then let's add in the facilities we want. I think we may be at max capacity for, like, we've got one of everything. I don't think there's anything that we don't have yet. Let's look on drinks. We've got 8 different drink facilities. The ones that are in high demand at the minute are soda, water, and coffee. I think they're at the ones at the other end. Guest facilities, if we turn off blueprints, what have we got? I think water. Yeah, I can't see anything that we don't already have. So I think what we'll do is we'll go for water and coffee, which is what we've got on the other end. And that should service our guests quite well. And I'm going to face them outwards. So I want to put this one centrally, because this will kind of like determine the grid. So let's have this here. And then if we have one drink here, we can have the coffee facing the other way. Again, with the food, I think we've got everything. So I'm going to just have what we have at the other side of the zoo, which is Bernie's Bakes. And I think we even have a shop. I can't remember. I might put a hat in. I don't know what we're acquiring. Let me have a quick look. What are the guests saying? Oh, they really want food and drink. Yeah, okay. They're really not actually that happy. Lol. Okay. Let's do Chief Beef then. Put Chief Beef over here. And then we've got 4. Yeah, they're already coming here. And we can actually link this up much easier because we can connect it through here. I mean, that's a bit better, isn't it? So there is space for a habitat of some form in this little zone we've created. Or we can put some more facilities in it. And I do wonder whether maybe another staff room for the security would be better. Like, what are the negative impact ranges on this? Oh, actually quite small. Okay, yeah. I think we put another security office in here somewhere. Because once we whack some scenery on it, this is going to reduce massively. Let's put one there. We'll add another... Who else needs... There's a massive staff room there. What we could do is we could put another research center over here for our vets. That might be worth doing. Or we just put the staff center. You know what? I think it's fine just as it is. We're going to just add this in. I'm going to pause the game, go off this view. We're going to put in a toilet here and then add the staff room onto it. Because I think that'll be better. And we have a nicely built toilet somewhere else nearby. I'm trying to think where it is. It's here, isn't it? I swear we put a toilet. Yes, there's a toilet here. Let's grab this because this is beautiful. And we'll move this over. So the guests have a nice, easy to access toilet from our little guest area here. And we can definitely slot a staff room in here somewhere. that is our new security office, and there's no negative impact on guests, so they shouldn't be going to that radius at all. We've got a little security office that has a window here, which is cute as well. So they have a security office. We have a toilet for the guests. I feel like this is working out well for everyone so far. I'm going to take out... Oh, it's so close to there. I think what I might just do is just grab everything and very slightly just adjust it. I can live with that little extra divot out there, and I think this needs to be joined up again. Yeah, that's fine. And this is missing the whole section. Okay, let's add you back in. Cool. It's hard to build in the snow as well, I've really noticed. You can't see anything. As cool as it is, you really can't see anything. Right, let's grab the previous decorations we've done before. Let's grab these. I don't think these come with the shops. No, they're just the actual... Oh, it's both of them. Okay, I didn't realize that they were still in the same group. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go into their group, grab everything, and then just move these, because that's all I actually wanted. And I think these should line up fairly well. Oh, they're one apart. That's fine. Oh, I'm going to have to pause it because one of our animals is getting old as well. Let's go into this group and just individually make sure that this works. We've got to swivel those round and move it down. And then the same, these are going to have to move over like that. There we go. I think that's better, isn't it? Okay. And then we're going to need the ATMs as well. I want the green and red ATMs that we've had over here. So let's... Oh, I've literally just moved that one. Oh, that was so silly. What am I doing? I want to grab them. I want to duplicate them, not just move them. Right, let's duplicate these and do the same thing. Okay, that's much better. And then I do want to grab the ATMs as well, the green and blue ones. So let's grab this. Oh, I'm going to have to exit the group because they're not in the group. And then grab the green ATM, whack an ATM over here with a bit of privacy from that tree. And then grab the red one and do the same thing. I think I'll put it in basically the same place, like here. Cool. We are about to lose Bella, the old timber wolf, so let's have a look at her, bless her. She's done well. But she's been on for a long time. She's got her pup there as well, bless. I'm sure her father can continue to raise him up. Oh, that needs to be cleaned out. That's a bit of old food. This is going to be the first death we're going to watch, I think. Oh, no. Oh... Why did it happen on an incline? Oh, no, not into the tree. Oh, Bella. Not a dignified way to go with your pup right there as well. That's actually heartbreaking. Right, let's call the vet for Bella. You poor little thing. It does look like we've got an achievement, so that's good. Let's claim the reward. And yeah, not ideal there. Bella the Timberwolf has died. But what we can do is create a memorial for her. And you guys let me know, I was making the memorials, like, not wrong, but there's a way I can improve them. Which is if we choose, instead of the memorial plaque screen, we go for editable. It actually has their name on it, which is pretty cool. So if we just do a test here, I should have selected better settings so we can actually view this. Is there anywhere that's sheltered? Let's go to the den. Look, it says Bella on it. I need to turn off random rotation and put align to surface on, but that's awesome. Okay, let's go back and change all our memorials while I remember, because I think they definitely deserve to have their names on them, don't they? There we go. That's so much better. Oh, I love it. Okay. Well, that definitely honors them a lot better, doesn't it? Let's go make sure this is all hooked up properly. I'm going to add this staff room for the security guys into the security work zone. And that way they actually have a staff room over here, because they've only got one there and one here. So that's a bit better at least. And then we do need to put all of this into the zoo work zone as well. So let's add all of this in. Except that area there. We don't want that staff room to be used by our other staff. So just for security. And then we can have a new shops area. So we're going to have... this can finally be used as staff room. And then these 4 shops are going to be in shops Felids. We're going to have to call it. And let's hire another vendor. So we're going to have 5 vendors to do this area. So there's at least a bit of rotation going on. And then let's go down to our vendors. And the ones that are assigned to like specific shops are going to be the ones that are the new ones. So they need to go into shops Felids. There we go. We've got them all in there. Let's also train up all of our staff and check our vet research, because I bet we've been plowing on with this. Yeah, we've actually finished it on the grey seal. Oh, that's silly of me. Right, well, I'm going to start them on the king penguins, and we will get through the education. We are catching up at least. Let's go to animals and food and make sure that the grey seals are on grade 3 food quality, because that's what we want. I don't think anyone else has any higher. The cats and the polar bears, yeah, red fox. Oh, red fox is 2. I need to make sure that's up. Yeah, okay, I think everyone else is on as high as possible. And this is definitely much better. We do need to put some more benches around as well at some point. There's a little bit of vandalism going on. Don't like that. What are our guests thinking generally? Their energy is actually pretty good though, so the benches aren't too bad. They think litter's bad and they want to drink. Okay, well, let's hire another. Seeing as we're still making lots of money, aren't we? Yeah, this is a new year as well. Yeah, okay. Let's hire another couple of caretakers and we can throw them into rotation. And that should definitely help things out, because we've just like massively improved the amount of caretakers we have. Gone from 6 to 8. So I think that will definitely help. We can assign them 2 zones as well to be like permanently working there, but I feel like when they're spread out, they do a similar job. They're all pretty good, and I don't think that crime is too much of an issue. We've got a... Oh, there's actually quite a lot that's been vandalized. We'll see. We'll see how we go with the old crime, but I think we're okay for now. Mainly, our zoo just needs more education. So we could put some more of the conservation boards around. That is a way to get better education. And things like this boost your education. Because at the minute, we've got guest education coverage. It's just really wherever the habitats are. We don't have any conservation boards for areas like this. You know, like we could definitely have more education in here. It's all just shops here. So we can consider doing that, can't we, going forward? And what's wrong with you? Have you not got power? Oh, you do? What's wrong with you then? Why are you orange? I don't know. That's something I don't understand. And then these ones are black because you're out of power. Yeah. But there is power here. It just needs better maintenance. Fine. Yeah, okay. Let's call that in. Well, I think that can be resolved. If you're not getting maintained properly, let's put your maintenance to be every 9 months. And we'll see how that goes. And we've actually just got our King Penguin education rating to 4%. We've got 5%, so let's claim that. That's good. Our education is doing a bit better. We just need probably a few more educators. And maybe even a zoo tour would be good as well. They're all quite high workload because they're not very well trained up. Oh, and we're about to lose our other Arctic fox as well. Oh, so this habitat is going to be empty. You poor thing. Well, we'll watch them go, and we'll put a little memorial for them next to their partner. And then I do think we need a new Arctic fox pair. With the old life leaving the zoo, we've got to bring new life in. Oh, no. No. Oh, that doesn't seem dignified. Oh, you poor thing. Why does it have to be so sad? Okay, we'll call the vet for you. And we will make you a little memorial here next to your partner. Just died of old age, though. That's all you can really ask for, isn't it? I like it because it's got space for 2 as well. And like most of these are kind of monogamously paired. animals, so like it's quite cute to have them next to each other. There we go. Let's look at getting another couple of Arctic foxes in here. This male isn't too bad, honestly. Oh, there are more males here. I tell you what, I'm going to sort them by appeal, and I'm going to say only cash listings. Who have we got? Oh, we've got a few. Oh, that's a better one. How long do you guys live again? Let's just double check that. They live to 13. Oh, yeah, so 5 or like 4.8 is absolutely fine. Let's grab you. And females, you're a pretty good one. Let's grab this, 3.5 years old as well. So that works pretty well. Let's grab both of you and send you into quarantine. And then we can just deliver them straight back into the habitat. Perfect. And these guys are causing problems again. I think there's too many of them because they've all grown up. Oh, you're having collision issues with the space, aren't you? Because you're saying now that you don't have climbing enrichment. These guys are causing us a bit of problem. Maybe we'll have to revisit this habitat in another video because it's a bit of an issue here. They're not liking the space very much. And we could even just replace them with another animal now that we've had them for a long time. Some of them are getting old anyway, so I don't think it's a bad time to change it up. But yeah, not super happy. If it's going to be causing problems every time we're trying to do anything, it's not ideal. Let's see what we do with them in the future. But for now, they're probably all right to just carry on. Oh, what it must be like to be a little monkey and cause us endless grief. Look at their little faces. No remorse whatsoever. This habitat is proving to be a little bit of a problem for us because I don't think they're navigating the habitat very well with collision and everything. They're just struggling a little bit. If we click on the heat maps and then select one of our Japanese macaques here, I believe they can get everywhere. See, it's not loading very well for them. Oh, I'm on habitat cleanliness, that's why. Traversable area. There we go. See, they should be able to go everywhere here, and yet they're having a lot of areas where they have to jump and stuff. It's a little bit of a mess for them. So I think these guys deserve a revamp. They've been in here long enough. They do deserve a better habitat. And whilst this does satisfy their needs on paper, it's clearly not doing the job in practice. Now, we are limited by space here. If you have a look, they are boxed in on all four sides. So this is the max space we have to work with. And currently, it's 980 meters squared. I don't remember what their land requirements are, so let's click on one of them. For a group of this size, they only need 366, so we're actually completely fine. Like, we're well within it. But we may want to rethink how we're doing this. So what? Oh my goodness, a dangerous animal's escaped. A panda. Ah, yeah, that's a problem. Okay, we're gonna fix this. You're just gonna move this tree to here, and then you won't be able to climb out. These Himalayan pines are so tricky because they just climb them so well. I think we might have to have a couple of trees next to each other like that are competing for space. But that's okay. Okay, have you actually escaped? Yeah, I'm gonna just make sure they've moved into the female side. Don't want our female in the male side. And it does look like our foxes have passed quarantine as well. So I'm just going to very quickly move them into their habitat. Because our poor elderly fox died, didn't they? Bless them. And they're right here, so it won't take long at all. Let's put you into your habitat. And then get back to the monkeys. The good news is we did actually just get a reward to satisfy their climbable area requirements. So we've got 1,000 zoo dollars. But I don't even know what. We'd already done that. So that's good. You know, that's always nice to get a little achievement for not doing anything. But what I think we're going to do is completely revamp this. So let's grab all of the macaques in here. And there are quite a few. We actually should probably pause the game and just sort out their numbers. Because we don't need this many. If we have a look on them on the Zoopedia, they need 8 females. And then it's basically generally related females and their offspring. And then there can be some males that aren't related to them. Because they kind of live together. Because they'll have an alpha and several beta males. I don't think we have enough that are related yet. So what I might do is... What is your stud book here? You've had a child, haven't you? Okay, if you've got a baby in here, you've got to stay. But the problem is I think most of the females have babies. We've got 4 babies here, so I'm just going to check if any of the females haven't had a baby. Okay, so as it stands, 1 of our females has had a baby boy, 2 of our females have had baby girls, and the last female has had 3 babies. 1 of them still a juvenile, and then 2 of them have grown up. So you've got a male and female that have kind of grown up now into young adults, and then 1 that's still a juvenile female. So obviously we can't get rid of them. I think if they have babies, we can't get rid of any of them, can we? We can't move them while they've got babies. So we need to wait for the babies to grow up, and then we can organize the group and probably get rid of some. Some of them are infertile as well, so I wouldn't really want to move them. They could probably just stay in this group until they pass away. So let's grab all of them. And what we're going to do is not rehome them. We're going to store them in the trade center. And then if we hit play, all of them will go to the trade center, and we have this habitat back. So we can do some interesting removals and construction in here. I think firstly, it's probably worth just getting rid of all of the trees, and then we can see a bit better in here. Okay, that's a lot better. I missed one here. Right. This is looking... Yeah, we can do something with this. I want to add a bit more interest to this habitat, so I'm going to play with the terrain a little bit more. For now, I'm going to grab all of their kind of bedding area. I don't think this is the worst. I'm just going to move it into this space. I think we can do more with it. And it looks like it's got their enrichment in there as well for some reason. I left that all in one group. That's super helpful. So let's wait till it's the sun's come up and you can actually see what I'm doing. And then let's give them a bit more of a hill here. Okay, that's better. Let's do it. And now we've got this in here, my plan is to kind of build them more tree-top houses. So I'm going to get a log, and we're going to be using log pieces that are quite sturdy, I think. Like, the log wall ones aren't bad, actually. I don't want ones that have got more of a bend to them, though. So these logs here are a bit more durable, aren't they? Let's add a few of these in. And what we want is, yeah, to get them some elevation so they've got kind of tree-top houses rather than... houses on the ground that are going to mess with their collision. Okay, I think that works. Now, I do think we need a 3rd beam here just for this platform. But generally, this isn't too bad. There we go. I think this is a bit better of a massive tree house, isn't it? This is so high up, which is great for them. That's kind of what they need. And the same here, I think I might move their climbing onto a raised platform because I like how this is set up, except for this one down here. I think I'll leave that down, but I do want to move this climbing up a bit more so there's not as many like logs in the ground. There we go. I think that works. We've raised it up a bit here. Now we just need to add some logs in for a bit of support. Again, I think we're going to use slightly smaller logs for this one because it doesn't look like it's as heavy a platform. There we go. I think that is a bit better supported over here and looks a bit better. Now it is kind of eating into our little waterfall area, which I don't like. So I think I might adjust this slightly as well. Okay, that is looking a lot more climbable now. I'm much happier with that. And I feel like this gives them lots of climbing enrichment, but it's very up high, which is actually what they want because they live in the trees. So if we now put our trees back in, I think I might get the macaques back in here so we can have a look at what it's like. Let's go to animal trading, grab all of our macaques and put them into this habitat. And then we can see what they actually want. Okay, here they are. The first ones are coming back in. All of our stuff are trying to walk on the same spot. Okay, so what is your coverage? They want taiga, plants from Asia. They've only got a few. Yeah, they definitely want their trees, don't they? Let's go on plants and put in some of these trees for them that we had before. I think that's okay at 40%. That seems pretty reasonable for them. Because that is their range of what they're happy with. And this should be much easier for them to navigate now. So let's actually test it out. Let's go on heat maps and click on one of our monkeys. Can they get in the water? I don't know if that's showing that they can't swim, maybe. But they should be able to drink from it, and that's what we want. Because I don't know why they wouldn't be able to access the water here. Looks like they can. What I can do, actually, is I can smooth it out even more on this area. Let's turn the brush size down to 3 and just really smooth this out. Now, if we put water there, this should be good for them. Yeah, they can definitely get in there and drink. And the water should still be covered by our areas. Yeah, it's all fine for treatment and temperature. It's all good. So hopefully this does fix their issues. They've got way more space now. If you look, they've got 1,271 meters of land and 630 meters of climbing. So they definitely prefer the treetop village we've given them rather than the housing on the rock here. And they've got a bit of a rock area just to walk around as well, because they do like their rocks. I think this is more rocks than they had before. And that's actually what they can have 100% of. So I'm kind of happy that we've given them more rocks too, you know? Now, they could probably do with their enrichment back, so let's go grab it. I think it might be easier just to know what we're putting in here and replace it. So it's a couple of fixed roller feeders, a couple of balls, and the mirror mobile. Let's put them in for them. Again, let's whack the fixed roller feeders back here. I think they're good spots for them. You can give them the mirror mobile up on the rock area. We just smooth this out a little bit. And I think we can definitely throw in a couple of these balls around the habitat. They can have a colorful one and a normal one. Oh my goodness, what is this? Some old mealworms from the talk. They need to sort that out. Let's call the keeper. But this definitely seems easier. Yeah, I mean, they've got like 89% cleanliness. I think this is much easier for them to manage. And let's just double check that their food is still on grade 3 because we did take them out and everything. Yeah, no, they're fine. They are absolutely fine. Let's have a quick look at our vet research because we are trying to get grade 2 food quality for everyone here. And we may have just unlocked that for the penguins. We have. Perfect. Okay, well, let's move you off the penguins. We're going to go straight for our next animal, which I believe is the polar bear. Yeah, let's go for you. Get some better food for the polar bears. And now our penguins, bless them, can have grade quality number 2. So it's only the Pallas's cat that we've just put in and the polar bears, they're on grade 1. Everyone is on at least grade 2, which is... Obviously, we want them on grade 3, but I think it's better that we get everyone to grade 2 first and then jump up to grade 3. And our guests are very happy. Other than a little bit of litter, which they're not happy with. I don't know where that is. Let's have a quick check. It will be a negative impact on guests. You can filter, I think. Oh, no, you can't filter by just litter, but you can easily see it usually on the map. I think this could be an old alert because it doesn't... Oh, no, no, no. No, there's definitely litter over here. Are there just no bins here? No, the bins are full. Okay. You know what? I think that means it's time to start designating areas, isn't it? If we look at the areas we have in our work zones, so if we go staff work zones, where we've got like our keeper areas, let's have a look at the keeper ungulates. This area we could assign the caretakers to because they use the same staff areas as well. And all we need to do is put in the vendors, and they'll have all of the buildings in this area, and they can definitely come around and crucially the toilets as well, because they need to clean the toilets. So I think what we're going to do, we're not going to rename it, we'll keep it as keeper, but I'm just going to designate the areas we've got around here for where they need to clean, because we do want, like, we want the keeper ungulates to do this little section as well. So I think this is good, and effectively they'll walk around the areas where these things are and clean everything, anything in that area. But the main thing we need to do is select the toilets, because they actually go into the toilets and clean them. So if they're not in there, they're not being done. So let's just go around, just designate these out. We've got the canids. I'm going to give the canid one these two staff areas here. The felids are obviously going to get this staff area and this toilet. And I'll throw in the entrance as well, because they do need to do around there. The outsiders, we could just call the aquatics now, because it's pretty much aquatic animals, isn't it? I mean, the macaques have their bath, but other than them, it's the seals, the water birds, we've got the red crown cranes, the penguins, and the beavers. So they're pretty much aquatic. I'm going to rename them, and I'm going to give them this area as well for them to clean. I don't think we want to give them either of those because they're not the right staff areas for them. I don't think we'll give them this staff area though, because I believe that should probably be left for the bear side. Let's rename that to aquatics though, and then the same for the education. Aquatics. And shops. Aquatics. And then finally we're going to edit the keeper bears and throw in this little area here for guests. Is this a toilet? Yes, I think it is, isn't it? Let's just double check. Yes, it is. Okay, cool. So the bear one's going to do this side. That sounds good to me. Right, let's now look at our cleaners. Caretakers here. We've got 5 work zones, I believe. Aquatics, bears, canids, felids, and ungulates. So I'm going to say let's hire another couple of caretakers, and then we can just assign 2 to each one. And they've got like 2 cleaners in each work zone. Sounds good to me. There we go. If we sort them by work zone now, we've got basically 1 senior and 1 junior cleaner in each area. That's what I was going for. And then the ungulates, there's 2 more senior ones here. I'm going to train everyone up, so everyone is going to get a bit better. But at the minute, we've got some more junior staff members, so we're just spreading them out so it's not all on 1 work zone, because then that probably won't get cleaned as well. And it looks like the macaques are using their little platforms. Yes, they're enjoying the climbing. They've got their little treetop house. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. And the water is right in the middle of the habitat, so like it should be pretty easily accessible for them. How are our keepers actually getting on doing this work zone? Let's have a look at the old keepers here. I'm just going to collapse the ones we're not looking at, because now we've got a lot of staff. It's quite a big list to go through, and it's easier when you just want to look at keepers to just open the keeper tab and see them all here. I'm going to sort everyone by work zone so we can see who's on this section. So keeper aquatics, this is. We've got 2 of our senior keepers here. They seem to be handling it pretty well. Is anyone else lacking? Yeah, the canids one isn't fully trained up though, so I'm going to say that's probably okay. And maybe we've got 3 keepers on ungulates. I think that might be a bit too many. Now we've organized the work zones a bit. I'm going to move one of these guys onto the felids section. And that should be good, I think. We're going to go to a habitat. You're now going to switch to keeper felids. And you can go to them instead. I think this would be good. If they need more than 2 keepers, we'll obviously do that as well. But for now, that seems fine. And this habitat's a disease risk. Yeah, we need to get the keeper in here to clean it. Oh, they're right here anyway. We need to give them a little bit of time to just go round and actually, like, complete their work zones. Otherwise, it's not really fair. If we just shake it all up, usually some of them are on the wrong side of the zoo as well, and it takes a bit of time to get back into the swing of it and get it all sorted. Oh no! Oh, well, this isn't going well. We have a diseased animal. Right, let's quarantine them. It's because they didn't clear this food out that the educator threw in. Don't get sick, people. At least quarantining. I think we might have got there early. We shouldn't get more disease. They don't seem to be cleaning that area out, though. I think they're getting them their food now instead. Just like, I want you to clean first. They're in the old keeper hut here, just grabbing their food. I think they're done. Come on, grab the tub, and let's go back to the habitat. You can run, you can run. Come on, those legs work. We might pick them up when they leave, just to make it a bit quicker for them. It's not far, though. But it's much quicker if you get plucked into the sky, and then you can go straight in and feed them. Come on, little macaques. I think the disease is fine. It seems like we've solved it. A simple quarantine was all it took. And I'm much happier with how this is set up. They've got a lot more open space to move around. I think it was just a bit congested before, so they were having kind of issues with being crowded around and not being able to access stuff. But this is good. They're refilling all their feeders. And then they should go around and hoover up all the rubbish when they're done. There we go. Come on. This is pretty satisfying to watch in the heat mode. Yeah, you can see the heat map. It's habitat cleanliness. Go on, attack this pile. That's what I want to see. He's going to go around this way. Well, they got rid of the old food at least. I love how you can just watch it disappear. Nice. Okay, this is definitely cleaning it up. That's good. And when you look at the whole zoo, it does seem pretty clean. Like, the ungulates do a lot of poops. There's a lot of animals. So that's the only reason we did have 3 keepers in there before. But I feel like it's not too bad with 2 for now. We'll see how they go. And it's nighttime. Ooh, got to get the lights out. Now, this actually reminds me, I wanted to put more of these heaters around the zoo because our guests are going to be freezing. I bet that's one of their main complaints, is that they're cold. Yeah, so cold. So what we could do is have a look at the thermal side of the map. Temperature here, and where there's a bunch of cold spots, let's put in one of these heaters. I think actually here is probably a great shout, where we've got our seating here. I'm going to delete these because we don't need this many, and put in a heater in here. And I think I'm going to do a few of these to just add a little bit more heat into the zoo. There we go. That's much better. Now, these will all heat up, and we'll get a lot more heat around the zoo. You can kind of see already this is getting better, because they should go like this color. And that's much better heat distribution. This one isn't on, I think, because there's no power over here, I'm guessing. Yeah. Okay, but there's no power there. That's actually quite an easy identifier that we need power in that section. So what I'm going to do is just grab this power here and just add one in this section. Let's have you there, and then we'll add the little decoration around as well. There we go. Now we've got power everywhere. These should be heating up, and that's much better. So if we look at our temperature again, I think our guests are a lot less blue, aren't they? And especially this one is going to help, because as they get into the queue for the station, that's going to heat them up. In fact, we could move this one to the left. I think might be a good shout. There we go, a little bit of messing around with the path, but that's in. And now if we go on the temperature, when this heats up, I think this circle will catch people as they come off the train a bit better as well. But also when they're getting on, it should reach a bit closer over here. So people should hopefully stay a bit warmer. I don't know why some of them are there in like shorts. I'm looking at you, sir. It's pretty cold here. But they're going to be a bit warmer now with our little heaters in. And crucially, for things like the education talks, like this is much warmer around here now. So that should be good. I don't think it's encroaching too much on the habitats. That's the only thing. But I'm pretty sure most of our animals are actually comfortable at like 10 degrees. And I believe these heaters are set to... Oh, they're set to 20 degrees. But it's at the edge of their range. So it's not going to be 20 degrees right on the edge. So I think they should be okay. We'll see how we go. You can see this is much warmer than like the white circle at the edge. Oh no, we've attracted protesters from our Red Panda, why? Hydration, you are also struggling to get to your water source. So you know what? I'm going to change this as well. We're going to give you a bigger water source. Okay, I've put them another water area over here. What I'm going to do is just move them to this side, and they should be able to access this fairly easily. I'm just going to go on traversable area and double check that they can. But yeah, I think this has definitely got access here. I'm just going to smooth the whole area out so it's a bit easier for them to get to. And I do want to check that their terrain isn't messed up yet, because they want more soil and less rock. That's fine. Oh, I'm going to pause the game. Have you got your hydration that you need? No, come on. Go to the water. You don't want this to happen. You're about to inbreed. That's your son has grown up. Brilliant. I'm going to release him into the wild. We do not want them inbreeding. So hopefully that didn't happen. No, you're not pregnant. Good. Your son has grown up. That is wonderful news. That's the problem, is we need to get them when they become adults. We have to catch them in that like section of time we have. Brief window of time. There we go. She's finally having a drink. She can definitely access this area. She's got like all traversable now around here. But yeah, she's 100%. And she's had her daughter, which is incredible. Her daughter's grown up. And she's now just another adult female in this habitat, which is perfect. I want to check how old... You're elderly, but you can still breed. They're not infertile. So I think what we'll do is we will release her daughter into the wild. I don't know what groups they live in, but I'm pretty sure they're solitary. Yeah, so she can just be released on her own. We don't have to worry about whether we should really release her with a friend or something. But let's release our baby red panda into the wild. No longer a baby. And she's back to just her in here. That's awesome. How is our male doing? Now the baby's grown up, the male can come in there and we can get another one. So let's move you into here. Hopefully they can breed again. They are elderly, but they should still be able to have a baby. And this is what we like to see in the macaque habitat. No issues at all. They've got plenty of space to move around. Look at them running through the trees, living their best lives. I think this is much cooler to have like a treetop house like that. Much cooler than what we had before. So I'm really happy we made this change. And our vet research is done. Please say we've unlocked some food for the polar bears. We haven't. It's on the next one. Okay, well, we'll let them do number 2. One thing we could do to speed up the research is to add another research center up here, because I believe the only building we have is this here. So the vet has to go all the way to the habitat and then come all the way back to this building. But honestly, I think where we're at, it's probably okay. Like, the zoo is probably only going to expand a little bit more, so we don't want to add too many of these buildings where we're not really going to use them. And just like that, they've completed number 2. Oh my goodness. Okay, so now we do have level 2 food. Let's move on to start researching Pallas's cat instead. This is going to take a bit longer because they got a bit further to go to get up to the habitat over here. It's all the way at the top here. And as cool as our zoo looks, I think we need to inspire more people to come here. If we look at our zoo's rating, marketing is the worst thing we have. And we're actually running a marketing campaign right now that we're paying for. That's how bad we are at marketing. Like, this is with cereal box adverts. We're still not getting anyone here. So I think we should maybe... Let's stop the cereal box adverts. That's going to take us to less than a star. And then what I'm going to do is go to habitat here. No, I think it's in facilities. Media devices and education. I'm going to add in habitat web cameras. And these are going to... Basically, we're going to have them on our website of our zoo. And they're going to advertise the animals we have in here. Just going to pause because we've got a diseased animal. Oh, no. Maybe we did need 3 keepers over here. I tell you what, let's hire another keeper into our ungulates section. Because they do poop a lot. The ungulates. And if we select keepers, we can say work zone, you're going to keeper ungulates. Now they've got an extra pair of hands. Hopefully we can quarantine them before this is a problem. They just need to get on it a bit quicker with the cleaning the habitats. And there are a good few in here. Oh no, that's not a good sign. They're all getting diseased. Come on, collect them. Need to quarantine these guys ASAP if they're sick. They have cleaned the habitat. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. And if you quarantine them, they'll be taken straight to the vet. So that's the point of quarantining them. But it's quicker than getting the vet to take everyone in person. Look at this food quality as well. That's awesome. Well, seeing as the ungulates have decided to cause some problems, let's start with them for the habitat web cameras. And I reckon we could get a good one here, catching them all out in the open. If we do a line to surface, let's put one in this tree here. That's cool, isn't it? Right, we're going to have one for each habitat. And I'm going to name them after the habitat they're in as well. I'm also going to do this whilst managing the quarantine. So we'll quarantine anyone that gets sick. But generally, we are just trying to put some habitat cameras in all of these habitats. So this is our bison and sheep camera, which is pretty cool. Let's jump to the next one in the ungulate section, which is our female moose camera. I think she's in her bed right now, but I think this would be good to catch them when they're like swimming and going under their waterfall arch, which is what they spend a lot of their time doing. Then we've got a very similar thing for the male moose and sheep habitat, but they're currently in bed as well, so we're missing them here. And then we've got our reindeer habitat with our little guests interacting with them as well, because this is the walk-in habitat. I think that's pretty cool for ungulates. And for our Arctic foxes, we've got our 2 new Arctic foxes in here in their habitat, just swimming around. And this is the start of the canid section. Of course, then we have to jump to our timber wolves. Unfortunately, no one is in the den, but this is a great little shot of their den for our guests. And the Arctic wolves are putting on a much better show with their den shots. We've got 3 of them here. Cute little family all sleeping in the same den. Look at them. Oh, they're getting up. This is a good shot for the marketing. And the red fox, we've nicely got this area before they go back to the burrow. We can like capture them on their way in, which they're demonstrating perfectly. As well as the little family swimming in the lake area we built for them. It's more of a pond, isn't it, size-wise? We've got the little bubbers with their mum. And then for our bears section, we've got the Wolverine female habitat just capturing the trail leading out of her den. I think she's in there right now. And the same thing for the Wolverine male, just capturing them leaving their den, but they are in the burrow currently. Our black bear male, we've got his den too, but he's not home. Why is no one home? And thankfully, the black bear female does capture everything well in their den, but it does look like their child has grown up, so we need to make sure they're gone from this habitat. We've got her in here, but yeah, their baby has grown up and they're an outsider, so we need to release them into the wild. 208 credits, that's amazing. I'm just going to check they only had 1 baby, because I have a weird feeling that they had 2, like 2 males. No, it was just 1. Okay, fine. So actually, our male black bear can move into the habitat again and start breeding with our female, get us another baby. Our red panda camera just captures the den, which I think is cute, the little shelter here. And it's the same for the male habitat, it's just capturing the same thing from the other side. Then our polar bear camera will capture their awesome little ice flow area, although they're not in here right now because they're in the female's habitat, hoping for some babies. And it looks like the female habitat camera captures them perfectly. We've got, I think that's the female over there. I'm not sure. Oh, goodness. No, it could be the male. Yeah, I think the female is further back in over there, and the male is coming towards us. They are terrifying, aren't they? But they should be fairly happy in here with this. This camera setup is pretty cool just to capture things like this. Like, you would totally be more interested in going to the zoo if you saw this before you went, wouldn't you? Look at them. They're awesome. They're going to play with the box. Come on. They're thinking about it. Little smooth brain. There we go. It is cool. For our felids, we've got the Eurasian Lynx female habitat. This is capturing the little den area that she will be using when she has babies, because they do like to make a little den in a kind of covered area. So this area with the rocks and the logs, I think is perfect for that. So that's what we're capturing here. And in the male side, we've got their treetop den, which they do use frequently. Just apparently whenever we don't look at them, they use it. Currently, our Pallas's cat male is sleeping down there outside their den, but this also captures their like enrichment and their climbing. So hopefully they'll come up here and we'll see them up there too. And the same with the female, actually. She's also sleeping just off camera outside her den. So it's obviously they want to be outside right now. Maybe it's the weather. But this captures most of their habitat and it's got their enrichment in it. And for our last section, our renamed aquatic section, we have the beavers. This is capturing their little rock pool and their kind of like run through the habitat. Then we're taking full advantage of the underwater ability of the cameras with the gray seals. Got this nice underwater section so you can pretty much see them wherever they are underwater if they're not lazing around on the surface. For our king penguins, we've set up the same. They've got their little underwater section. Very cool. Our red crown cranes have a... Oh, look, you can see them running out. My goodness. They've got their bedding area. This pretty much captures their whole habitat, actually, how it's positioned. It's like on the corner. But you can see them in their glory. Oh, my goodness, they've got a little baby. These are the moments you have the cameras for. Wow, that's awesome. So cute. And finally, we've got our Japanese macaques, which look adorable. Is this one going to jump? But you've got their treetop habitat that we've got now, their little tree house. There we go. You're running along. You can really get the glory of the climbing here. And they've obviously got this raised bedding area, so they should do a lot of antics around here that we'll be able to capture through this. This should hopefully really help our marketing. Now, if we look at our marketing... It's at 1.5. What? I swear we were doing better than that. That's so funny. Total marketing stars from webcams. Why are we not getting more stars? Please let me know in the comments if you know why that is, or if there's like a maximum you can get. Oh, it's because they each do... I thought they did 0.5. They do 0.05 marketing. Oh, okay. Well, it's definitely worth adding them because that helps us quite a bit. I mean, that got us from less than 1 to 1.5. So it's definitely worth adding. And it's quite nice to see all the animals in there. I do think we're going to just need to take out a marketing campaign, though. And you know what? Let's up it to commercials because we've got the money. Let's begin marketing commercials and that will massively boost. Yeah, 5 stars. There we go. That's what we want. And we're going for family hour because we kind of want families. We've geared the zoo towards families coming here. We've got the half price for kids and everything. I think they're probably pretty happy with the ticket price as well. Doesn't say anything about it. So I tell you what, I'm going to go 52 and 26. Just with our little increased marketing costs. I think that's pretty reasonable. And you got the polar bear here as our most appealing species, and we don't have any exhibit species. Generally, they're pretty happy as well, the guests. They want to go on the Polar Express. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, I'm so much happier now that we've revamped the Japanese macaque habitat to be a treetop habitat here. They've got their little tree houses. I think they're really cute. And what a beautiful dawn. This game is so nice with all the lighting effects. Such a beautiful game. Well, we've definitely finished our little aquatic section over here. So I think we should go back to the felid section. And it's also hilarious. You can see all the heaters. You can tell where they are from the snow. But we should really improve the felid section by getting our next animal in here. And that is going to be the snow leopard. Now, these guys are vulnerable. So we definitely want to get them in the zoo. There's only an estimated 4,000 to 9,000 in the wild. So they really need our help, and we're going to breed them up if we can. If we look at their species data, it's just 1 male and 1 female, and they are solitary animals. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to build probably the male or the female's habitat now, and then we'll build the other one after, and then we'll move them in together so they don't just get thrown together, because I feel like in real life they wouldn't just move them both into the same territory day one. It also looks like we've got a challenge reward completed. Cool, we're solving crime. Wow, keep crime below 4 incidents for 3 months. We've done 25 months below 4 incidents. That's crazy. We have no crime here. Our security team are on it. They're definitely earning their wage. And what do our guests think? They're pretty happy. Across the board, they're actually pretty happy. That's good. They don't like the litter, but I'm pretty sure we took a step to solve this litter, didn't we? And I feel like that is being resolved. There was loads of litter down here. So, yeah, I think that's an old notification. Whoa, look at all these blue people. That's crazy. Hilarious. What is happening here? Oh, it's litter. It's litter there, but that's fine. They'll clear that up. Right, let's start building the habitat. So, if we look at our information for the snow leopard, if there's one adult, so like the male's habitat, they need 705 meters squared, and it needs to be grade 2, climb proof, and taller than 3 meters. What about the females? How many babies do they have? 1 to 3. Okay. So in that case, there's going to be 1 adult and 3 babies in a habitat. Oh, I'm going to pause the game. We've attracted protesters. That's not good. We'll get to that in a second. So there's 1 adult and 3 babies. She needs 872. What about if there's 2 adults while they're breeding together? 816. So this number is higher. That's so similar. Wow. So it's either 705 or 872. That's really not a lot. I mean, honestly, if they both have 1,000 square meters-ish, that's more than enough when we put some trees in. Because we're going to put a big climbing area in, aren't we? We've got to put some climbing in for them. And I think this area in the middle would be great. So I'm actually just going to have a look at how much space we have here if we put their 2 habitats in here. So looking at where the keeper hut is, they've got a keeper hut here. And then there is a keeper hut over, where's the other nearest one? It's not near here, is it? Yeah, they've got one down here. That's quite far away. Like, it's fine for the red crown cranes we have here. That's not too bad. But to go all the way up here is not ideal. So I think really we want both the habitat gates as close to this building as possible. And it's going to be a little bit further away, and we're just going to have to accept that. Or we put another little keeper hut in here, which actually might be the better thing to do. You know what? Near the start of our zoo, we have this very cute little building here. And it has the research center and a keeper hut in it. And I actually think that we need more of both of these buildings. So I'm going to grab all of this, take away the little lights that they have that join the buildings together. And I'm going to duplicate this because we could do with another research area. If we're researching the cats, they need a closer research hut than what they have now. I mean, it's going to have a negative radius, so we want to be conscious of that with the guests. But honestly, maybe back here is a good idea. Just have one here. It's going to need power as well, and it'll be powered by these buildings. So if we connect this up, we can just have something like that, can't we? And that's all connected up, and they'll just come off of here. Cool. I'll tell you what, we're going to add this into our work zones. So we've got our... We're only going to want our keeper felids to use this. They just need the keeper hut one. They don't need the research one. And then our zoo work zone will add all of this in. Because our vets are in the zoo work zone, and they're going to use the research building. And security, we can throw it in as well, just so they like walk all the way out here. Because we want them to have that as well. And in fact, we need to add that into our zoo work zone too. Just to make sure that the mechanics come and fix this. Wow, I think that's really helped us out here. And look, you can see out the back. That'll be very cute. So they have another little keeper hut here. So that will actually mean we can put the doors wherever. And it makes sense to have the doors kind of nearest to this keeper hut now. Let's do that. I'm going to put in a couple of doors here. We can have them adjacent to each other even. Because it's got to fit in the area, I'm going to put this door about here. Because that's kind of how far away I want them to be the whole way around. And then I'm just going to map out this whole area. And we can see how much space we have here. Okay, I think we could shuffle it over slightly and still keep it in a 4-meter grid. So what I'm going to do is just delete this and move it slightly further in. And that way we definitely have it's like equidistant the whole way around, which I think will be good. There we go. That's so much better. So if we look at it now, I need to click on barriers so you can see it. We've got pretty similar gaps on both sides. I think that works pretty well. Now, I do want to move this door. I don't want it to be here, actually. I want it to be further up in the design. So what I'm going to do is this section here, I'm going to put it down to 4 meters. And then I'm going to build in each of these as little 4 meters. And it gives us a bit more of a reference point for where we want the doors to be. So now we should be able to just grab this and edit barrier. Move our door along the side, and we want to kind of put it The male's habitat wants to be slightly smaller, doesn't it, than the female? So I'll tell you what, if we put our male's habitat like here. So now we've got this fence posted in. I'm going to take out the fence next to it, the barrier next to it. And now we can snap in the grid this piece here, which is going to basically complete our wall here. So let's delete this section here. And we know that this is 4 meters. Should all line up perfectly. Oh no, that's wrong. It's going to line up there. And then we can have this join on from here as well. There we go. So that connects up. We can connect this back up. And now we can put in our other habitat gate. I think I might leave one section of wall between them, especially because we've got this like heater in the way anyway. Let's put this in about there. And now we've got 2 habitats. So one habitat is 1,936 and the other one is 1,584. I actually think that's pretty good. So our male can have the slightly smaller habitat because they need slightly less space than the female and the cubs. And then the female can have 1,936, which is way more than they need. That's like perfect for them. And what we can do is we can build like a breeding tunnel or something to connect them. And that way, in real life, they would use both habitats. Like we give them the space of both of them. But in the game, you kind of need them to have the space within the boundary of this habitat. So they've definitely got enough space to have 2 snow leopards in here when they are breeding. Right, let's have a look at this animal welfare issue. I don't like that. Why have you attracted protesters? Social. We don't know. You're absolutely fine. Okay. Did you have like a collision issue with space? Your social group should be great. And oh my goodness, look at the little baby. It was so cute. Oh, the gray seals are adorable. The only thing is we don't want to freak out our penguins by having snow leopards next door, so we'll have to make sure that they can't, like, see in. Okay, for the snow leopard habitat, obviously, looking at these guys, they're great climbers, aren't they? And they've got climb proof as one of their requirements. So I do want to use what we've done before and use the ice pieces, because we've got ice pieces for all of the cats so far. The Eurasian Lynx and the Pallas's cat both have ice wall pieces. So I'm going to keep that theme going. And when we go into construction, if we filter by the Arctic theme, we can see we've got a nice selection of ice wall pieces. What I'm going to do now is align one of these pieces to the grid, and then it will like snap to the grid that we want to build on. And we can use this for the whole build. And I think that's pretty central. Let's snap that there. And now we have our grid locked in. And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go inside the habitat, so I'm not near the boundary or anything. But I'm going to build 3 different sections of wall. And this is something we've done before. I'm probably going to use a nice archway for our viewing pieces. I'm going to have them be 4 meters high. Now, I think they only need 3 meters, but they're really good at climbing and jumping. So I feel like 4 meters won't hurt us here. And we can have this one can be glass. We can make it all glass and the guests can see through. And then we can have one piece that does education with a nice like education frame on it. And then the other piece is just a solid wall piece. And what we want to do to all of these is I think I'm going to grab the these pieces, the aquatic fence that we were using, and use it as kind of like an anti-climb feature. So let's put that centrally here. And then it can kind of, I think if we angle it back a little bit, that will look like a nice anti-climb rail. There we go. And now we have a bit of an anti-climb rail going. So they shouldn't be able to get out of here. It looks like we've got a new challenge reward. We've got the same thing. Keep crime below 4 incidents for 3 months. We've already done 2. That's hilarious. I'm going to pause the game so we don't progress too much. Although it is snowing. So I don't think the visibility is too bad. But now I'm going to decorate these up. Because what we can do is if we decorate all of these up, all we have to do is duplicate them. And we can duplicate them the whole way around, all decorated up, rather than placing them all in and then having to decorate every piece individually. And that's also the benefit to building on a 4 meter grid with the barriers, making sure the length is multiples of 4, because now they'll just snap in really nicely to those areas. We can just move that in and it snaps in nicely to the wall. So that's the plan anyway. Let's start decorating. Okay, I feel like that is pretty decent. We have a small awning for our guests here so they can stand and view the snow leopards without getting freezing cold. And I've actually realized I've done this on the wrong one, so I'm gonna just move this awning over. I want this on the viewing side. So let's grab this one, because this is the one that's gonna face our guests. The other ones aren't gonna face them. And then we do want to put some glass in to our viewing area, but otherwise it's just going to be anyone can go through. You just walk straight in. So I don't know if we need one-way glass actually. Let's have a quick look. Are they shy? Yes, they're shy. Okay. So if they're shy around people, I think one-way glass is the way to go, isn't it? Let's grab a nice 4-meter panel. I'm going to turn off align to surface, so it's just a flat panel. I'm going to add it into our group, crucially. We need to be editing in the group. And then I'm going to move this down. That should be perfect. They should be able to see in, and that should all be obscured from their side. Brilliant. There we go. And now that's it. We've got it in. Let's grab all of these pieces, and we're going to move them into the female's habitat for now. So now we've got them here. Let's put them into the habitat. So let's grab our education piece first, and then we can just duplicate it with Control D and put it in place. So I'm going to put one next to this door. I'm going to add another one onto the door, but we're going to change it later. And then I'm going to do 2 on the other end as well. And we can probably just do a similar thing the whole way around. We'll have 2 education pieces on the corners and nice big viewing areas in the middle. And then we can do the same here with this door. So let's put 2 education pieces, 2 education pieces. And then we'll do the same on this corner. And it should work nicely then. These crossing over don't actually look too bad. I think that's okay. We can always put something on the corner that they go into, but it's not as bad as I would have thought, actually. They kind of cross over in a relatively normal way. So I don't think that's too bad. Then we can grab our viewing areas and let's put them in, because these are going to go on the main side. And this is why I wanted this little awning out for our guests, because they're going to get freezing cold otherwise. But at least if you're looking at the snow leopards, you can get a bit of shelter, get a bit of cover. You don't have to stand out in the snow. There we go. And finally, I'm going to grab just our flat wall piece that doesn't do anything. It's just there to keep them in. I'm going to put this in here. Now, I will also be putting in a singular ice wall. Just added an extra one there by accident. I'm going to be adding a singular ice wall that separates the habitats, because I don't want any of this like decoration in there, to be honest. Let's delete this. Let's put in our ice wall. Where are you? Yup. And this will just separate them out so they can't walk between the habitats. Perfect. We don't have an anti-climb rail on here, but it might be worth just adding one in, actually. Let's do it 2 ways. There we go. Now we've got these ice blocks as well. That kind of covers where the fence joins, the anti-climb fence. I think that's pretty good. Okay, we've got an animal talk without power. Oh yeah, it's just because our power source would have failed here. We need to get mechanics on it. Okay, let's change your maintenance to be every 6 months, because you seem to be going out a fair bit. And the mechanic is right here, but yeah, let's get a bit more regular maintenance and then we won't lose power over here. Okay, well, I'm pretty happy with this generally. We put it in, obviously, all the way around the outside. So what we can do now is delete this little section, because we don't need our pieces anymore. Where we have our door here, I'm just going to delete these pieces because I want the door to be a normal door piece, basically. I think we'll just have it be plain as well. It doesn't need anything else. There we go. That looks much better. Oh, this door is slightly out of kilter there. Just gonna move it so it's centered here. That's better. Okay, and what about this one? It's hard to see it straight on because of this, which actually probably works in our favor. I don't think that's too bad, but I'm going to slightly adjust it to the right. No, I'm not. No, it doesn't like it. Click off, click off. It works. It's because it's very near the other one. I don't want it to get annoyed, but that's absolutely fine. That still works perfectly fine in that space. And now we've got two massive habitats here. So let's rename them. We're going to have this one in here can be snow leopard male. And then the other habitats, pretty easy to click them from the back there, can be snow leopard female. I hope I'm spelling leopard correctly. I think I am. Right, let's get some leopards in here. So if we search for them, do we have any fingers crossed? Yeah, we've got a few. They're very expensive though. That's the only thing. They are very, very expensive. I mean, we have the credits, so we could. We don't have any from Frontier. They're all from other zoos. I wonder whether we'll get some more from Frontier as we go. How long do they live as well? Because that's another crucial piece of information. They live to 20, and they can breed from 3 until the earliest 15. So let's say 3 to 15 they can breed. Oh my goodness, speaking of breeding, we're going to have a baby polar bear. No way. Oh my goodness. Oh wow, year 66. We've got a while to wait. But we're going to have a baby polar bear. That's perfect. Well, our male can move back into their habitat now. They don't need to be together anymore. They've done their job. She wants him gone. So she can have the whole habitat back to herself while she gets ready for her pregnancy. And we'll get our workers to come collect the male. It's probably this person here sprinting around the zoo. We've got a few from Frontier, actually, that have just popped up as well. And they're much cheaper. So I'm tempted to wait for the Frontier ones. Perhaps we grab our female while we can. This looks like a great female. She's 8.2, so she's not too old. But she's not exactly young. But I don't want 0% immunity. So let's go for her. 243 credits. We can definitely do that. We've got a snow leopard. That's amazing. Let's store her in quarantine. And wait for her to pass. Okay, we've passed quarantine. So let's grab her now and move her into the habitat. This is exciting. Wow, it's really difficult to see now. We're going to put her into the snow leopard female habitat. And before she goes in, we're going to quickly add this into our work zone. So this is going to be our keeper felid habitat. It's going to have both of these. Sorry, not habitat, our work zones are going to have both of these habitats. And then we need to also put them into security and to zoo, just to make sure that all of the right staff members go in here. Like the security need to patrol around the outside, and we need our caretakers and our vets and our mechanics, actually, I guess, to go around here. Although I don't think the mechanics have much maintenance to do, because they only really maintain the habitats when you use the pre-built barriers, not the null barriers. So if you're using any of these like hedges and stuff, then they will. But we haven't used them in the zoo so far, so I don't think we're going to do it now. I'm also just going to filter this to be males now, so we can look for exclusively males from now on. I think we can get some cheaper ones than that, though. Oh no, we're about to lose one of our bighorn sheep. They're elderly. You poor thing, you're in with the moose. Bless you. I don't know if they're going to wake up to die. Like, I don't know. Should we just wait for you? I feel like we should wait for you. Oh, okay, he's gone. Okay, well, that didn't take very long. Let's call the vet. Oh, no, he's getting up. Oh, please don't get up to fall down. That's just sad. Oh, no. No. Oh, well, that was quite sad. Oh, no. Okay. Well, we need to check the group size in here now, because these sheep like to live in groups of 3, I believe. Yeah, I don't think we have enough. Where is the entrance to this habitat? Where did I put it? Oh my goodness. I can't find it. Oh, it's there. It's because it's the small gate. Yeah, there's 2 sheep in here and they need 3. So let's look for another bighorn sheep. Unless one of our babies has grown up in this habitat, which would be a bad thing, but it could have happened. Knowing me, it could have happened. Let's go bighorn sheep. Do we have any babies? No. So you actually need the males again to breed. So what we can do is we can get a couple of males. Bighorn sheep. We're going to get 2 males. And then... Oh, we are filtering by male. There's none available. Okay, well, as soon as they become available, we're going to get 2 new sheep to put into the male habitat. And then we'll move one of our existing males into this habitat with all the females. And we can get some more breeding going on. Unfortunately, yeah, you need to be collected. And let's build you a little memorial as well, because I feel like that would be nice. I'm going to grab this sign that we've used for the other habitats as well. I'm going to put this over here. Probably next to the moose sign here. That seems like a reasonable place. And we can have a... If you're reading about that, you can also read about our fallen animals. Bless them. Right, we're going to go memorials. It's Elan. Let's create a limestone one. And that will have his name on it. I'm going to actually make sure we've got a line to surface. And we don't have random rotation. Because that would be a bit difficult to get the sign in. We're going to go for an editable sign that's limestone, because it'd be nice. It'll be white around the outside, which will blend nicely. And we can put him in the middle, actually. There's only one of them. He died of old age. That's a pretty good way to go. Has to be said. Let's put that centered there. There we go. A nice memorial. Now, I bet our snow leopard is in there now. So let's go have a look. She is. I'm going to pause the game, because she's probably not super happy. She's got the space she needs. That's for sure. Yeah, definitely, but probably not everything else. And I want to give her some cool climbing as well. So I'm going to very quickly do another check for the bighorn sheep. No, we haven't got any. Right, in that case, let's start building some climbing area. And I think I'm going to start that by blocking out a bit of terrain here. I'm going to raise up the center and give her a bit of a mountain, because I believe these snow leopards, where does it say in here? They... give birth in a den in a rock crevice. So she needs a little den in a rock crevice. Let's give her a little mountain with a den in it. Okay, I feel like this is quite a substantial little mountain here. So I'm gonna hit play. I think she's probably been consumed within this mountain. Yeah, there she is. Okay, can you access everywhere? That's what we want to know. Let's click on habitat. If she can jump out, that'll come up now, but no, she can't. And I really think these anti-climb fences are probably helping us here. So she can access all of this, pretty much. It's slightly reduced her area, but not by a lot. And we can give her some climbing to get that back anyway. But that has given her the hard shelter she needs. And what we can do is put a little bit of bedding in here that's suitable for the snow leopards. So I'm going to filter by snow leopard. Where are you? Snow leopard here. And then if we go on beds and shelters, we can put a little bit of bedding in. I am going to put a few on random rotation in. And that way it looks a little bit more natural. But I think something like that is pretty good. They can sleep in there. This is the main den. And then they can access it from the back as well. Now, she's lacking enrichment and environment. She doesn't want a lot of trees. So I'm wondering, maybe we put some enrichment in first. If we go habitat, enrichment, obviously she's going to want some climbing. And we can use these pre-built climbing frames as well that we've used before. They are pretty cool. I might just do what we've done before, put them in, but edit them a little bit as well. I think that's actually pretty good, what we've got there. I might put another one of these climbable logs in, because I do think they're quite cool as well. Just have another one around, maybe just down here. We'll put some more trees in as well that they can climb, but they're quite good size, like climbable logs. And they should be able to access all of this, and that's probably given them some more area as well, because they've got all these areas they can stand on now. And good news is they can't get out, so that is a massive deal. They've got more area now. Yeah, they got 1,800, and they only need 705. I think with the babies, they only needed 800 anyway, didn't they? So we've doubled what they need. And now let's put some toys and some food in for them as well. I'm going to give them a small water area. I think this area... Oh, no, I was going to say I think this area is captured with a water unit, but it's not. So what we're going to do is put one in possibly here. That won't capture all of it. Well, given that they don't swim, like, I don't think these guys swim at all. They're more found in the mountains, like the Pallas's cat. I think let's go for a water pipe with them. And we can see them drinking, but it doesn't need to be anything crazy. I think, well, let's put this down here. And then they've got a nice, that more reasonably could be connected and sorted out if there was a problem. It's near the bit where the humans go, rather than just in the middle of their habitat. So they've got some water there. Let's give them a large food tray along the front side as well. I'm going to turn off random rotation so we can get it facing a normal way. I'm also just going to smooth this area out a little bit so it's ready for a food tray. And now let's put that there. There we go. The guests will get a great view of the meeting from that. And they're going to need some enrichment. So let's put some food enrichment first. Let's give them a nice blood pumpkin on here. That's a cool place. We can give them the pronghorn pinata that everyone has up here. And, oh, we've got to go a rotation line feeder. Let's put that here and they can watch them jump for it on the little cliff area. Right, and now they've got some food enrichment. Let's give them some toys. So I think a fire hose ball is an essential item. We can even put that up here. And they can access it up there. We've got to give them a gift box. You know, you've got to be festive. So let's put the gift box down there. And there's something to do over there. And then they've obviously got all the climbing already. But I think maybe a scratching post. That's what we've given the other cats. A scratching post seems like a nice toy for them. We could even just put that on here. That's a good bit of enrichment for them. All right, how do you feel about your enrichment? 100%, cool. You're 100% happy. You just want a few plants. So let's go Taiga Asia plants. Let's put a few plants in for them. And we can time lapse this one. Honestly, I feel like that's probably good. They're at kind of like max coverage, really. And I don't know if they even need this many trees, but it does make it look a bit nicer to have some trees in here. So I'm going to move this Himalayan pine tree just slightly further away from the edge of the rock. And we'll see if they can get out. Now they've got all these trees to climb on. They may be able to jump from the trees. You can see like all these little branches they can go to. But that's a long way down. So I think we're pretty safe. Cool. They can't get out. We'd have these red icons popping up if they could get out. Look at that penguin swimming. Wow. Okay, so we got them in here. We got snow leopards, guys. That's awesome. And aren't they beautiful? Look at her. We haven't had a proper look at it yet. Oh wow, we're in the climbing. She is awesome. Oh, and she's going to use her scratching post, I think. See, this is why we give them the best enrichment. Jump straight to it. Come on. Test those claws out. Everyone's waiting. She's just teasing us now. There we go. Now she's going to do it. Isn't she having the best time? What a great addition to the zoo. I love the tail as well. Look how long their tail is compared to their body. And as a suggestion from you guys previously, I'm going to name this snow leopard Pasha after one of your cats. Very adorable name, and she suits it well. And now she's in here, we do need to turn on our education. So let's put all of these signs on that are near her to be teaching our guests about the snow leopards. They're going to have to stand under the awnings, aren't they? Quite low down. But they're very small. Like, this isn't actually that low for a guest. Like, that is head height. Unless they walk through the post like that. Like, they can comfortably walk along here. So I think it's fine. You don't want it to be massive and, like, overhead because it's a shelter. It doesn't need to be doesn't need to be like a massive tall building over you. Okay, I've turned all of the signs on now, including those around the male's habitat that's not in here. Let's also add in, as far as education, let's add in an animal talk point. I think we could go for some seating here. Let's grab this seating area we've got by the beavers here and duplicate. Oh, actually, we're going to want this seating first. Let's grab this seating so we've colored it up and put it in over here. I think This is a pretty good spot for them to teach them. So let's put some seating in. We'll go 2 seating areas next to one another, like this. Will they fit? There we go. That's nicely. Okay, cool. Now let's grab the cover, and we'll put this in as well. Because we haven't had some, like, sheltered education in a while. It's all been just people stood on the path, which is, you know, it's not ideal. Let's move this back. We could probably take the beaver signs off as well. I don't know if that's really necessary for the snow leopards. Let's take those off. And actually, it doesn't need anything back here because no one's coming behind this one. It's just the back of the zoo. So I guess we'll see it from the side. That's enough, I think. And it can have this. Oh, I'm going to edit the group. It can have a Christmas tree on this side as well. There we go. They've got a nice tree there. Now we've got some seating. We can put a talk point in. And I'm going to put it opposite the seating here. Annoyingly, it does poke out. So I think I may even put it here. And I'm just going to make sure this is centered in the middle here. But I think it is. It's quite hard to actually view. There we go. That's probably good. And now we can link it to the snow leopard. When is our last Felid talk? We've got the Pallas's cat talk, which I believe is in here. Yeah, there's one there. You're doing that in March. So if that's in March, this one, we want to leave 2 months. So we will leave April and May, and then we'll do this talk in June. That should be good. And we do need to add it into their work zone. So let's go to Education Felids, and we can add in this work zone as well, like this talk. So we've got 1 for the Eurasian Lynx, 1 for Pallas's cat, and 1 for the snow leopard. Nice. They can actually do talks in them, and it's July, so they've just missed it. Oh my goodness, we're going to have another baby red panda. Whoa. Well done, you guys. You were elderly. I wasn't sure you were going to be able to do it. That's amazing. Never doubt them. Okay, well, let's grab the male and move him back into his own habitat. You can live out your days in peace, probably. They are both quite elderly. And the female can have her baby. Oh, it's adorable. If we look at our vet research as well, hopefully... Wow, yeah, they've smashed Pallas's cat. Now they've got the vet research center right here. They're just like... It's a very short trip to the cat habitat and back. So they have destroyed that research. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, we're just missing a few toys and fun facts and an education boost. I think that's probably enough on them right now. Let's move them on to the snow leopards. Now that we've got them in here. And then everyone can get to food level 1. That's what we want, is everyone to be on food 1. So if we select animals and food, I definitely think we've unlocked the food for the Pallas's cat. They can jump straight to 3. Our polar bears are still on grade 1. I thought we'd unlocked that. Oh no, it was food enrichment. Food level 2 is there. Oh my goodness. No, you poor things. Okay, well, instead of the snow leopards then, we'll put them on to research the polar bears. And we'll give them... Because I feel like the snow leopards have just joined. The polar bears have been on grade 1 food for a little while now. If we request the mechanic here as well, we can probably put this... If they start failing, I'm going to put them on 9 months. And I think, to be honest, given we have so much money as well, we could probably just hire another mechanic. Because we've got a few things that are starting to fail now. And that's not really ideal. So if we close all of these, it's so much easier to then open mechanics. And we can put you on the zoo work zone. I don't think we need to space them out to have like 1 in every area. I think we're okay just assigning them to the whole zoo and then walking around. But we'll see how we go. If we do want to divide them up, we could. Because we have kind of got 5 separate areas of the zoo. So we could just have 5 mechanics for those areas. I'm also just going to take the awnings off of that little hut here. And the same on this one. Because I don't think we need them. They're going to clash here. And I'll do the same over here as well. And there is actually space here for the Pallas's cat to put some of this in. We could put some seated education in for these guys. And you know what? Let's do it. We're going to put 1 here. I'm going to move where this heater is because it doesn't need to be there exactly. Let's put 1 here and 1 next to it here. And then we're going to just... For now, I'm just going to delete this actually. And move the education post, so it's like halfway. We want it to face the education here and go here is probably fine, honestly. If we fill this path in again. That's better. Right, now we should be able to just put this. It's getting dark now and I can't see. We should just be able to put this here. And that's in a pretty reasonable spot. And then maybe we just move this up a little bit. Move these bins out of the way and move the seating so that it's like in the middle. Okay, and then we can link this seating up. Confirm the link. And they now will sit over here for the talk, which I think is much better and it clears up the space a little bit too. This could just be an area without a heater, honestly. Or we could put the heater in here, which probably is actually a better shout. Just don't want it to be in the way for the talk, but I think if it's here, it's not actually in the way. Oh, and I accidentally deleted the ones off here. I copied the one that doesn't have them on that side. So what I'm going to do is just move these to the other side of the building. Okay, I think that's way better, isn't it? Now we've got that. And let's just put in a little bit of nature here while we're here, because we could take off Taiga. Let's have Tundra plants only. We can probably just get a couple of trees in here that will make this area look much nicer. Okay, that's a bit nicer. Just filled out a little bit. Cool. Well, we've got these in. We do need to link this seating as well, which I forgot to do. So let's link those up and confirm the links. And now they will sit here as well. I'm not going to allow standing guests. I want them to sit down and get off the path so we can get more through traffic with the guests going through. Where is our little leopard? I want to see them. Oh my goodness, where are they? Oh no, I'm going to pause. We've got fighting for alpha status with the bison. You've grown up then. Okay. That's not good. Where are the adults? Yeah, you can see there's a young adult here. So you can be probably... Why can't you be released into the wild? What's wrong with you? Let's... Oh, you can be released into the wild. Okay. Let's release them into the wild. We don't want them to fight their dad. And then let's go back to our snow leopards, because I want to have a little look at them. I think they're asleep in their den. Oh, they've just woken up. You are beautiful. Look at our snow leopard here. They're awesome, aren't they? She's stood very strangely on the edge of the cliff. But, you know, if that's where she wants to stand, it's very close to falling off. And she's got her little den here. I think she's fairly happy. Hopefully our guests are happy too. In fact, I'm gonna just delete this little section off there too, because we've done that elsewhere and I've missed that one. But we've got a lot more around this side of the zoo now. There's a reason to come out here because they can actually see an animal on this side. Whoa. Well, that's not good. Hold on. Hold on. Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna pause here. I think our Tempest, who's the baby, has grown up and is now pregnant from our elderly Jacob, which is very not good because he's actually her dad. Oh no. Parents, Jacob, that's not good. Oh no. Okay. Well, I think what we're gonna need is, I mean, Jacob's gonna go soon anyway. I mean, he's 16.3. He's not longed for this world really anymore. So we're gonna have to just take that as that is. But that is very bad zoo management on our part. I tell you what, I'm gonna put Jacob on contraceptives for the rest of his life. Oops. Oh well, it is what it is. We're gonna move on. Okay, we've got a reward as well at the same time, which is ironic. We've had no crime. So keep crime below 4 incidents for 3 months. We've done 25, so let's rejoice on that front. We've done well from the perspective of our guests. Whether we're keeping inbreeding low, that's another issue. But we're not going to focus too much on that because that's dwelling on the negatives, right? And we also need to get our male snow leopard. Look at this habitat waiting for them. We've got a big empty space and no snow leopard to fill it. So let's see if we've got a snow leopard available. We have a few, but I'm going to say that they can only be from cache. And then, ooh, okay, I'm going to tick that off. What about just males? Let's filter by the males, because I don't want to spend loads of credits on it. This one's from Frontier Zoo, actually, and they're 9.1. How long do these guys live? Let's check that out. They live to be 20, and they can breed until 15. You know what? I think that's okay. Let's grab... He's got decent genetics as well. Let's grab this male. Odd. Bless him. Okay, let's send him to zoo. And we'll put him in quarantine just to check that he hasn't got any illnesses or scrapes or anything before he comes into the zoo. And if he does, we can deal with that before he actually enters the habitat. And he is going to go separately from the female. We want to breed them, but we want to do it in a more realistic way where really he'd be introduced to his own habitat first, and then we would bridge the gap between them so that they can breed at the right time. So we'll wait for him to pass quarantine, and while we do that, let's get some sheep as well. Because our males, we're lacking male bighorn sheep. Oh, I don't want this one. Yeah, I think we want to just wait for another list to see if there's any more males that come up. I don't really want to get him. Because it's for credits as well. If it was cash, I'd probably just grab them. But seeing as it's for credits, let's leave it. And we will we'll get some more sheep ASAP in here. Because we're supposed to have 3 males with our male moose. And then in the female habitat, we've got just the female moose, I think. Have you got your baby? Or did we just release them to the wild? I think we've got a bit of maintenance to do, because I believe they've just released them to the wild. Yeah. Okay, so the male moose can move back in there, actually. Let's grab you. And you can start breeding again. We're going to open up this breeding gate and hurry the moose through. We're going to stop these 2 sheep from coming through. And we've had a facility breakdown. Uh-oh, let's request the mechanic. I'm just going to routinely just train up all of our staff and check in on our vet research because we've been doing some of that as well. So we've got another one for the polar bears. Does this mean we've unlocked food level 2? No. Food level 2 is the next one. My goodness, you've got to go so far in to get it. Wow, okay, but our snow leopard has passed quarantine. So let's move Odd into his habitat. Snow leopard male. This should already be in the work zone. I'm going to check that by going staff, work zones, and it should be keeper felids because we just put it in. Yeah, there we go. So our felid section's doing pretty well. I have to say, we've got a few in here. We can probably get another habitat over here. I'll let you guys guess in the comments what animal you think I'm going to put in there because I have decided which one. So let me know what you think it is, and we'll be adding them into this area here. It's another felid to finish off the felid section. And I do also think that our Pallas's cats can probably be put together now. They should have settled in by now. So let's move our male into the female's habitat by lifting up their little gate, and they can walk through into the female's habitat, and we can maybe get some babies. If you go on the food tab, we can actually quite easily see, because they're sorted by species, we can quite easily see who's in 2 habitats and who's in 1. Same for our Eurasian lynx. I think let's grab the male Eurasian lynx and move him into the female's habitat because they've had long enough, and they have the very interesting tunnel here, which I think we're going to do something similar for the snow leopard because it feels like a cooler way to get them through. You can just open the hatch and they can walk through into the other habitat. And the same for our Wolverines. We've moved Iceman. We're going to move Iceman into the female's habitat, and we need to rename the female, actually. She's in her bed currently. And you guys told me it's actually, I thought it was Iceman and Rogue, but it's actually Gambit and Rogue. So we're going to name her Rogue, and then we're going to rename Iceman to be, oh, is he still in here? I think he's being boxed up. Right, I can still grab him. He's going to be Gambit. There we go. So now we've got Gambit and Rogue, because they had to be X-Men related, seeing as they are Wolverines. Oh no, our baby seals attracted protesters. Why? You seem absolutely fine. Was that a collision issue? I think it may have been a collision issue. But we have 2 baby seals. Look at them eating their frozen fish. What an adorable game. It's so cute. Look at that. Oh, they're so cute. And our male snow leopard has arrived. Let's pause the game before he attracts protesters. You can see they can't escape. Our female here also can't escape from her habitat, but we want to give the male an interesting habitat like we did over here. So I think let's get terrain editing and make it a bit more like a mountain like we did for the female. Okay, that's quite a big change to their terrain. I'm gonna click on them again and just check if they can jump out. It seems like they can't. Okay, cool. But it's not really going to be good enough for them because the terrain makeup is kind of okay, but I don't actually think it's... Oh, maybe it is rock. No, we've been doing it as soil, so we want this to all be rock, really. At the minute, it's covered in snow, and that's why it's 100%, because it's 90% snow. But in reality, they'd want this all to be rock. And actually, I think the same is true in this habitat, which we didn't do. So what I'm going to do is make most of this habitat rock, of smooth and rough rock, like mixed together. And then we'll have a little bit of soil as well on the ground. But I want most of this area, and maybe in their den as well. Although most of the area would just be rock. I think, yeah, we'll have these main mountains just be rock. And then the area around the outside can be soil. And that way, even if it's really sunny and all the snow melts, the habitat will be the correct, like, terrain makeup for them. So it's just started snowing again, so it doesn't look like that's happening anytime soon. Okay, I think that looks better, and that's definitely within the makeup that they want, because they can have 100% rock too. Cool. Well, the other thing they need is enrichment, and we do want to put in the same kind of enrichment we had for the females, and I think we're going to use the same kind of climbing as well. Oh, our moose are about to mate. That's brilliant. Okay, cool. Let's get rid of this. We've got a new challenge alert to get the North American Beaver education rating to 4%. I'm going to get rid of the exhibit species challenge as well and release an Arctic wolf into the wild. We will try and do both of those things. We're not going to do exhibit species though, so I'm just removing that one. That's why I got rid of that. And for enrichment items, we have a few pre-built climbing frames that we could use. And I do like these a lot, so I think we're going to use these and just make them our own as we have before, so that they're a bit more personal. Okay, I think that's quite a lot of climbing for them, isn't it? That's quite the tower. It's actually, I think, slightly taller than the females one. Not that it's a competition, but I think we've given them a slightly taller one. And what did we put in here? A fire hose ball up here. Oh, we got to do the same for this enrichment up here. Let's put the fire hose ball up there. Gives them something to play with. And then enrichment-wise, we've got to give them the same thing. So let's give them a gift box. We want to give them a frozen blood pumpkin. I'm going to put this on this rock here, right in front of the guests so they can like see that. And the same with the pronghorn pinata. I want to put that around this side so that the guests can see them like pounce on it. And it's going to be outside their little dens. This is a good like den viewing area too. And then the scratching post we can put further up. Let's put this on this platform here. Gives them a scratching post to climb up to. Oh, look, he's already... Oh, well, I'm going to pause it, actually. Because, can you get out? Oh, he's just boxed himself up, so I can't click on him. Fine. Okay, well, we'll continue placing enrichment and hope that he can't get out. Did we give you the rotation line feeder? I'm not sure we did. Oh, we did. Okay. Let's put that in as well. We've got to put this on a side where the guests can see. So really, that's probably this side. It's just the wall is very close here. But we can put it like here. And maybe we do just push this wall back very slightly. I'm going to select rock for this, like the terrain brush to be rock. And then it is a bit difficult to see, but we can push this back and give a bit more land area, I think, can't we? Harder to see in the snow. That still looks fine to me. We can always edit the rocks slightly to have a few more in here. Yeah, I think that looks okay. All right, we've got the rotation line feeder there as well. Perfect. That's probably enough enrichment for them. I don't think we gave the female any more enrichment than that. So let's check in on the male. Where is he? He's climbing up here currently. Can you escape? No, they can't jump out. That's perfect. And they've got 1,442 meters squared of area. That's awesome. What about the female? How much have you got? 1,780. This is pretty perfect, really. Because she wants they want like 705 for one on their own. But if they do have cubs, is it cubs? Kittens, I guess. They will be, they need a bit more. So if I think they have 3. Yeah, they got 3. So if they have 3 juveniles in there, it's 872. So it's good that she has a little bit more than him per area. And it looks like he's already jumping in to play with his scratching post. You enjoying your habitat? Yeah? Go on, show off the... No, he's going to run away. I thought he was going to use his little scratching post, but I think he's going to jump away somewhere. Off he goes. Well, hopefully you settle in here quite nicely. I think this habitat's looking much better for you. It doesn't have nature, though. That is one thing it's missing. So we could do with a few trees. Again, not going crazy. I don't think we put many bushes in this habitat at all, did we? No, only a couple. So I think I'll put a couple of bushes in, and then we will just add a few trees. Okay, 17%. They're happy with that. That is at the maximum end of what they'd want. So that's probably fine. And it looks nice just having a few more trees in it, doesn't it? Gives it a bit more life. Brilliant. Well, that's looking pretty good. I think what we need now is to install a method to let them breed with the female. So, oh, I'm going to actually just double check. Now we put more trees in. Can you break out now? No. Okay, because sometimes they can climb these branches and jump out. But I think our railing's pretty well set up. That it's like anti-climb. So... that is working out for us okay. Right, let's build this breeding tunnel then. I think that given it's a breeding thing, we want to do this at the back of the habitat. It's not going to be like a front and center thing for all of the guests to see. And we can just make it fairly simplistic. I'm going to go for something different than we've done before, because I think it's fun to have different ideas each time of how we could do this. And we could do something like this, where we put a shop front in. That is definitely enough space for the leopard to come through. And then we could build a small wall with the pieces we have. Maybe like a little ramp up or something. And then fill it with mesh. And I think this will work quite well. Okay, let's see if this works now, because I don't know if they'll be able to jump out if they get on top of this and then jump over it. That's what I'm not sure of. No, I think because this is kind of anti-climb, because it's leaning back, they're not able to get out from that side. And what about you? Our female on this side. If I can click on you, where are you, Pasha? Oh, you're on the other side of the tree. See, it's the heat maps. It's confusing me. And you can't get out either. Perfect. Okay, cool. So we've got this little breeding tunnel here that will allow them to pass through. It does look like there's a little bit of a gap here that I've missed. So I'm just going to fill this with ice along here. There we go. That's better. So now it's fully filled in. There's no way to get through. And if we want, we can open this breeding tunnel and they can kind of walk through, you know, they can open these doors and go through them. And they've got this little tunnel into the other side. And then we can put them together and we can start breeding. That's perfect. Cool. Well, now this works as a breeding habitat. And he seems pretty happy in here, our little male. Now he's in here, I think let's learn a little bit more about the snow leopards. The snow leopard is identifiable by its white to grey fur, black rosettes across its body, and black spots on its face. And it lives in the mountains of Nepal, Tibet, northern India, southern Siberia, Pakistan, Bhutan, and Mongolia. The animal's fur is extremely thick and well insulated, which helps it comfortably withstand sub-zero temperatures as low as -25 degrees C. They mostly feed on mountain goats and sheep, but they also hunt birds and rodents. The snow leopards have very large paws in proportion to their body size, and that allows them to move quickly and stealthily along the snow. They can also jump higher and further than any other cat species, reaching heights of 6 meters when jumping and distances of 15 meters when pouncing. Snow leopards can live at altitudes of 5,400 meters, so it's good we built them. They're pretty big mountains. Snow leopards are crepuscular, which I've definitely said wrong, animals, which means that they're active at dawn and dusk. And snow leopards would often hold their own tail in their mouth to use it as a muffler against the wind and snow, which is really cool. Snow leopards are solitary animals and they live alone unless it's a mother with their cubs. They have home ranges but are not aggressively territorial over them, and they do tolerate other leopards moving through their space. Snow leopards scent mark and call in order to signal to mate, and when a male and female snow leopard meet, they mate multiple times over several days. They only mate with one partner each breeding season. The snow leopards are then pregnant for 3 months and give birth to 1 to 3 cubs in a den in a rock crevice. So we've made a rock den for them for this purpose. Cubs stay with their mother until they're almost 2 years old, at which point they travel great distances to establish their home range. Unfortunately, the snow leopard is an endangered species for a variety of reasons. Farmers kill them to prevent the leopards hunting their livestock, and they're also hunted for their fur and body parts, the latter of which are valued in Chinese medicine. Lastly, habitat degradation has reduced their prey options. Conservation efforts have been made by establishing protected areas and assisting farmers in leopard-proofing the land where they keep their livestock, while locals are also being educated on the snow leopard. And in many areas, concerted efforts are also being made to remove poachers' traps. But currently, the snow leopards are listed as a vulnerable species, with only an estimated population in the wild of between 4,000 and 9,000. So these guys really need our help, and we can hopefully breed up some in our zoo. And let's see what our guests think of our zoo. They just have a slight problem with the litter and being thirsty. Interesting that they're just thirsty though, not hungry. It's like much different. It's 62 and 69. Very, very different there, which is interesting. Oh no, we've got a disease animal. How? Oh wait, I'm gonna not call the vet. I'm gonna quarantine you guys. How are you guys always sick? Q fever. You know what? Let's get a head start on this, because I think they might just be quite sickly. We've got Q fever. I'm going to move our vet to research Q fever. And the reason I'm going to do this is it gives you advanced diagnosis, which decreases the likelihood of animals catching this disease, reduces the disease recovery time, and delays the time until death from critical diseases. So this is plus 75% to all of them. So basically, like, the immunity is what we want. The likelihood of catching diseases, they're going to be 75% more resistant to the disease, which is obviously much better. So we're going to do that because I believe we've also just unlocked the food for the polar bears. So let's put their food quality up to grade 2. Everyone should be on grade 2 now, apart from our snow leopards, I think, that we've just got in here. And then we'll leave one vet to do that and one vet to do this research. Like, we want one vet to be doing checkups still for everyone. Oh, look, they're doing a talk. What good timing. Right as we're having a disease outbreak. But yeah, hopefully that helps our macaques stop being ill and we don't have any more disease outbreaks, because there's always something wrong with the macaques. They're the most difficult animal we have in the zoo, and we did fix their habitat, so I just want to make sure that they're healthy and doing okay. So a little bit more resistance probably isn't the worst thing. And our inbred timber wolf is about to be born. Yay! I think what we can do, because I mean, Jacob is going to be on contraceptives, so actually I think he can be left in here with the pup, and he knows that it's his. But what we'll probably have to do in the future is release her pup into the wild. Unless it's a girl, we're going to have to wait until they're older, and then if it's a girl, they can stay, but if it's a boy, we're going to have to release them into the wild and then get a new male in to breed with Tempest. Hopefully, though, it's a female, and then we've got a new male in and 2 females to breed with, and we've got a bit of a pack going. I just don't know how well they'll accept having another male already in the territory, even if they're on contraceptives. And obviously, ideally, they wouldn't be a male, because then they could breed with Tempest, which we don't want. And it is a boy. Obviously, it's a boy. Oh, wait, there's 2. Oh my goodness. Is it a girl? No, it's another boy. We've got 2 boys. Oh my goodness, and a third one. A third boy. This is ridiculous. All boys. A 4th pup. Another boy. Okay, well done, Tempest. So we've got 4 males have been bred in here. That's quite the bachelor group. To be fair, we can just raise them up and release them as a bachelor group of males. That's pretty cool. I'm going to double check their Zoopedia, because that's absolutely hilarious that we had 4 boys. It's, they live in family packs. It'll be 1 alpha male, 1 alpha female, their offspring, and then a litter of pups. So yeah, I don't think if we introduce a new male, they're not going to want to stay. They're not going to want to, like, stay with the existing pups of a female. They're going to want them to leave. So that's fine. We can do that. We can leave Jacob here for the rest of his days, and then Tempest can raise... Well, I mean, Jacob can help as long as he's here, but then Tempest is going to raise the 4 pups until they're adults. And when they are young adults, we can release a little bachelor group of 4 of them, which is actually pretty cool. Have a little group of 4, because they'll live in groups of 2 to 12 males as a bachelor group. We can release them into the wild and then get a new male in here to breed with Tempest going forward. Oh my goodness, I just can't believe she had 4 boys. That's so funny. We also need to put a habitat camera in our snow leopard habitat. I don't think we did this in the female's habitat. Though I want to check how we check this. I think in education. Is it education? No, that's education boards, audio visual, cameras. Right, here we go. Yeah, we named all of them, thankfully. So we can see we've got Pallas's cat. Yeah, we don't have any for the snow leopards, so we need to put them in now. Let's grab a couple of habitat cameras. And then we're going to be slightly better off. And the emphasis is on the slightly better off with our marketing. I think just a couple of den cameras would be good, honestly. Let's align to surface and push these into the wall a little bit. And this is going to be snow leopard female. That's a pretty good shot, isn't it? And when they've got their little kittens in here, that'll be pretty cute. And then for the male, we're going to do the same thing, just from the back of theirs. And they're demonstrating it perfectly for us right now. That's a great shot, though, the snow leopard, isn't it? Cool. And this is going to be snow leopard male. Cool. Well, we got those in there. Our marketing is currently 5 stars because we're paying for it. But that's okay. And our guest education rating isn't the best, but we don't really have a lot of education in here. You know what we could do is we could put a little bit of a few like educational speakers in, because we've only put boards in so far, and I've kind of neglected the speakers. So I think what I'm going to do is just go around and add in an educational speaker for each of the habitats we have. And that will be huge for our education. So I think if we do the reindeers here, we can kind of capture everyone within one radius. The only problem with these is you don't want to have them overlap. So if we're going for the ungulate section, this is great for the reindeer. This is going to be our moose speaker. I'm actually going to put it on the bighorn sheep for now, just because there aren't actually any moose in here. And actually, while I'm on the topic, let's add in a bighorn sheep if we can get one. Come on. Refresh. Are there any males at all? There's literally just no male bighorn sheep. Fine. Well, we'll carry on. Oh, the search continues for bighorn sheep. And obviously, this is a great spot here for the moose. So we've got great moose education going on with this radius here. We could add more on this side, but I think I want to reserve this section for the bighorn sheep properly. That's going to be like permanently bighorn sheep and the American bison. I'm just going to add the speakers to this board here. And this is going to be on the American bison. And I think as long as we make it not overlap, that's fine. We've got 11, size 11 there's probably good. And I think if we do the same, we have a size 12 one for the bighorn sheep here. We're capturing a little bit more. And then we can go around these and add an American bison one and a bighorn sheep one just around the edges. There we go. That is our ungulate section done. We've got the reindeer, the bighorn sheep, the American bison, and the moose all covered with much more education here. Perfect. For canids, I think a great spot to add education speakers in is probably on top of their little board here. Let's just make sure it's centered. And we're going to have the Arctic fox and size 20. There's the only spot for them, and it also captures their little seating area. So I think this is the perfect spot to add education for them. For the timber wolves, probably outside their den is a great spot. So I'm going to put the timber wolf education here, and we're just going to have to play around with the sizes because I don't know. Oh yeah, 20 is fine. We can easily cover them off there. And in fact, it looks like we could put another speaker out here to do the same thing on size 20 as well. There's a slight overlap there, but guests can't walk there. So in fact, actually 20 is fine. And if we increase this as well, this could be 20 because they don't overlap in an area where guests are actually going to be standing. So if guests are stood here, that's a problem, but they're not. So we are all good. And the only reason there's a problem with overlap is basically they'd be like talking over each other and they wouldn't be able to understand them. That's like the in-game logic to why you can't have them overlap. I'm adding Arctic wolf enrichment on this side here, and I'm going to add another one on this side over here. Again, probably just putting them on the boards. They seem like pretty logical places to put them. And size 20 captures this whole area. We also can't forget about this side where their den is. So let's put a piece of education here and put that on size 20, because that'll capture this whole side where we can see into their den, which is pretty cool. There they are, having a little sleep. Whole little family in here. Absolutely adorable. Look at them. And we mustn't forget the final canids we have, which are the red fox. I'm just going to check whether, yeah, these areas are going to overlap quite a lot. So let's actually put this to more like 16. And I think we're going to reduce this Arctic wolf section down a little bit, because they've got a few different spots where they can be like seen. So I'm going to put it on 12, and that way it still captures their education area very well. But then the foxes can have maybe another section on this side. They can still get the education bonuses, but without overlapping. And again, just overlapping within the habitats, that's absolutely fine. For our aquatics, I'm going to put the beaver one on this board here. This can be set to North American beavers. Probably size 20 is great. And then we do want to have a little one on this habitat, but this is going to have to be reduced in size because this is where their talk is. So we want something here. In fact, it could be better placed on the actual seating. That's probably a better spot for it, isn't it? Let's put that in there. And we just need to check the overlaps. So that way this can be size 11 and it captures the guests in here. Obviously the guests here are learning about the red fox, but the beaver's going to be talked about there and here. And this side doesn't really make much sense because it's just like the back of the habitat. So I'm not going to put any more in. But it's the perfect place to start putting in education for the macaques. So let's do that. Japanese macaques can probably be on a fairly healthy size. Well, if it's size 15, because I want to leave some space for penguins. And then I'm going to put the other one for macaques on this side. Again, size 15 seems good to me. In fact, that could probably be 20. Let's just see how much we want to do for the penguins first. If we put our penguin... Oh, not the penguins even, sorry. The grey seals are on the other side. The grey seals are going to have to be a bit smaller here. I think we want these at size 10 and we reduce the Japanese macaques down to more like 15, 16. Yeah, let's go 16 and 11. It's always a bit of a... You got to just play around with the numbers to see what works. But that seems good to me. The seals have got one there. They can have a small section inside here that's just like size 10. And then they're going to have a much bigger education section over here, which is where their education talks are as well. I'm going to add this in to this little shelter. I don't think that overlaps outside of their habitat. No, that's inside the habitat, so that's absolutely fine. That can be on size 20, which is their maximum range. Ooh, the only thing is we don't want it to overlap with the red crown cranes, actually. So I am going to reduce that down to 15. And that's the end of the seals. So now if we put the education in for the red crown cranes, we've got a bit more space here. Okay, they're going to go size 10. And then we'll put another education speaker in here. That's probably a little bit bigger. We're going to have that on 16, and that will cover off this section as well. Now, the last animal in this section are the penguins. And we do have this whole area down here that we could use. We haven't used the viewing section at all. But I can't think of a logical place to put it along here that would, you know, actually make sense. So what I'm going to do is just put one speaker at each end that will talk about the king penguins. And it can probably be 20 for now, and we'll reduce it down if we need to. But that way it's got some reach, but I don't think it can go in the glass area. It just seems it's going to be very out of place, I think, in the glass area. And then if we set this king penguin one to probably a little bit lower, like 17, that fits nicely. And that's probably enough on the king penguins, because then we're really onto the snow leopards, aren't we? We're over here. That's probably good. We are getting there with our education, doing it all in one hit, which is not how I would usually do it, but I do think it's worth getting it done. Let's put this to be the Wolverines. We're going to do our bears now, even though they're not really all bears. We're going to have Wolverine there. They can have another education post over here that's actually not got a education board. That's interesting. There we go, a bit more education. And this is going to be much smaller. Maybe have that on 15 and we'll see how we go, because we want this really to be the bears. In fact, I'll tell you what, let's move this over to the middle here on this post. 18 is probably good enough here. I think 16 is good on this habitat. At the minute there isn't a Wolverine in here, but there will be most of the time, so I think that's okay. And the same with the Formosan black bear. At the minute there isn't a bear in here, but there will be most of the time. So having one there makes a lot of sense to me. Then we can have a Formosan black bear education at that point and on this side as well. How are we doing with the rings? Pretty well. And then we'll have one on this side and we'll move on to the red pandas. Just want to avoid any overlap on the outside like there. 15 is probably okay there, because we're going to have... If we put one education here, I think that might be able to cover off the whole area for our red pandas. But let's give it a go. You're on 20. Yeah, that's like the entire area that the guests can see the red pandas in. So that's pretty perfect, honestly. And then the polar bears in this corner would be ideal for the male polar bear. At the minute, there's no... Oh, actually, I think at the minute he is in here. So yeah, that's perfect. But often there won't be a polar bear in there. Because he'll either be in here or he'll be with the female. And we'll put another polar bear speaker on size 20 there. And another one down here probably that's just on a lower radius. 10 is probably good there. I believe that is our bears section complete, which only leaves our felids. Oh my goodness, we're almost done. Okay, let's put the Eurasian Lynx education in. These guys can have a nice big area of 20. And then we'll put another big 21 here if we can fit it in. Just need to check they don't overlap. Okay, this is going to be 17, this one, for the Eurasian Lynx. Cool. And again, the male isn't here, but they will be back in soon. Then we're going to have Pallas's cat. Probably 15 is fine here. And we'll have one at this end that is larger. That can be a 20 ring, or in fact, that could move a lot across. Let's have that be in here at 20. And where do you overlap? 17 is the sweet spot, so 17 there. And now we're down to the snow leopards. Oh my goodness, we're already at snow leopards. Okay, well, if you've got one speaker in here, what size can you be? 20, because this is inside the penguin habitat, so it doesn't matter. Have another one in there. It's quite fun placing them, I have to say, actually. It's quite satisfying. And we're going to know we're going to get so much more education from this. So 13 education there. What about this one? This can probably be bigger. Size 20. We may have to change this when we introduce our final animals to the feeled section, but for now, we might as well just put these on 20 and use as much space as we can. You know, they might as well get maximum education while it's here, right? And this one is going to clash with the penguins, but that's fine. That is outside of the habitat, so 14 is fine. That's within the habitat, not on the path, I mean. So we're okay. There's no actual clash there. If I hit play, this will have a massive impact on our education, probably, because we are now doing way more education. Look at all the education coverage we have with these speakers, as well as our boards everywhere. So I don't know if we'll get the bonus immediately. I think it has jumped up a little bit, but that's more over time. I think that will go up as our guests become more educated from being in the zoo. We need to let that tick up. So that's a massive improvement to our zoo. I'm pretty happy with that. And before I forget, let's add in some water for our snow leopard. So let's put this probably in the front right corner, or the front left corner, I guess it is, isn't it? If you look at the habitat, because having it at the front, this is where we put the other one for the female, is at the front. So now they've got water. I can't believe I forgot that. And I'm also going to put a very small food tray in at this point here on this enrichment. Really, the food enrichment should be what gives them food. But if there's any excess, they can put it on the food tray. And they're only going to need the small one because it's just one snow leopard in here. It's not a family. It's another beautiful morning in our winter zoo. And I think we need to expand our zoo into this kind of boring grassy area we have over here, because our zoo's really packed out apart from this area. And you know what I think we should put in there? The Siberian tiger, a very cool animal. And these guys are endangered with an estimated only 562 in the wild. So they desperately need our help. We can definitely get these guys in here and hopefully breed them up a little bit. Now, if we go to species data, you can see that they are solitary animals and they only interact with each other to mate or to fight over mates, with the exception being a mother with her cubs. So probably we need to give them plenty of their own space, as they've said, and build two separate habitats that are joined with like a breeding gate of some description. And that's going to let them in, and then they can breed together, and then we can put the male back into their habitat. So what I'll probably do is give the female a slightly bigger habitat, because she's going to have up to 4 cubs. Whoa, between 3 and 4, it says here. So that's interesting. Between 3 and 4 cubs in a secluded den. So we need to make sure we give her that space. It's going to be 1 mother and 4 juveniles. That's only 927 meters squared. We can definitely do better than that. And the male is only going to need 705. And if they've got 2 adults in there together, it's less than the mother with her cubs. So yeah, I think we'll have one habitat that's just for the male, and then we'll have a habitat that's for the female. And if she hasn't got cubs in here, there's plenty of space to add the male in as well. So the requirements are grade 3, climb-proof, taller than 3 meters. So we've actually done that already here. I think we should do something similar to what we've done here with the snow leopard, because we've used the ice pieces that aren't climbable, and we've built in this trusty little anti-climb rail using some aquatic fencing. And I think we're definitely going to need that for the tigers too, because I'm sure they can jump pretty high. It looks like we've done some strange things to the terrain here in the past as well. So let's just flatten this out. I don't like that at all. Let's flatten the foundation. I'm just going to flatten this area out and make it nice and grassy, just for now. There we go. This side of the zoo is looking a bit nicer now. Right, well, we've definitely got the space here. I think if we start the habitat around here. We've got a keeper hut just here where this little apple icon is. So we can have one here and then probably another one on this side of the zoo, but the door being close, like as close as possible to this keeper hut. I don't think that's too far for them to walk. And then our guests can always get through the zoo this way as well. Ideally, they would join up here. But this is kind of a difficult spot for our guests to get through. They can go down the stairs here. And then they've got to go all the way around here. It's not an ideal linking up point. But I guess they have the train. So if they want to get the train, they can hop on here on the train. And it will take them over here. And this is quite busy over here. So I think that's what most people are doing. So I think let's start building out this habitat to see what kind of space we need. So if we get our 2-meter gates here, we can then put one of these in next to the education that we've got here. And then I'm going to use null barriers for this because we're going to build our own barriers. I'm just going to put them in multiples of 4, ideally. In here, and these can actually go quite far back. Yeah, there's definitely enough space here. We don't even need to go that far back, and I'm sure they'll have enough space. There we go. This works quite nicely. If we use all of this space, we have so much area here. And I feel like tigers need a bit more than they were saying, so I'm going to go with that. Oh my goodness, it's raining. It never rains here. It always snows. Oh my goodness. Oh no, we're going to have to stop this for a second because Dasher is about to die of old age. Oh, you're one of the OGs, you poor little thing. How old is she? 19.8. Wow. Okay, that's pretty old. And while we're here, which I don't think she's woken up for her death yet. So while she's doing that, we've got some challenge rewards. We've got the North American Beaver education rating to 4%. We've smashed it with 5. And satisfy the grey seal water area requirement. We've got that as well. Let's grab that. Oh, Dasher, you poor thing. I think it's the end of her time in this zoo. Quite poetic. The poor little reindeer. I think she was genuinely one of the first animals we had. So she's done well. She's done well. Oh, that wasn't very dignified. Okay, well, bless her. She's passed away. Now let's call the vet. 19.8. Yeah, wow. Okay, I'm going to grab a memorial for her. I don't think we've had a reindeer death yet. So I'm going to grab the one that we've used for the Arctic foxes. Bless them, because they don't live very long. Let's duplicate that. And we'll exit this group. And we'll put a memorial in here. I think we could maybe not put it inside the habitat. Maybe it's a bit too dismal. But we could put it like here. And then it's like a little point of interest. Guests can learn about the animals we have had in this habitat. And if we select zoo and go to memorials, we can actually select Dasher here, create a limestone editable plaque, and then place this in the middle, and it will say Dasher on it. Bless her. Okay, we've got animal welfare issues. Nutrition, hydration. Why do you never want to drink? Oh, it's the male this time. Okay, to be fair, yeah, that habitat's a bit odd with the water requirement. I think what I might even do is just add in a small water pipe for these guys. Because it's in there. It's definitely in there, but they do seem to have some collision issues sometimes. And this would just avoid the issue altogether. Because it's not a massive habitat, and it doesn't need to be a massive habitat. Let's just put in a small water area in a reasonable place. Probably on this side of the habitat would be better, because it's nearer the keepers and everything. Let's move your ball to here. And put a small water pipe in here. The female's habitat, let's add the water pipe in where it's going to fit over here. That seems good. And then we'll move their colourful ball over to there. So now they've both definitely got water. They're absolutely fine. We've got a challenge reward to release an Arctic wolf to the wild. We will do that when we have one ready to release. But for now, that's fine. Oof. I do just want to check. Now it's stopped snowing. How do our polar bears feel about their habitat? There's too much long grass. They just want it to be rock. Okay. Well, let's fix that very quickly. There we go. They're happy again. So they should be 100% now, which is perfect. I don't think they've ever had no snow here. And I'm concerned now for all our animals, but we have done it elsewhere. We've made sure that everyone's happy with their habitat, so they should be good. Now, back to our felid section of the zoo. We want to make sure that our tiger habitat is the right size, and we can have another one in here. I think size-wise, this might be the best breaking point. Let's see where this gets us to. Now, if we check here, this is 3,904. Oh my goodness. And this one, if we put a wooden habitat gate in, probably over here. I'm going to make all of this 4 meters just so we can easily judge where to put this fence. Okay, so now if we put it in, you can see we've got like the guidelines there. Probably about there is good. Maybe there. Okay, how big is this area? 3,072 or 3,904. To be honest, that's not bad size-wise. I think that could be fine because they both seem like big areas, don't they? And we can even just boost this area out a little bit at the back if we want to give the male a little bit more space. Because I do think Taiga should have a bit more than that. So this has got like 3,200 and this one's got 3,900. I think that's good. I'm going to call that good there. So let's make all of this null barrier. We're going to rename this to be Tiger Female. And then we're going to rename this habitat to be Tiger Male. And that should satisfy their actual boundary requirements, but obviously they can easily jump out. So we need to build some actual barriers, because at the minute it's all just null barrier. They'll walk out without a problem. So before we do that, I just want to see if we can actually get some Siberian tigers. So let's have a quick look in the market. Siberian tiger, come on. We're going to hopefully sort these by cash. I think we'll get any for cash. No. Okay, fine. We'll get rid of cash listings. And we'll go for, let's do female first. See what females we have. We've got a couple of females here that are actually pretty good from Frontier. I think I'm going to grab this one. They're 6.8. How long do they live? They live to be 18 and they can breed. We don't know how long they can breed, but they can breed from 4 years old. So let's grab this one that's 6.8 years old. 395 credits is not bad. And then we're going to look for a male instead. And this male is actually pretty good as well. 8.8 years old. There we go. From Frontier Zoo. So they definitely won't be related if they're from Frontier Zoo. So let's grab him as well. And that way we've got a male and a female. We can grab both of these beautiful animals and send them to our quarantine. And this will just check that they've not had any like injuries or diseases before they come into the zoo. So let's put them into quarantine. It's very far away from where their habitat's going to be. But that's fine. They only need to make the journey once, hopefully. As long as they don't get sick in the future. And speaking of sick, let's quickly check our vet research, because we were researching a disease that the macaques kept getting. Oh my goodness, we've maxed it out. Okay, so if we scroll down, I think the diseases are all here. We've maxed out that disease now, so we definitely won't be getting Q fever again. We've now got it to plus 250% immunity. And disease recovery time and delays until death from getting a critical illness of this. So I don't think they're going to be getting sick again. Now our vets are freed up as well. Let's have a quick research into the snow leopards so we can get their grade 2 food quality, because everyone else is on grade 2 and it's not fair that they're still on grade 1 food. We select our animals. I just want to make sure we've actually put everyone onto it. Yeah, everyone but the snow leopard is on grade 2 or higher. So hopefully we can get to grade 3 for everyone, but I just want to make sure at least they're on grade 2, you know? Also looks like we've got a new challenge reward to breed 4 new habitat animals of different species. So that's more of a long-term one, but that's good. We like them. And now we've got some Siberian tigers. Let's build somewhere for them to live. So if we go to construction, I'm going to filter by the Arctic. Oh, we're about to have baby Wolverines. Oh my goodness, I'm going to pause the game. We will go to that in a second. I'm going to filter by the Arctic theme to get the ice pieces that we want. And then I think we'll use the 4 meter high pieces, because I know they're 3 meters, but 4 is probably what we actually want. And I'm going to use this section here to align to the grid that we have. And now all of these are 4 meter null barriers, so this should just snap perfectly to the grid as long as we do this piece correctly. So now what we can do is, this is all locked into the same grid. We can just build wherever over here, and it's all in the same grid. So I'm going to build, what I've been doing previously is 2 solid wall pieces and a glass wall piece. I think for the tigers, we'll continue that. We could have an archway as well. It's a bit nicer than just a standard like glass wall piece. And then what we're going to do is make this one a glass wall. So this is where the guests are actually going to see the tigers. This one is going to be education. So we're going to put a nice bit of education on there. Where have we got education? Like one of these board frames in the middle. And then this is going to be a solid piece that's going to go around the outside. I do think it would be nice to continue with like the awnings that we have as well. So I'm going to add an awning to the education and the glass wall piece because they're the ones that are going to face onto the paths. And we can also delete this wall piece. We don't need that anymore. Let's decorate these up and then we can duplicate them rather than placing all the pieces out and decorating them up one by one. Let's just do it the quick way, which is to do one piece at a time, and then you can easily duplicate it round. Starting with our glass wall piece, I'm going to just put a solid piece of glass in. And now these guys are found in the tigers and temperate regions of Asia. But I think we're just going to grab the tiger pieces and we can grab some rocks and just make it a bit more interesting with some cladding so that it's not just ice. I feel like that's much more interesting. And I want to make sure I'm editing inside the group at all times so that they will snap into this. And let's just put a couple of little touches on it to make it still in keeping with our like winter festive theme as we go around. So we've got a couple of bits of rock. These pieces don't need to be that decorated up though, honestly. For our education piece, we've got to put our nice habitat board into the Zoopedia frame. And then I think let's do a similar thing with the rocks that we did before. And then we're going to do the same thing. I think we're going to grab both of these bows and put them over here. But we do want to also create an awning here, which is why I've left it fairly bare, because we are going to add a little roof piece in. And I think let's use the 1 meter roof piece from here. That seems good to me. Let's just lower this down very slightly. I'm going to put it on grid height 0, just so we can knock it down like half of a step. And yeah, we're going to have to adjust where our bows are. So let's lower them down slightly. That's better. Okay. Now, if we add some beams in, this is going to be holding up the awning, and I think it just makes it look a lot nicer. And then I'm going to grab all of this and just duplicate it across. There we go. And now, as long as we move these bows down, I think we're pretty good there. In fact, I'm going to get rid of the bows, I think, and put them elsewhere, because they don't really work now I've added that in. Okay, I think that looks all right. We've got a little awning here. Now we just need a solid piece. I'm tempted just to put a nice big tiger across it. I think that might be quite funny, and it's only going to go on the back anyway. So we don't need to do anything crazy decorated. But I think maybe just a little bit of trellis to keep it interesting. And then maybe a big tiger in the middle would be nice. There we go. And we've got a couple of wreaths just to keep everything nice and festive. Now, I think I exited the group at one point there. So I'm just going to make sure it's all in. No, it's all in one group. Okay, cool. So if I click R, I should be able to edit the group and I can grab all of these things and move them around. These are all locked to the grid though. That's the importance of staying in the group. And now these guys are kind of ready. I think we need to add in our anti-climb rail. That's the final thing we want to do. And this is actually in the aquatic pack. It was the fencing that we have here. So let's add this in along here. If we turn on angle snap, we can spin this round so it faces the inside. And then we should be able to angle it down, and it does look like anti-climb railing. Something like that, I don't think will be seen from the inside either, which is good. And maybe it could be angled in a little bit more even. That's probably good, isn't it? Just need to make sure it's centered within this piece, because this is the one that's going to get duplicated across. And then we are going to add this to all of the fence pieces here. Even the plain pieces on the end that are going around the back, because obviously we want the anti-climb railing along the entire habitat. And as you can see, from the inside, it's just ice. There's nothing for them to climb here. It's only from the outside that we've got the interesting decoration going on. So now our final checks of these pieces, I think this rock is slightly too in the way. So what I'm going to do is grab the screen, actually, and just pull it forward. So our screen is in front of the rocks. That's better. Other than that, I'm pretty happy with these. So let's now use the beauty of this system. Let's drag, and we can select all of the education ones here. And then hit Control D and duplicate all of those pieces. And now we can put them in. And I think we're going to want our education, wherever there's like an edge to the habitat, wherever it like bends on this corner and stuff, we'll put a couple of these in. And that should also cover off the doors too. But obviously the doors we're going to have to delete the education for. Here as well, I know it's the middle, but I think because there's a door, we should put a couple here. And this is going to be the dividing line as well for the habitat. Put a couple here and a couple on the end. That's probably enough education, honestly. We can add education speakers after, but we don't need one on each like education piece. And now let's grab the viewing areas and put these in between, because this is the areas the guests are going to see them. Okay, it does not like the fact that I offset the awning to be slightly lower than the grid height. It kept jumping around, but that's fine. Let's grab the last piece. This should be much easier. And we're just going to build this around the rest of the habitat. Okay, that seems good. We've got all of these pieces in. There's obviously a bit of a clash here with the awning, but that's fine because we can now go to the, if we get rid of aquatic and we filter by Arctic, we can grab the roof piece that's like a corner piece. I think it's this one. No, it's the alternate version of that. The inverted, there we go. And we just need to put this on 0 height and then we can move it up into position there. That's perfect. I don't know what the boards are like here. Are they clipping in? No, they're actually pretty good. They're just like cornering each other. That's absolutely fine. We do need to edit this though and remove the these awnings. We don't need them there, or the lights that go with them, because they're just like levitating now. They're hovering because we removed the awning. But that's fine. This heater will do this area well actually, and this is pretty good because we do want these here. I'm going to remove the lights on this side. We really missed them earlier. There we go. And the same on this heater. Remove the awning and the lights. There we go. That's looking good to me. Now, we do need an ice area, like down the middle. We need an ice wall. I'm going to select ice here, but this can just be a plain 4-meter wall. We can lock into this grid. And the same here. In fact, we could put the decorated pieces here. Yeah, I'm just going to build an ice wall through here. Just like that. And then we can add in our fencing from the aquatic section. Okay, I think these small pieces have fixed the issue of where the railing like sticks out, because now it just goes into these pieces. But we do have an issue on like the inverted corners here. So I think what we'll do is just build like an ice column up that will fix that. We can put a nice ice column like this actually. Again, it's ice, so I doubt they'd... In fact, we don't even have to have it as a column. We can have it as a nice ice block here on the corners. So that seems good. All right, let's put that in elsewhere as well. Wherever we've got an inverted corner. I think that's actually it. It's just this section here we're going to have to resolve. So let's grab our final border pieces here and put the decoration in for this area. Obviously, guests can't come into this space. This is for our mechanics to maintain the wind turbine area. But it doesn't mean it can't be pretty, because they are going to see it. So we do want some decoration here. And this is really the only space that the guests are actually going to see the Taiga decoration. So I think that's fine. And what we can now do is move this, probably split it from the group and add it into this section because I'm sure it will still cover whatever it was supposed to cover before. And I'm going to delete the barriers here so that it'll actually go in because it doesn't like the barriers being there, but that's fine. Now it will place much easier in here. Let's put you there. Let's hook you up with a nice staff path this time. There we go. Now it's connected up. That seems good to me. I'm also just going to adjust this awning to be an end piece because we don't really have any other ends, but that is definitely what an end piece should be. So let's go for the 1 meter corner and put that in there. And we can probably just alter the angle of this like so. There we go. This looks all right, doesn't it? I think that looks okay. Now let's get some long grass and a small brush, and we're just going to bring back a little bit of life in here. So it doesn't look like it's all cut short. This has got a bit of life to it in this section. It's also broken, which is hilarious. Let's request the mechanic for this and maybe put the maintenance to every 9 months instead of every year. And then we can add this in as well. Oh, I think this is part of a group. So I'm just going to grab this singular piece and move it in. Maybe exit the group. That seems good to me. Let's put that in there. We haven't moved anything else, have we? No, I think we're all good. And the power should still power this area, so that's perfect. We've got all our education boards in there. Now what we can do is we can delete these bits we were using for reference earlier. And we've got our wall in here. We've got a nice ice wall. We've got the habitat that it's all ready to go. We do need to knock out the doors here because they're not quite ready to go. They've got a little bit of stuff covering them, but that's okay. They just need an ice door piece, basically. So if we just search for ice, we should be able to add this in like that. We could even double layer it, which is probably a bit easier just to make sure it aligns correctly. And we're going to do the same over here. And this one is slightly off. So I am going to edit the barrier and just move this across if we can. Oh, this is why I don't put it on the end. Okay, I'm going to just move our door so it's actually in this piece instead, I think. There we go. I think that's fixed it. There we are. Okay, that's looking much better. And our door is aligned now. Yeah, never put the door right on the edge because if you need to make slight adjustments, it never likes it. And we do need to put the barriers back in here to make sure that this area is contained. There we go. This should all be linked back up, which means that there should be 2 correct habitats here. We've got Taiga male is 3,184 and Taiga female has deleted that because we took the door out. And in fact, let's call them Siberian tigers. I know it's the only tiger we have, but let's call it Siberian tiger. Hers is obviously much bigger, 3,900. Siberian tiger male. Cool. Right. Rogue's about to have her offspring. Let's have a look. We've got some baby Wolverines in here. And we do not want to miss them. Well done, Rogue. That was really quick as well. In fact, that also means we need to move Gambit out if we haven't already. Let's grab Gambit. Move you into the male habitat. Because that could be dangerous. Wolverine male, let's separate you out before she gives birth. Because I don't know how nicely they play with the babies. Might be a bit not what we're looking for. Oh, is this it? She sat down. Does this mean babies? Or just a rest? They're just gonna like appear underneath or something. Are you pooping? I think she's pooping, yeah. That's not a baby. That's just a poop. Well, thanks for sharing that with us, Rogue. Yeah, now kick it around. No, that's alright. The keepers will pick it up. Don't worry about it. Oh, she's climbing down. I think she's going back to the den so she can give birth in the den. Yeah, she is a den animal. I didn't think about that before. So yeah, that's probably what she's doing. Let's see if she goes to the den first. It does look like she's making her way over. She's also being brilliantly captured through our habitat cam. What a great view. Wolverine female. And we've got the changing of the night. Look at the northern lights we had for a second. Awesome. Yeah, I definitely think she's going into the den to give birth. So let's follow her into the den with our little cameras. Here we are. Oh, we've got some rocks sticking into the den over there. And here's Rogue. Yeah, she is expecting mother. This is all on the guest cameras as well, like on the habitat board. So this is awesome. Oh, is that a baby? She's had a baby Wolverine, just the one. No, 2. Got 2 babies. They just seem to spawn anywhere in the den. They don't have to be anywhere near her. Oh, one of them's leaving. Right, let's have a look at them leaving. There they are. You're adorable. It's 2 boys. Well, seeing as we're going on the X-Men theme, let's call this one Charles and this one Eric. And then we've got Xavier and Magneto in there. Oh no, we're going to pause the game as well because you're about to inbreed. Are you a young adult then? Yeah, Rudolph Jr.'s got a baby. Right, well, let's put Rudolph Jr. on contraceptives just for now. So I think you're the only male in here. That will stop that pretty quick. Where is our habitat gate? That's what I want to know. I think it's over here. Yeah. Oh, we've got, yeah, the 2 babies have grown up. Okay, well, Bjorn, I think you need to be released into the wild, my friend. And then we've got 2 females. Ideally, like Cupid, this is great that we've got another female, but we need Rudolph to breed with Cupid again. So actually, let's put contraceptives on this reindeer. I guess we can start again with the reindeer naming. Let's go Vixen, because that was just the one that came to my mind, not because they were breeding already. Let's remove contraceptives from Rudolph Jr. and then they can breed again with Cupid. I'm assuming you're their baby. Oh, was it? It was Dasher's baby. Ah, okay. Cupid is Vixen's sister. Okay. Hold on. Wait. How did this work then? Vixen and Cupid are sisters because they were both daughters of Dasher, but they're not related. How is Rudolph Jr. related then? Oh, because Rudolph Jr. is Vixen's dad, but Rudolph was Cupid's dad. Right, okay. This does work. So really, we just kind of need to get rid of Rudolph Jr. and then we're going to have Cupid and Vixen are both going to have babies. I think this works because then we've got 2 breeding females. How do the herds work? I think, yeah, they're related, so they'll be happy with that because they're sisters. Okay, this is fine. Let's grab reindeer. We're going to grab another male reindeer. Maybe go for this one. I'm trying to think which one's better. Appeal-wise, this male is better. Let's grab him. There's only 1 page. And we'll send you to quarantine. And you're going to be Rudolph Jr. Jr. And then Rudolph Jr. can be released to the wild. There we go. That's what we like. Okay, we've also passed quarantine with our Siberian tigers. So let's move them in. We're going to have our female move into this habitat. And let's maybe do her habitat first. And then we'll do the male. Because they can sit in quarantine for any period of time. They're looked after while they're in there. They're just not going into their habitat yet. Yes, and then Vixen doesn't need contraceptives. She's fine. And we can get a new male in here. Cupid's about to have babies. How will they feel about Cupid's babies? Maybe that's not a good shout. It doesn't say that they have an issue with them though. Yeah, we're going to say that they're going to be fine because the reindeer aren't going to know. As long as they just mate with her, they're not going to know that it's not theirs. I don't think they understand the gestation period and everything quite as well as humans do. So we're going to say that this is fine. They've got 2 females in here. One who is pregnant. Cupid. Offspring's... Oh, her offspring's due in ages away. It's months away. Oh, fine. Yeah, they'd have no idea that that wasn't them. Okay, cool. They've just become pregnant. And Vixen has just matured. Yes. Okay, cool. Well, when our reindeer is out of here, our male will move him into the habitat. And we also need more male bighorn sheep because we have a bachelor herd that's not quite big enough, don't we? We just don't have any males that are for cash. I don't want to spend credits on male bighorn sheep. That seems such a waste. And it looks like our Siberian tiger is here. Whoa, look at her. Oh, she's cool. Right, well, she's running, which scares me. Traversable area. Can you escape? No, you can't escape. Perfect. Okay, well, she does want a den. Let's have a little look at them in the Zoopedia. So they have massively differing habitats. Okay, in that case, she wants a secluded den, but I do kind of feel like we should get some water in here for them as well. I'm just thinking we could probably put one in here if we were clever about this. Let's grab which side? This side would be better. Let's grab the railings here. And we're going to move this section back one. And then we're going to duplicate. Ooh, I missed these. This is the difficulty with doing it after. Okay, right, that's moved over. I think that's actually okay. And now we've got a bit more space, and now we can adjust these barriers to just be one further over. Because again, this is more than enough space anyway for the male. So we should be able to put in a water treatment unit in here now. If we delete the barriers and get them out of the way, because again, it doesn't like the barriers. There we go. And now we just need to put the barriers back in. There we go. Cool. This habitat should be complete again. 3136. That's more than enough. And we've got water treatment now. So now we can just duplicate this and give it a bit of decoration as well. Cool. Well, that's in there. Let's add this all into the work zones. Now it's all in here. We're going to need the habitats in a work zone as well. This works like 2 in 1. Let's put you in the zoo work zone. We're actually going to add everything to zoo. And then including this one, this little education talk. And then we are going to need keeper felids is going to need these 2 habitats. So keeper felids are having them. And then security is going to need it just to make sure our security patrol all the way out to the edge here. Otherwise, they don't really have a need to come this far. And security could have these as well to make sure they patrol these areas. Because they're going to get stolen stuff from there. So that's fine. Okay, now we've got water treatment. We can build little water areas in for them so they can have a bit of a swim. Because I feel like Siberian tigers will have a swim. So let's build a small water area in and then build up a nice like mountainy area over here. I think if they have a hill and some water, that's quite varied and interesting for them. And we can build a den in like a secluded den on the back that's like away from all the guests. Literally on the edge of our zoo. Nothing is going to be on this side over here. I think the edge of the map is over here somewhere. Yeah, the edge is there. So it's very close to the edge of the map. And that way we know it's secluded, but we can put a little habitat camera in there and our guests can see it. It's just not going to be visible. Like the tigers aren't going to know that they're being watched there. So they'll feel like their cubs are safe. Okay, let's see what they think of that. One, can they jump out now, actually? No, because we've raised it up, but we've still got the anti-climb fencing, so they can't get out. They can access all this area, so they can swim. They've got way too much long grass. They want snow, soil, or rock. Or short grass, actually. So let's make all of this area here rock and see if that will help us out. Okay, that's looking much better for them. They got a rocky area over here, and I do want to build them a den, so let's do that as well. And for that, I'm going to raise up an area, and I think I'm going to dig into it. So let's grab like 2 meters over here. In fact, let's do it a bit further over here. This is going to be where the den is. And I want this to be like a covered den. And then if we raise this up, we can then flatten the foundation and pull it over the top. And it should have a little area in here that we can use. Okay, that seems good. Let's just check they can't get out. No, they still can't jump out from there. And they have a nice little secluded den in here. And if we filter by their species, so Siberian Taiga, where are you, Siberian Taiga? We can now add some bedding that's like correct for them. There we go. And that is their little den. It's got a couple of entrances, but it's facing away from everyone. So they should feel pretty safe in here, honestly. Now they have too much rock because we did a lot of rock with that. So let's just put some soil in. And that should soften things up for them, make it a bit more what they want. There we go, that's much better. So you can see how our ranges come down, like the navigatable land area, because they do like water, I'm pretty sure. I think they can use the underwater feeders. Let's have a look at food and water. Yeah, so they can dive for food, which we should definitely have them do, because that's fun. Because it basically means that our keepers will just throw fish in here. We haven't got anywhere for our guests to see it, but that counts as food there for them, and they've got deep water. So yeah, this is good for them. It's just that it doesn't count as like a requirement. They don't need it for welfare reasons. But now they've definitely got enough land area and they've got water area, so they should be pretty happy. The only thing that they're missing is enrichment and nature. So let's put some enrichment in them for them first. We've given them the feeder here, so we don't actually need to put a food tray in for them. But let's just go to enrichment items. I'm going to pause the game so we don't get any warnings that we're mistreating them while they haven't got this stuff. And then I'm going to put in a couple of items, like we can have some frozen fish by there, maybe a blood pumpkin over here. Be an interesting thing to go towards. And then we can give them fire hose ball. We could give them a little bit of climbing here. That might be nice. I know they don't really need climbing enrichment, but they probably would appreciate just a little something. So let's embed this into this rock face that we have here. Make the habitat a little bit more interesting. There we go. I think that's enough rocks in here, so we can get back to enrichment. Slight detour. Let's put a nice gift box in for them on top of this area we've created. And in fact, we could. I'm gonna slightly move the fire hose. I think the fire hose ball to there. And now, what else should we give them? I think we should give them a scratching post because we've done that for our snow leopards, and they seem to like it. And let's just smooth out the terrain here a little bit. Just smooth it out and make sure it's rock. And then what else do you want to give them? A restraint feeder. That's interesting. We've not had one of them before. You know what? Let's try one of these. Let's put one. Where are the guests going to be able to see? I mean, they're going to be able to see up here, actually. So that's probably quite cool. Let's put that here. And then they should get a good view of it from there, shouldn't they? And we're going to need some longer posts down here so that they're in the floor. I think that's a decent view because they've got the fish food on the floor. They've got the frozen fish, and then they can definitely see up there to the restraint feeder. But the guests have a pretty good view. Obviously, this is all education. Then they can see in here. They should definitely be able to see the tigers. Cool. Well, that's probably enough enrichment. Let's find our tiger. They're over here. And what does she want? She wants more Asian tiger plants. We can definitely do that. Let's whack some plants in. I think that looks a bit better, doesn't it? With a bit more nature in here. That is... Oh, it's not enough for them. Wow, okay, let's add some more in. We need some bigger trees, I think, that have a bit more coverage. There we go. That's looking better at 40%. This is kind of a forest, and then it's got a little clearing here, which is why it hasn't got any trees. I am nervous they're going to be able to jump out now. No, they can't. Oh, cool. Wow. I think we've really solved that then with our like anti-climb areas. That's pretty good. We've got Himalayan birch trees I didn't put in actually, but I think they've got enough with the current spread of trees we have. It's it's quite a lot of trees, and they've got lots of bushes, but the bushes don't really give you much coverage. That's the thing; they don't really contribute very much on the coverage side. So that's probably okay. We could put in some Siberian pea shrubs, seeing as it is Siberian tigers. But I think they're generally fairly happy with this. Yeah, I'm pretty happy. They got 41%. Cool. Do they need anything else? I think they're pretty happy. They've got all of the terrain, all of the environment, and all of the enrichment they could possibly need. So I think our female Siberian tiger is pretty happy in here. And isn't she magnificent? Oh, she's running. Is it food? She might be running to the frozen fish enrichment. No, she's just getting out of the water. Oh, she's running at us. Wow. They are incredible. Oh, there's a little thing coming through here. I'll probably delete that. There we are. Well, they are a beautiful animal. We could even put a little waterfall in for her here. It's quite fun just to, like, add as you go. I think if we turn off random rotation and align to surface, it'll be a little bit easier as well. You could just add a little bit of flowing water into this area. As easy as that. You just need to cover up these areas with rocks once you place it in. That looks a bit nicer, doesn't it? Having a little bit of water flowing in. Cool. Well, our female is definitely going to be happy in this little habitat here, I think. And we need to hook up all the education. And we've been missing our donation bins. So let's quickly turn all these education boards to be Siberian tiger. And then we need to add in some donation bins for all of the feeled section, because I think we missed it on the snow leopards as well. Let's make sure we got some donation bins in, otherwise we're not going to get any money from our guests. There we go. We've got lots of bins in here for them now. We've got all the donation bins in. I've also moved all of these bins out of the way so guests can get really up and close here. Obviously, there's no tiger in that habitat though. But this one does have our tiger in here. And you can see her across the way. And can you imagine she'll come right up to the habitat to eat the blood pumpkin there? That would be so cool. Well, it's also kept warm, this area, by our heater. So if we go to heat, that's nice and warm for our guests. So they should be staying warm, but the actual habitat remains at the correct temperature for the tiger, which is what we want. Now, it looks like our new reindeer has passed quarantine as well, so let's move him into our reindeer habitat. We can have reindeer Rudolph Jr. into the habitat. Here he is. Rudolph Jr. Whoa, it's a big box. Welcome to the herd. Or in fact, we can just call him Rudolph III, can't we? There we are. Rudolph III, you're our new alpha here. Enjoy. Look at our beautiful Siberian tiger. She is loving this little habitat with her swimming area. And I'm so glad we put one in for her, because it wasn't required, but she's loving it. She won't stay away from it. So that seems like it's gone well for her. She's fairly happy. We do have our male in quarantine. So I think let's grab the male and move him in to his habitat as well. Let's move him over to here, Siberian tiger male. And we've got like the general boundary set up. Like this should keep him in, but it's very boring. So we definitely need to make some modifications so it can go from this to this, you know. It's quite a stark difference. And it looks like we've got our bison about to inbreed. That's not good. We've got young adults, that's why. Oh no. Okay, let's put you on contraceptives for now. I feel like we've got a few young adults now. We just need to check in on our bison, because we wanted to breed a family herd, I think. But yeah, we've got a couple of females here that have now matured, and we actually have a young male that probably needs to be released into the wild. Oh no, it's not a young male, it's him. Okay, fine, yeah. There's 3 older females and now 2 younger ones. I'm going to put them on contraceptives and leave them, because that way when we've got more of them, we could then get rid of Wyatt, who's our male, and get some more, get a new male in, and we can use like a family of females that are actually related to one another rather than just 3 random females. And it looks like our male Taiga is here. Here he is. Oh my goodness. Look at him. He's magnificent. Wow. They're so pretty, the models. Such a pretty animal. Right. Let's make this terrain a bit more to his liking. I'm going to pause it here. We've got water treatment literally here, so we can put our water area wherever we want. But I want to give him kind of the same as the female. I want to give him a hilly area and then a water area. And that way he's got some variance in the habitat. So let's do that now. Okay, I think that's a bit more interesting, and it's not the right terrain makeup for them, so they're going to need some long grass, or less long grass, more soil, more rock, and more short grass. Okay, but the good news is when it snows, they're happy with 100% snow, so we don't need to put any heaters or anything in. Let's make the kind of hilly area all rock, because that works in my head. And then I think we'll put some grass around the areas. We'll put some short grass where the long grass is, and then just add a little bit of soil to kind of like break the areas up. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Now, let's also give him we need some hard shelter. And I think if we put some climbing enrichment, we can kind of turn that into a pretty decent shelter as well, because we've got some pre-built ones here that already have shelters in them, like this one. So I think they're a decent shout to start with. Okay, I think that looks a lot better. We've got like a little bit of a step up here as well, which I feel like they'll be fun for them to climb. I do just want to check that they can't break out now that we put this in. No, they can't. That should be... Oh, that's not quite enough hard shelter for them. So I tell you what, let's make it a bit more interesting. Let's make it a little bit bigger for them. I'm going to keep the same kind of design, but we're going to expand it out, turn off random rotation, and we should be able to just move this like so and make a larger bed area. Ooh, I'm going to pause it. Apparently, I'm going to unbox all animals. Apparently, they were boxed up. I don't know why they were. And one of the babies should be fine. We fixed all their collision issues, so they should be absolutely fine. And we're back in here. You can't see very well because it's nighttime, but we've just expanded this area out, and I'm going to put a little roof on top. And we might as well put it in the Arctic theme and use our Arctic roof pieces. Now we're messing with it. Let's add a little roof to this area. If we just raise those in slightly, I think that's a bit better. There we go. Right, they've got a much bigger bedding area. That's definitely large enough for them. Let's put some... In fact, I'll tell you what, for the cold, I'm going to add in a little bit of a side panel on here as well. Let's get our log pieces and even just add like a 2-meter wall piece onto some of these areas. I think will just be a little bit nicer for them to give them a little bit of shelter from the cold. Okay, I think that's a bit better. It's a bit more enclosed here. And now we just need to probably just raise up this floor very slightly. It's where the gridded pieces meet the non-gridded pieces. I don't want it to look like weird or anything. Just going to put this on the other side here as well. It would help if I could see it, but it's gone under. That's fine. Okay, we've got a little walkway to come off at this end as well. There we go. Now there's like 2 entrances. And if we go to bedding and shelters, we can put a few bits of bedding in here. If we turn random rotation on as well, we can have it all kind of look like one big bedding area. Like that. There we go. That seems like a nicer place for them to sleep, doesn't it? And in fact, I'm going to just slightly move them to be more in the back corner like that. There we go. Now it looks like this is the area they probably sleep in. And they've still got an entrance and exit from either side into their little hut on the hill. Okay, unfortunately, Mrs. Claus, our beaver, is about to die of old age. She's 14 and a half. Bless her, Mrs. Claus. That's very sad. She's had so many kids as well. She's done so well. Oh, I'm going to call the vet. Oh, no. Oh, bless you. Poor Mrs. Claus. Well, you'll never be forgotten. Don't worry. We're going to add in a small memorial for you. I'm going to grab the memorials we've done previously. We've got one just here for Bella. Let's duplicate this. And pause the game as well so nothing crazy happens. And I think if I turn random rotation off as well, that will help, because we definitely don't want that with these signs. Let's grab this again. Grab this sign. I'm trying to think the best place for it. We've got all our education here, but maybe it'd be nicer just to have it along the side, like here. And then go into Zoo, Memorials, Mrs. Claus, and get the editable limestone sign, and that will have her name on it. And if we select a line to surface, it will be much easier to place it on. So let's do that again. Grab limestone sign, create memorial, and there she is, Mrs. Claus. Bless her, died of old age. Not a bad way to go. Let's click on our Taiga again. Yeah, he can't escape. That's good to know. And he's got water here too, so that should be being treated with our water treatment unit that's here. Perfect. We can also put the education on before I forget, because he's now in here. So I'm just going to quickly turn on these education boards. And we do need to get a bit more enrichment in here. At the minute, he's not got a lot. So let's go into habitat again and grab some enrichment for our poor little Siberian tiger. He's going to have a gift box. He can have some more of his toys over here, I think. The fire hose ball can be on here. And if we exit that, I want to put the food enrichment by our guest. So let's have the blood pumpkin here. And I think there's a frozen block of fish. Yeah, that can go here. That's nice and close for our guests to see, and they're like 2 viewing areas. Then what else do we want? We want to have the restraint feeder. In fact, we could have all of his feeders over here. Let's have the restraint feeder there. And then the blood pumpkin there. And that way there's quite a lot, isn't there, for them to play with. And we've got to have a scratching post. Let's put that on his frame. That can go here near his bed. That seems fairly well spread out as well. He's got some stuff to do all around the habitat. And I'm going to put a flat fish feeder just into the ground down here. Because then... Oh, it's not deep enough. Oh, okay. We can deepen this water area. I might need to delete it first, actually. Let's just delete this fish feeder. And then we can make this even deeper. And they can do some good swimming, because they can, like, dive for the fish, basically. And this will mean that we don't actually need a, like, a food tray or anything. Because if the food can't go into the enrichment, it'll just go into the fish feeder. They'll just throw it into the water, basically. There we go. That looks a bit better. And we should have plenty of food in here. And the guests are getting a great view. Nice. Okay. Well, he's not got any nature in here, so that's not good. Let's grab some Asian tiger plants and make sure this habitat is looking a bit better for him. Okay, I think that looks good for rocks. Let's put some actual plants in. Okay, how's that looking? 45, that seems pretty good. They got quite a lot of trees here. Can they get out? That's the main concern. No, they can't. Cool. Okay, they can't climb these trees then, so that's good. They can't climb them and get out. Perfect. Look at them. What are you doing? You running around just exploring? Having a bit of an explore. Sniffing the bushes. Having a poop. All the classic stuff. Oh my goodness, we're about to have a baby Pallas's cat. No way. That's a brilliant thing. Oh, I'm going to pause because our male's still in here. I've just seen them over here climbing up. Mid-climb. Okay, let's grab you, my friend, and move you back into the male's habitat. And then when we have our females... babies, you're not going to be here because I don't think they're solitary. They only interact to mate. So I'm assuming you're going to go back in the den, aren't you? Surely. Oh, I'm going to name this Pallas's cat as well. And then we know. Yeah, I think you might need to go back into your burrow to give birth. Or you can completely ignore me. Either one. I don't really mind. I think they're going to have a little drink before they give birth, to be fair. I don't blame them. You don't want to give birth dehydrated, do you? And then back into the burrow for the birth. Yep, here she is, coming into the burrow. I think this will be where she gives birth. Look at all the rocks we've got coming in. Oh, there they are! A little baby. Is it just the one? Oh no, there's another one there. There's another one next to her. Two. We've got two babies. That's awesome. Oh, I want them to leave the den now. At least turn around. Can't see you. You just see their little faces over there. I'm sure they'll leave the den. Come on, take your cubs out of the den. We may have to wait to see them a bit later from the front. They're just intent on looking forward. And we've got a welfare issue. Let's pause. What's wrong? Space. I mean, you shouldn't be stuck in there. I'm pretty sure you can get down. You know what? Let's just make it easier for you, though. Don't need to strain a muscle. And just smooth this whole area out. There we go. How about that? And we'll just grab your food enrichment and move it up. There we go. Now you've got 1,000,000 miles of space. No need for welfare issues. Collision. Look at our Taiga just walking through. They're so majestic, aren't they? Absolutely beautiful animals. Look at you. Aww. Bless them. Well, now they're pretty settled in here. Let's learn a little bit more about the Siberian tiger. The Siberian tiger, also known as the Amur tiger, is the largest of the cat species. It is characterized by its orange to yellow fur with thin black stripes and a paler undercoat on its belly. Its head is also very large with strong jaws containing large canines. Siberian tigers have the largest hunting range of any tiger species, and males will travel up to 1,000 kilometers in search of food and mates. The Siberian tiger is the only tiger species that lives in snowy conditions, and they can reach speeds of 60 kilometers an hour, even across snow. An adult Siberian tiger can run while holding prey weighing 100 kilos. And like the human fingerprint, the tiger stripe patterns are unique to each tiger. Some think of the Siberian tiger as white, and white Siberian tigers have been bred in zoos, but they wouldn't survive in the wild due to poor camouflage in the trees, making it difficult to hunt. Siberian tigers are solitary animals, and they only interact with each other to mate or to fight over mates, with the exception to this being a mother with her cubs. The tigers have extremely large ranges and live in extremely varied environments, and are happiest with plenty of their own space. So I think we've given these guys a lot of their own space here. Siberian tigers track each other across great distances by scent marking and leaving scratches on trees. When a male finally finds a female, they circle each other, growling until the female allows him to mate. The mother is pregnant for 3 months before giving birth to between 3 and 4 cubs in a secluded den. The cubs stay in the den until they're 2 to 3 months old, at which point they accompany their mother so she can begin to teach them how to hunt. They remain by her side until they're 2 years old, when they leave and establish their own territory. Unfortunately, the Siberian tiger is listed as an endangered species, and the species was once common and widespread in the far east of Russia and the northeastern borders of China and North Korea, but by the 1940s, they'd been hunted to near extinction for their fur, with only 40 Siberian tigers remaining in the wild. The population has slowly recovered thanks to conservation efforts in Russia, and there are now an estimated 560 individuals in the wild. But this is obviously an incredibly small number, and these guys still desperately need our help. Oh, the kittens are coming out of the burrow. Look at them. Oh, look at their little faces. They're adorable. Oh, okay. We've got what? A boy. Oh, we've got a girl and a boy. One of each. There we go. Oh, and they're eating some meat. There we go. Well, you can give your children some as well if you want. You don't have to just hoard it yourself. I don't know if the kids know how to do the skittle feeder. Oh, there you go. Mum's doing it. But I think she's taking all the food herself. Unless they're allowed to eat any of this. She's just a pretty greedy mum. That's hilarious. Well, they'll get fed on the food tray as well if they can't use the food enrichment. Okay, we need to make a way for our Siberian tigers to get through between the habitats. And I think really the best way here is just going to be to put a nice big door in. So I'm going to do that with the ice pieces. I reckon having this frame in is probably good. And then we can just put in a 2-meter ice wall to here. And in this one, we're not going to do anything crazy. We've done different things on each one. I'm just going to use door. And I think we've got some very wide Arctic doors. But unless we've got any cool doors, I kind of want them to not be boring doors. These look a bit better, actually. Can be like sliding doors. Can we change the wood color? Yes. This is more what we're going for. And it's going to be seated forward so that it can slide out to the left. And that way, yeah, that can just be slid out the way. We're going to grab a handle. There we go. And now that can just be pulled, I think. We pulled across to the other side. And then we're going to need like a little housing unit for it to go into on this side. So what we're going to do is just build a sliding door unit for them to use. And we want to recolor all this stuff to be the brown that we're using elsewhere. There we go. I feel like that looks reasonable, that the door could now slide back into this housing unit here and still be seen back there because it's just kind of trellis. But that seems pretty good to me. I don't think they'll be able to climb that and get out either because of the anti-climb railing. So cool. I'm fairly happy with that. We've got a new way for them to get through. And when they want to, they will slide the door back and the tiger will be able to come through and breed with a female. Awesome. They're having a nice rest here as well. You know, nothing seems to be bothering them that much. So I think they're quite happy here. How's our female doing? We hit H, we should be able to find the female fairly easily in blue. Ah, she's doing the same thing in her little den. Very nice. Just completely lights out sleeping. Well, that's what they're there for. That's what the den's for. Let's get our vets to now research the tigers because I feel like they want food level 2, don't they? And we've smashed the snow leopard research. So definitely we should get on researching the Siberian tiger. Let's also now go to animals food, because if our food quality is low for the snow leopards, let's boost that up to food level 3. That's what I'm talking about right there. Cool. And then it's just the tigers that are food level 1 because they've only just got into the zoo. How are our guests feeling? Kind of okay. They're just cold. And they don't like the litter still. I don't think there was much litter. I thought we resolved the litter issue. We've got lots of bins everywhere now. Is it just... Oh, that's broken, but that's crime. There's just a tiny bit of stuff, that, like a few things that have been broken over time. few benches, nothing crazy. Well, I think that's pretty good. I'll tell you what, to make sure we don't have an issue with litter, I'm going to just hire 2 more caretakers and throw them into the same rotation. If we minimize all of these as well, it'd be much easier just to select the job that we want, like caretakers here, and put them into the work zones. Oh, we've designated them now, haven't we? Okay, so we've got, let's organize them by work zone then. 2 in aquatics, 2 in bears, 2 in canids, 2 in felids, 2 in ungulates. Let's get another person on each one. We'll hire 5 more caretakers then, just to really make the point. It's a clean zoo. It's a very clean zoo. These are on the wrong work zones as well. Keeper is what we're supposed to have. I've just put them on education. Right, okay, we want keeper aquatics, keeper bears, keeper canids, keeper felids, and then finally keeper ungulates. And that way we should now have 15 caretakers, 3 on each work zone. Perfect. Okay, let's grab everyone and train them up as well. Does that include all of our jobs here? And then I do think we're going to need some more educators. So who's not enjoying their job? Basically everyone that's only got 1 person on the work zone. Aquatics do not need 3. So let's put you on canids. There's 2 on bears, 2 on aquatics. We'll have 2 on canids. And then we'll hire 2 more. Well, education ungulates and education felids. Let's hire 2 more educators. Because if we have too many, they'll just walk around and educate our guests anyway. Kind of like mascots do in a theme park, but this is about education. This is going to be education aquatics. Oh no, we've already got 3 of those. We need education felids and ungulates. So education felids and education ungulates. There we go. Now we've got 2 in each. And 2 of them are pretty low training. That's fine. We'll just train them up now. And that should help everyone out a lot. Another thing I want to do while we're talking about education is add in our education for our tigers, because they're going to definitely need some education. I think the female's habitat is usually the best one to put the education in. So I think we are just going to put the talk in here. I don't think it needs anything crazy. This is probably an absolutely fine spot just to talk about the Siberian Taiga. We're not going to link any seating to it. And the last talk we had was over here for the snow leopard. So these guys did their talk in June. So we don't have to be too far away either for the educators to get to. So if they've done June, let's leave 2 months. So they'll have July and August, and then they'll start the Tiger talk in September. And that leaves October and November free. And then our first talk is in December for the, who's first? The Eurasian Lynx over here. So if especially if we've got 2 educators, that'll be absolutely fine. Let's just throw that in the education felids work zone, and then our educators will start working on it. And we can also put it in the zoo work zone. I'm not really sure if it needs to be maintained by the mechanics, but it's being maintained by the mechanics. And I can't believe how much money we're making. We're absolutely smashing it. Overall, our zoo is doing pretty well. It's just guest happiness that's 1 off of 5. Otherwise, it's an all-round 5-star zoo. And you're a bit stressed. Yeah, you just need to go into your den and you'll be absolutely fine. Honestly, just relax. We made spaces for you to chill. You just need to use them. It looks like your babies have grown up, actually, so it could be a little bit crowded in here. Yeah, both of the adults are here, so let's grab the 3 babies now that they've grown up and release them all into the wild. That's loads of credits. And our zoo is looking pretty good now. I have to say, it's quite large. But I did want to do something else, which I think will be a really nice way to round off the zoo as well. And that is to put a zoo tour in. So let's add a zoo tour. Now, these tour points can be found in media devices and education. You have tour points. So what I'm going to do is kick off our tour right at the entrance to our zoo. We're going to have a tour start here. So if we click on it now, we can open the tour manager and make a tour. And this is going to be, just rename it to zoo tour. It's the whole zoo. That's what we're doing. We're not doing anything else. We're just doing the whole zoo. And let's select the start is going to be here. We do need an end point as well. So let's duplicate this. And I'm going to have it end outside the other area here. Unfortunately, there's no, like, it feels like it needs a little area. But I feel, you know, like we've got the massive tree. But I think this will be fine here. We'll just put it opposite this post here, and this can be the end of the tour. Tour end is going to be here, and then we can select the points in it. So I am going to change the color to be white because I feel like that kind of fits the theme a bit more. We're going to have gray and white the whole way around because I think these posts look better like that, don't they? It fits our festive theme that we've got going. It's either that or we go red and green, which we could do. It's actually a bit more garish, but that might be more on the money. What do you look like with red and green? You're actually quite visible. That might be better, to be fair. Let's put them as red and green. And we'll go less classy, more tacky, but I'm all for it, to be honest. And then let's go through our zoo. So we're going to go first into our ungulate section. We're going to have this be right here next to the animal talk point here. This is going to be an animal talk on the reindeer. Then we're going to have a stop by our guest facilities here. Just have a little intermission. They can buy some stuff and go to the toilet here as well, crucially. Then we're going to come over here and we're going to do a talk on the bighorn sheep, an animal talk on the bighorn sheep. And we're also going to come around and do an animal talk on the bison. And then we're going to come over here and do a talk on the moose. Let's rename all of these talk points to be what they actually are as well. So we've got reindeer. This is going to be guest facilities 1, bighorn sheep, etc. We're going to rename all of these, and then I'm going to jump into the tour manager. Okay, we've renamed all of them. So let's open the tour manager and select points. And now what we can do is we can click reindeer. So we're going to start there. Then they're going to do this like a loop. They'll come back out. They'll go into the guest facilities 1. Then they'll walk up the stairs, go to bighorn sheep, and then across to American bison, and then moose. And if we confirm that, that is now a tour. That's now like a zoo tour that we've got. They should all be in the right colors now. There we go. And this will actually run as a tour. So we can make a work zone that is the tour and hire a couple of educators if we want, and they will run this tour, and we can put a fee in, the ticket price including the fee. We could add a tour of like 5, and then they can pay 57 for the tour, or they can just pay the standard price of 52, and we can view the tour rating and everything here. But this is an example tour here. Let's hire a couple of educators, and we will make a work zone that is for this tour and call it tour. Then we should be able to, I've just closed it, but we should be able to get our educators up. If I close these again, educators, no work zone. Let's put you on zoo tour, and let's put you on zoo tour as well. So before we forget as well, let's just put these staff rooms in that we want these guys to use into the work zone too. And I'm trying to remember where they are. I think this is the correct one here. Yep, so it's that one. There's another one there. We can add this into it as well. And then they've got this one, and that's probably enough. Did we have another staff room over here? No, I don't think so. No, I think that's it. So that's probably enough, to be honest. They've got a few staff rooms there. They can definitely go have a rest. And we've got 2 of them working on it. So now if we find our zoo tour again, let's open the tour manager, and we should have a couple of educators assigned to the tour. And currently we don't have anyone assigned to it, but that's because we need, I think, a certain number of guests to buy the tour first. So it's got to have new people coming and wanting to buy the tour. But this is how you set it up. So now you've set this like example up. I'm going to expand the tour points to include even more, so we can do the whole zoo. And then we can kind of do a little tour of it ourselves. Okay, our zoo tour is finished. And what better way to experience it than to walk it ourselves? So our tour starts here at the entrance to our zoo. And the first animal talk point is through here in the reindeer habitat. Oh, they closed the door on us. Where there's a lot of people right now. I'm just going to move out the way. You can see most of them have to stay on the path, but some of them are allowed to get up and close to the reindeer, which is very nice. And then if we walk back out of the exit here through a lot of people, we can go to our first intermission stop, which is around here. There we go. Where we can get a couple of snacks, we can get some money out, we can go to the toilet, crucially, something that was a late addition, as always. And then we can go along here, and we can go up the elevated walkway to our first elevated talk, which is for the bighorn sheep, which don't seem to be here. I think they're crowded down the other side of the habitat, so we'll go find them. They are over here. Perfect. There they are. Yeah. Okay. So they're here with the American Bison, which is our next tour stop. You can see them in here, hopefully. The Bison are over there having a little meeting. And then if we continue along, we have our moose habitat where our moose are in there looking very nice. And we go through to the guest area, which is our next intermission. We have an intermission here to again grab some more stuff from our nicely highly decorated guest area and go over to our mineshafty type habitat for the Arctic fox so we can go see them in their den and hopefully not jump the small fence here and get hit by our train, which is coming towards us now. So we do this, we carry on back the way we came down here. And then if we walk to our right, we can continue the canid section. So I've kind of divided it up to be all of the animals from a section of the zoo and then an intermission, which I feel like is probably good because it's like 5 animals usually on average. So this is the next animal, which is the timber wolf habitat. They can see the beautiful baby timber wolves there. They're just throwing some meat in for them as well. And then we do a quick move up here to see the red foxes, which are surprisingly out at this time of day. And look, they've got a little baby in here. Look at the little bubbas. That's so adorable. Okay, if we go back to our tour, we now continue along through the crowds of guests, and we go through our like underground stairs that are all lit up with Christmas lights. I'm gonna speed through here. And we should then come to the Arctic fox, which is the end of the canid section. See our little Arctic foxes in here, and it started to snow. Has it been snowing this whole time? I don't think so. Then we carry on, and we walk past the Wolverine's habitat because we're going to have a quick pit stop for some snacks and drinks in our beautiful little market area here. And then we do actually go and do the Wolverine section, which is here. Go look at the Wolverines, learn about the Wolverines. And then we go straight on to the Formosan black bears, which are up in their little hut, I think, right now. Can't quite see them from the ground, but they are roaming around. Then we continue along for the bear section. We walk past the polar bears. Don't even look at them. We're not doing polar bears right now. We're doing red pandas. So we come down here to the red panda section, and we have 2 little habitats for the red pandas. And they are in. Look at them. Just walking around. That one needs cleaning, apparently. And this one is not visible, as always. Good old red pandas hiding from everyone. Then we go back, and we do see the polar bears. So our big polar bear should be in here, our male. Is he having a sleep? Yeah, he's over there. He's in his bed. Perfect timing. As soon as we do a zoo tour, he starts hiding. But anyway, we continue on. We then go for up the stairs. We go for another intermission at the next guest facilities area. And then we're on to our aquatics section. So we've got our first stop is the red crown cranes, looking cool as ever. Just having a little sleep over here. Don't mind them. Then we continue on from the red crown cranes. And we go this way to the grey seals, which is our next stop. Have a little look at them. Obviously, you can, and you can see the train going there as well, actually. Obviously, you can go around the other side and see them underwater, but the tour doesn't take them that way. It takes them the boring way above land. And then the Japanese macaques are on the other side, so you can have a look up and see their treetop climbing that they've got. My goodness, it's very crowded. I'm going to see if I can go over their heads a little bit. There we go. That's better. I like an elevated system. Imagine if you were that tall. Wouldn't life be interesting? Anyway, we go on to the North American beaver habitat. We've got that little run here. Unfortunately, we did just lose Mrs. Claus, so I'm not going to dwell on this habitat too much. And instead, we're going to go straight on to the final habitat, I guess it is, in this section, which is the king penguin habitat. Look at them with their fish. Got a little bubba there walking around. They've got their little private bedding there and their little meeting room in there. But they seem pretty happy, the adorable king penguins. I can never get too much of the penguins, I have to say. I love them. I absolutely love the penguins. And that concludes the aquatic section, which means we continue on through to the Felid guest area in here. We have a nice intermission. Everyone can grab a snack, a drink. They can have a chill. And then we don't go to the snow leopards. No, we turn around and we go to the Eurasian lynx habitat, which is right here. And we should get a good view of this is the male's habitat. We should get a good view of them through here. They're never on the right side of the habitat for us, are they? They're always hiding, but they are in here. So hopefully the guest will see them at some point. Oh, there they are. They're just hiding around the other side. Well done. Good old Dimitri, hiding from everyone. Then we go from the Eurasian lynx habitat to the Pallas's cat habitat, which is in here. And this is the one where we've got our kittens now, which is very cute. So where are they? They could be in their den, to be fair, having a little sleep. But we did just see them, so we know that they're here. Then we continue on. And we go to the snow leopard habitat. Finally, look how tall their climbing is for the snow leopards. So they've got the snow leopards along here. And then finally, oh, you can see them there. Snow leopard. Look at them. Aren't they beautiful? And then finally, this is one-way glass as well because they're very shy. Finally, we come to the Siberian tigers, which is where our zoo tour ends. And let's have a little look at them because they are absolutely adorable. Siberian tigers, are you home? Is our female home? I don't know if she is. She must be around the other side. Let's go see if the male's in. Hello, is anyone home? Siberian tiger, are you here? I think I heard them. Oh yeah, they were behind me. Oh my goodness, well, that's terrifying. Siberian tiger to end the zoo tour off. I think that's a pretty cool way to end a zoo tour. And I think it stopped snowing, so we can do a little aerial passover of our zoo. And I can't believe how long we've been building this zoo. It's been so much fun. And thank you for following along the whole way. I think I'm going to call the series here, though, and we'll start with a new Planet Zoo series on the channel. So let me know what you want to see from that. If you've enjoyed this series and this video, please give it a like and hype the video. It really helps the channel out. And I'll see you in the next one.